Well, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, and welcome to the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the brand spanking new lit Super 7 series. The finest Sevens tournament in the land has finally come together and been established here this season. And this is the very first of 4 blockbuster ties. In over a month's time, we will have crowned the best 7 side in the men's, women's and elite category from anywhere in the country and even further abroad. This is Eton Manor RFC on a beautiful sunny morning. The conditions are perfect on their artificial turf. And we will start with 2 fixtures from this elite women's competition. It's the Army women's squad taking on St. Sevens women's side in the very first game of the brand new lit Super 7 series. The coming together of the 2 dominant forces in domestic sevens in the United Kingdom has created this fantastic occasion. This is just the start of what is a huge summer of sevens. We start here on Nutter Lane in Greater London before we move on to Oxford in a week's time, and then to Shelford in Cambridgeshire before Bury St Edmunds is the final tie of this 4-legged affair. Also, the Pub Sevens will be taking place. A great day out which we'll be bringing to you live here on Next Gen 15 before the cornerstone of the lit Super 7's calendar, the standalone tournament at Wasps Rugby Club in London that will be in July. It promises to be a thrilling calendar of sevens rugby, which is exactly what we've been missing here in the United Kingdom for so long. There'll be some special guests along the day, and I've just got one of them alongside me right now. It's Sam Bork. Sam, thank you for joining us here on the live stream. Welcome back. How excited are you for the lit Super 7 series?
Yeah, it's going to be a great day, great few tournaments we've got in store. You'll be catching me here and on pitch 2 today, so watch out for my voice. Also playing and representing the Mavericks, the Esher Mavericks today, and looking forward to it, Will. I'll see you later.
Absolutely, Sam. Enjoy your warm-up. Sam here with the Mavericks, one of the elite men's side. So here on Next Gen 15, we've got pitch 1, pitch 2, also live streamed over on the Super 7's channel. The opening game is the British Army, who are the men's champions in the elite men's competition. And they're taking on St. Sevens. Now, Saints are top sevens outfit, men's and women's sides in this competition. But the British Army, well, they've got plenty of talented and exciting rugby players in their side. One thing to note in this opening game of the women's elite competition is that St. Sevens are a couple of players short. The getting to the Manor Sevens this morning has proved more difficult for some than others, and well, they're going to play with all they've got at the moment, which is a starting 7, which is all you need here in the beautiful sunshine in Greater London. The start of the women's elite competition. All of the fixtures and results can be found on the Tournify app, but our first 2 games on pitch 1 are both, as we said, from this women's elite competition. The British Army play first against St. Sevens, and then at 9:20, Fine Rugby Now, lit 7's very own side, taking on the South London Crabittohs. This women's competition is 4 groups of 3, as we said in the preview on the Next Gen website, which you can go back and read and find out exactly what's happening today. In this group, the British Army and St. Sevens are also alongside the Beavers Sevens, the Boom Beavers, who have also got 2 sides in the elite men's competition. The Akuma Savvy Panthers also occupy the group, including Fine Rugby Now and the South London Crabittohs. And then it's a blockbuster group, Group D, the women's defending champions, Hammerheads Sevens, taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders, and the home side, Eton Mess, representing Eton Manor here at their own Sevens tournament. You'll hear that tannoy behind me throughout the day as well. We're well situated here on ground level, with the cameras up high on the scaffolding to my left. So it will be the British Army in their traditional red strip taking on St. Sevens in the grey. And it will be the British Army who look to kick us off here. Jess McCauley with ball in hand. They're looking to make a real impact in this competition. Competition in which their men's side already victorious last season. So, the British Army, playing from right to left in the full red strip, will kick us off for the very first play of this year's edition of the brand new lit Super 7 series here at the Manor Sevens. McCauley kicks us off. Nice footwork and collected on the 22 by St. Sevens. And the first tackle of the competition is made by Watson. And straight away the British Army are well set. Of course there'll be a disciplined side, as you'd expect, with their military background. There'll be a physical side as well, but it's Saints with this makeshift side looking to keep things alive here. And going down this short side for the first time, it's just popped off the chest, knocked on. Good defence from the British Army, but first knock on comes from the women in red. So instead we will have a scrum. There's so much rugby, 3 pitches going at once here at the Eton Manor Sevens. First scrum from the British Army. We'll keep you up to date with everything we can as it's a free kick for St. Sevens. Early shove on the side of Alicia Watson. So it's tapped and played away by Amy Cook-Davis. Thunderous tackle goes in, and it's another penalty. And you can hear Kieran James on the sideline there being marched back by the touch official. As Saints crash over halfway for the first time. Over goes McCauley over the ball, but turned away. That's a lovely ball over the top. Could be a 2-on-1 out wide, and then a big shot comes in from Carolina Vura. Saints still play though, looking to cruise into the 22. Back comes Silence against the grain. Oh, nice little show and go. St. Sevens almost over the gain line. British Army straight over the ball. Clean turnover. First penalty of the day for them, and the first time for them to play with ball in hand. And they're line breaking at the first opportunity. What a start for this British Army side. Carolina Vura, who took the quick tap, has gone straight through. And St. Sevens trail early here. What a start to the competition. Such pace on show from these two sides. Great patience in defence, must be said, from the British Army, who waited for their opportunity and took it in both hands when it came their way. And the extras added as well. Good kick from Jess McCauley. It's a top start for this British Army women's side, looking to recreate the achievements of the men's team last season when they went all the way and won the Lit Sevens. Now the Lit Super Series. It's the undisputed, unprecedented top title in domestic sevens. And it's the British Army who score the first try of the series. But the Saints made good yardage in their last attack, made it almost up to the 22, and it's taken in there by James. It's through the hands. It's behind Emma Cowley. Difficult ball for her to take. So some slow ball from the line out for the British Army. McCauley with the throw, really pulling the strings for this Army side. And gets a head down and takes it through to contact. Nice footwork and a lovely offload. Good read in defence. Vura brought down. Nice offload off the deck. It's back with McCauley. British Army keeping the ball alive, and now they might have numbers up down the left. Direct running from Sakwinivera, who gets a pass away. And Barbara Sale is over in the corner. Excellent work from the British Army, clinical stuff. McCauley got them going from the line out. But Ro Meriani Sakwinivera called it down the left-hand side. Drew in the defenders and then picked out Barbara Sale to score their second. And the British Army are 2 tries up and already enjoying life in the sunshine here at the Manor Sevens. It's a jam-packed schedule throughout the day. After our first 2 games here in the women's competition, we flick over to the men's elite competition, where the British Army again on show against Mouflon, Sevens from Cyprus, one of the international contingent in this competition. Watch out for China, who are also here in this men's elite competition. The Sons of Spartacus take on the Beavers at 10 o'clock as well. It's our first hour at the Manor Sevens. Top start for the British Army, and they kick off dead centre. Well taken by the Saints. It's just been put down at the second time of asking. They had numbers down the right-hand side, but the British Army hold firm for now. Isaac Fonn and Kieran James over on the far side looking after this British Army women's team. They'll be confident in this division. It's a tough division, mind, with the defending champs. Those to watch out for, of course, the Hammerheads. And it's direct running through the centres. A big handoff as well. Brought down just inside the 22 and then lifted over the top. The ball is loose, but the British Army still in possession. It looks like Saints have managed to regather themselves, but some lovely offloads might undo them. Macaulay stretches out and scores. Well, just as the pace of play seemed to slow down that far side, a couple of offloads through contact with a difference. And the Saints just didn't have enough numbers through the centre to keep out the British Army, who score another. 3 tries in the first half, and the game beyond this depleted St. Sevens women's side. As we said in the opening build-up to this game, they're just missing a few players who haven't been able to make it to this 9 AM kickoff. So it will be a day of improvement for them as they kick on. And that's all right, because the top 2 sides from each of the women's pools will go through to the Cup. So you've only got to win 1 game to make it in to that Cup competition. I say only. The competition is so fierce. That is easier said than done. Macaulay gets us back underway. It's another clean take off the kickoff. And this time it's chipped in behind. Oh, it's an unkind bounce. Pops straight up for the British Army. Good take, and Macaulay's off to the races again. Bundling through the tackle, desperate for an offload. Good pickup from Lawai. Strong clear out from the Army and then into the path of Yavala, who finds a pass and wants it on the return. Here is Yavala. Pass 1. And finds the widest player in Whiteley. And then a ball back on the inside. Almost worked for the British Army. Saints just about hang on. Now we're behind the gain line, just before half-time. And Macaulay has it again. Little hitch kick from a standing start. Breaks the line. Beautiful work. Jess Macaulay has another score. Game-breaking stuff from the Army Women's 7 squad. And it's a double for Jess Macaulay, who deserves it after a fine performance in this first half. 4 tries already in the opening 7. Pretty dominant stuff. But we must remember that once St. Sevens have all of their players in attendance, it might be a different story. At half-time, though, for now, in the opening game of the day, the British Army women's squad are up by 4 tries against the Saints. The Manor Sevens is starting in fine fashion with some fast-flowing rugby. Plenty more to come across the day. 7 minutes still to play in this game. The British Army in control. So it will be the Saints to kick us off in this second half of our opening game of the Manor Sevens. They already trail by 4 tries to a very talented and expressive British Army women's side. Saints get us underway. It's a teasing kickoff, but it bounces up for the British Army, and a thundering shot comes in from the Saints. But the British Army keep a hold, and they're still finding these offloads at 8 each time of asking, just put down by Vura, first half try scorer. Lovely flowing rugby. Jay Ash and Venesita Kilareva, the architects of that most recent line break. This is a great start for the British Army, but a chance now for the Saints with a bit of possession. Amy Cook-Davis to feed the scrum. Cook-Davis swings it away. Little loop in the midfield might open things up for the Saints. Final pass goes down, but always backwards. Penalty. Offside is the call from the base of that scrum. Bit of a coach killer there for the British Army. Wouldn't go so far as to call them undisciplined. That's direct running from Georgia James. Don't mind a little bit of that on the 7 scene. Great line speed, but Cook-Davis gets it away. And now there might be holes opening up for the Saints for the first time. Looking to lift it over the top, but it goes down. Knock on is the call. British Army survive. I'd do myself a favour than trying to describe the British Army as undisciplined after giving 1 penalty away. I think that's probably a bit harsh. Of course, if you head to the British Army Rugby Instagram page, you can find out the exact rank of all of these players as well, in the traditional fashion in which military rugby is presented, with full honours. A fine performance to start the day here at the Manor Sevens. Again, the offloads are supreme. One finally doesn't go to plan. Koto Balaavu had to offload instead of being driven into touch. But a penalty is the call following the turnover, so here come the Saints again. Another pass that goes to ground, but now it's Ines Silence looking to get on the outside. Silence with a great run, driven towards the touchline. I was about to say a fine defensive performance from the British Army, but it's another penalty, this time for a high tackle. It's another quick tap from the Saints, looking to get on the board for the first time in this women's elite competition. Nice offload. Almost opened up there for the Saints. Slow ball from the breakdown. British Army there with their hands in the ruck. Could have gone with a counter ruck, instead just tried to get hands on, so away come the Saints again. Into the 22. More slow ball for the Saints, but they do manage to get it away, and then driven in through the midfield. Hint of a high tackle there, certainly. Referee waves play on. It's just behind first receiver. And then up the jumper from Saints, who can't free the ball. Another big shot comes in. Down the blind side they go, a bit of space opens up and the Saints will have a try. Quick thinking from the Saint Sevens women's side, and they're on the board against the British Army. Patient again, as they were in the opening play of the game. And eventually they found a way through. Some instructions from Tom Lindsay, in charge of the Saint Sevens women's side today. See if they can get back into this one. Who knows? Plenty of time left in the game. Things can change so quickly in the game of sevens, as we know. There's the kickoff. Not a thunderous chase on, so they'll have a bit of time to form their attack, the British Army, as they go down the short side. Now back against the grain, another offload. Kidavera almost skipping through, lifts it off the deck. Good pressure from the Saints. But the British Army so quick over the ball. Kilburn again goes alone. Now finds an offload, and this time they ship the ball on. And it opens up through the centre. Great running from Watson. The ball is again loose, but this time it's from an offside position that the Saints regather. There's the quick tap. Oh, great timing on the pass, but it's just forward. And the Army are denied a 5th score. Well, that is so unlucky. Almost an inch perfect ball through the contact. Looking to set Louisa Tora away. Instead, it's a scrum for the Saints. But Amy Cook-Davis is feeding from her 22. They'll have to go coast to coast to get a second try on the board here, the Saints. Down the blind side they go. Plenty of space down it, but a long way from home. Nice ball on the inside from Cook-Davis, but spilled. And the Army latch onto it. Kilburn finds the pass. Ash whips it on. Tora stepping and weaving and finding the offload. And there's the handoff that could see the Army in behind. Final offload from Watson goes to ground. But regathered. Hard running from Vura. And a physical collision. Kilburn still driving on. One pass should do it, but it's just forward in the end. Watson looking to get on the end of it, but couldn't regather. So the British Army turned away at the door again by the Saints in this second half. A much better performance from them. Winning this second half at the moment, keeping out the British Army twice. Much easier said than done. We'll see plenty of Fijian flair today from a number of teams, but the British Army have it in abundance, and they've stolen the breakdown. And Tora, what a pass that is! Could be in herself. Decides to be selfless, and in the end, it's a missed opportunity. But they won't mind too much, because they did all the work in the first half. An excellent performance from the British Army's women's side. Victorious by 4 tries to 1. The Saints did get on the board, and as the afternoon continues, when the rest of their squad arrive here at the Manor Sevens, they'll have more to offer, I'm sure. Well, no time to dissect the previous fixture because the action continues. It's Fine Rugby now who will be in action against the South London Crabittohs in our second game live here on pitch 1 at the Manor Sevens. taking on the South London Crabittohs, an independent women's sevens side based in South London, of course. So they haven't come from too far today. And it's a bright start for the South London Crabittohs, driving up through the centre, beyond halfway. Describing themselves as nipping their way through London, and then nipping their way over the try line here at the first time of asking. Fine Rugby now apply the pressure, but the ball is down. Well, you'd think the first time that the Crabittohs picked and went through the centre that someone might shape up and close down the channel, but they went again and had the legs to open up the scoring here. What a start for the women in pink. South London Crabittohs in this wonderful pink and white strip, playing from right to left against the infamous green and black of Fine Rugby now. Well, Lewis Gray's side have a little bit of work to do after going behind early. My only problem with this wonderful Crabittohs kit is how unbelievably difficult it is to read the numbers from long range. So way over on that far side, the try scorer is now poised. I'll get her name to you whenever she comes a little bit further over to this near side here at the Manor Sevens. What a start for the Crabittohs. And here they go again. Just chipped down the centre, cleanly regathered by Fine Rugby now. Nice step off the right boot from Holly Ross. But the ball is behind in the offload, regathered and then put down. So it will be a big opportunity for the Crabittohs. Cheer goes up from the touchline. Great energy from the Crabittohs over on that far side. Ben Hanna getting them all pumped in this elite women's competition. They lead in the first half. They're in a group with the Akuma Savvy Panthers. That is a group of death if I've ever seen one. South London Crabittohs, because the Akuma Panthers are a serious outfit. Down the short side they go. Great defence. Great hustle from Pitt Clark to turn it back over for Fine Rugby now. So a chance for the women in green to have another strike. There's also a men's side, of course, from Fine Rugby now. They're in the social competition, but there is nothing social about the standard of rugby on show in that competition. We'll see action from it a little bit later on, but they're a really handy outfit. The Fine Rugby now's men's side. It's the women's team here with a chance to respond. Nye Pitt Clark with a feed, put under pressure by the Crabittohs. A little bit high in the contacts, but referee allowing the play to continue. Little stutter step from first receiver. And now they look to get on the outside. Good defence from the Crabittohs. Lovely offload. Little hitch kick. And away go Fine Rugby now. Stepping inside and out. Weaving a way through. What a run that is. Beautiful work from Merrin Jones. And they're up to halfway, Fine Rugby now. What a run by Jones. Well, dug out by the captain Wilkins. And then a couple of passes has got them over the gain line again. Graham takes it on. Wilkins, the skipper, plays 9 again and finds Ross, who finds another offload. And they're on the outside again, Fine Rugby now. Stepping back inside, brought down. Nice run from Pitt Clark. It's loose at the breakdown and Wilkins is put under pressure and it's been stolen by the South London Crabittohs. And now they've got a bit of transition to do. That's an unkind pass, but it's been chipped ahead. Well, Hannah Johnson didn't know what to do there. The pass was right at her toes. She was the only one out on this far side and had Merrin Jones herring down on her. What a player for Fine Rugby now to have on this short side is Merrin Jones. Pitt Clark feeds the scrum and darts down the outside, but is scragged by Johnson. But not legally so, and it'll be a penalty for Fine Rugby now. So here comes the tap from the skipper, Courtney Wilkins. Goes down to the left-hand side. Pitt Clark again into evasive action. The pass is always backwards. And they shift it left to right. 2 on 1. Jones is away into the corner. Fine Rugby now have an equaliser. And Jones races towards the post, looking for that clean conversion, but nice hands from Fine Rugby now to open up this Crabittohs defence. Now, kick has to be taken from in front of the post at this tournament due to the short dead balls here at the Manor Sevens, and Jones is going to convert her own score, or attempt to at least. Just shy of the intended target, but a nice try from Fine Rugby now. They had to work for it. South London Crabittohs really made them work their way up the field, but they were successful in their ventures. They've also got a netball team, the South London Crabittohs, a multi-sports outfit, but it's their 7 side looking to get back in front here. It's a nice take off the kickoff, a little bit lateral to start with, and that pass has gone to ground. Excellently regathered under a lot of pressure from Molly Smythe. Here goes Johnson, weaving her way up the field. Johnson gets it on the return and takes on Pitt Clark, but it's been stripped in the contact. In the end, a knock-on is given. The Crabittohs cough it up. Well, they've had great experience in the Sevens circuit. They were at the Algarve Sevens last year, the Crabittohs. Fine Rugby now, on the other hand, are a growing rugby institution, of course, devoted to growing the sport, and they've done so with their elite women's academy, and that feeds straight into these Sevens teams. Here goes Pitt Clark again, making great yards. Back against the grain comes Blom. And Blom might go all the way. In the end, touches down so nonchalantly there. Fine Rugby now go in front. Well, they made that look a little bit easy. Pitt Clark weaving her way through. And then the change of angle from Hiske Blom opened up that Crabittohs defence. Unsuccessful from the conversion, but they won't mind too much, because they are now in front. Half time in our second game here at the Manor Sevens. In the opening fixture for both these sides in the elite women's competition. It's a game they have to win, with the Akumasabi Panthers to come in this tough group. At the moment, it's Fine Rugby now, who are in front by just 1 try, with 7 minutes still to play here at the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. So, after a lightning fast start by the South London Crabittohs, Fine Rugby now have got themselves in front. 2 tries. One right on the stroke of half-time, sees them in the lead. It'll be the Crabittohs and Jay Shaw that gets Well, we apologise for some slight technical issues in our last game, but we're back and firing on full cylinders here at the start of the men's elite competition. It's the British Army in the red strip we've already seen from their women's sides. Confident victory in their opening game up against Mouflon Sevens, the Cypriot side. Great to see them here at the Manor Sevens competing on the Lit Super 7 series. So Mouflon Sevens, who may be referred to as Cyprus throughout the tournament, as that's who they're representing today. They've got a big task on their hands because this British Army men's side are going to be just as impressive as their women's team. They're the defending champions on the elite circuit. One must remember. And it's good pressure at the breakdown, and the ball comes loose, and in the end it's going to be a penalty. And it's a yellow card, in fact, for Mouflon Sevens. It's a quick tap from the Army, but they're behind the ball. It's a yellow card. Well, that's a tough start for the tournament for the Cypriot side. And in the end, it's an opening score to the British Army. What a start for them. Well, we've got some more classic technical difficulties of the Mouflon Sevens team sheet being slightly illegible. So I can't tell you who's been sent off there, unfortunately. I can tell you that, of course, the British Army are ahead. What a start for them. And a yellow card for the Cypriot side. So, kick-off to come for the British Army. What a start for them. Dan Hall with ball in hand. And he'll send it down the right-hand flank of this British Army team. It bounces unkindly there beyond Paul Oliver. And it will be a line-out for Mouflon 7. So, this Cyprus 7 side under a bit of pressure early here from the line out. Just about they keep a hold of it. But in the end, it's been given as a knock-on, unfortunately, there. So it's going to be the British Army back in possession. Yanni Baimas went up there. It couldn't keep a hold of it. So scrum to be fed by Dan Hall again for the British Army. Oh, it's loose. And swept up by Cyprus, but then penalty at scrum time, so here come the Army. It's Hall down the left, putting on the afterburners. And nice offload back on the inside for Diamond. Diamond wriggling his way through, and down he goes for the British Army second. Joe Naikavu's team are in control here against Cyprus. Vaki Antonui, who was sent off in the early stages. Big shot came in there from Angelo Lianos, but it wasn't enough to stop Jamie Diamond, who might have the best name of anyone in the Lit Super 7 series. And they're 2 up already, the British Army. Joe Korivuka this time with ball in hand will get us back underway. Cyprus so far have been unable to deal with the kickoffs, but this time it's cleanly taken. It's a nice carry. Bumping off the first man and drawing the penalty as well. Cyprus return to a full complement of 7 and looking to weave their way through. Nice work from Ben Yarrow down that left-hand side. Up past the 10-metre. Up the jumper against the Army. That's a brave decision. Yarrow at first receiver. Baimas Picks out Thompson. Thompson down the outside. Skips away. Alex Thompson scores for Cyprus, and they're on the board here at the Manor Sevens. Thought he was covered there by Viresi Koroi, but he slipped away, and Thompson has Cyprus's first. Marko Mladenovic in charge of this Cyprus team, and they are in the game here against the British Army. Yarrow off target. Playing alongside Ollie Yarrow, also in the team today at number 2 as he leaves the field. Couple of changes for Cyprus in the meantime. So Cyprus with their first kick-off of the game. They're still behind by just the one try to the British Army. And Yarrow hooks it up. Excellent take, just over the 10. Well, it's a tough call from the officials. But it's just shy of the 10-metre. Little shake of the head from a spectator to my right-hand side, who is also a referee, so they're slightly more informed than the rest of us. But we'll go with what's on field. Free kick for the British Army. Korevuka with the tap. Options left and right. Little hitch kick to get us started. Taken down by Barrias. Diamond, the try scorer, goes to the short side for Hall. And more direct this time from Radovu. And Radovu breaking through. What a run. Thought he was stopped at the first time of asking, but he just kept going. Joeli Radovu scores for the British Army, and they re-establish that 2-try advantage. What a carry from the big man out down the right-hand side. Cyprus undone. It's a blisteringly fast start to the men's elite competition. British Army looking to kick off where they left off last season as champions of the Lit Series. Now the Lit Super 7 Series. No changes from their perspective. Well, the sons of Spartacus, who are also live on pitch 1 later on, are alongside the Boom Beavers in this group. But the other two sides in Group A, the British Army and Cyprus, at the moment face off. At the moment, it's advantage to the British Army. The men in red are up by 3 tries to 1. Cyprus still with plenty of time to respond in the second half. This time it's Cyprus who kick off in the second half, and it's been tapped back excellently well. One Yarrow to another. It's Ollie Yarrow who received the tap back and then taken into contact by Georgiou. Little snipe from Yarrow, little show and go, putting in the fend, eventually brought down. Picks out Ollie Yarrow. Two very different builds, the two Yarrows, but both destructive in their own way. Chipped in behind. Well, it's just been spilt there on the regather by Korevuka, put under pressure. I think he's just about got away with one there. Nice little kick from Antoniou, who was sent off in that first half. In the end, it's going to be a 22 dropout for the British Army, I believe, who will take the pace out of the game for the moment because they are in front. Joe Korivuka, right on that 22. Oh, just a little short one, and he does regather. Great skills from Korivuka. What more do you expect from this British Army side? And then putting the hammer down is Jamie Diamond. Diamond breaks through with Yarrow in pursuit. What a tackle that is by Yarrow, who just about keeps a hold. Diamond out the back door, and over goes with a Laulaba. Laulaba does score in the end. Diamond did all the hard work. Great defence on the scramble from Ben Yarrow. But it wasn't enough to keep out the British Army, who score another. Beautiful offload to finish it off. So Laulaba on the score sheet this time for the British Army. And in this tough group, in the men's open, they're on top for now by 4 tries to 1. We will see the other side of this group in action next at 10 o'clock when the Sons of Spartacus take on the Boom Beavers. Another kickoff in the meantime for the men in red, whose women's side already got off to a flyer in the very opening game of the day here at the Manor Sevens. It's their men's team now looking to finish the job. It's an excellent kickoff. Falls into no man's land and then tapped back the British Army's way. And it's picked up by Vuller. Vuller with a powerful run up past the 10-metre. Direct from Apolosi Wara, and Wara over the 22. Great pace from Wara. Took it at first receiver and cut back against the grain. Straight through the hole goes Apolosi Wara for the try that will seal it. And Cyprus have faltered at the first hurdle here at the Manor Sevens. But it's the reigning champs who have inflicted upon them their opening defeat. What a performance by this British Army side. Cleanly converted by Joe Korivuka as well. Apolosi Wara will take the kickoff as well. So he's earned that try with his beautiful nudge right at the beginning of that play that eventually had the ball back in possession for the Army. Perfect start for Joe Nakavu and his men. Tapped back by Cyprus, but into touch, unfortunately, there. So another set piece for the British Army. What a start to the Manor Sevens we've already had. In the end, tackle in the air. Good work from the touch judge there. There's 3 referees in action on this pitch all day. Such a high standard of officiating. It's just one of the things that really brings the Manor Sevens to life and the Lit Super 7 series as a whole. Yarrow under a lot of pressure, but he rides it well. Played away by Bymas. Back down the short side they go. Weaving and winding is Stiliano. Now Yarrow keeps a hold of it under a lot of pressure. Nakasisi Kakala with a big tackle. But Cyprus move it left to right so well. And now they look to get on the outside. Thompson, score of their only try, almost away. Great aggression. Counter-ruck by the British Army, and here they come in response. Vuller, what a ball to pick out Korivuka to seal it for the British Army. Beautiful line by Joe Korivuka. And in the end, a hint of a line break from Cyprus has resulted in another try for the defending champions. It's a brand new Lit Super 7 series, but one thing remains the same. The British Army are a force to be reckoned with. Still time for some more as well. Cyprus have enjoyed the whole of this half inside their own territory, unable to apply any pressure on the British Army. They've got a big squad as well. Really well put together team. We'll see what they're up against in the rest of this group when the Boom Beavers take on the Sons of Spartacus. Live next on pitch 1. Chipped high by Apolosiwara. Tapped back by Cyprus, but put under pressure straight away by Naz Matau. Turnover the breakdown. Matau steals it. Quick tap round the corner from Yayalaya. Lovely little hitch kick. Great footwork. And over they go. Tomasi Vola scores yet another try. Just to put the cherry on top, really, of this fine performance by the British Army. Great work from Diri Yala as well in the build-up to that one. And this should be the final play of the game. Apolosiwara with the conversion from on that 5 metre for the British Army. Well, he's got behind it, but it's well wide in the end. What a performance by the British Army, who have picked up where the women's side left off. 2 victories for them in their opening games of the Manor Sevens. But what do the rest of Group A have to offer? We'll find out in a few moments' time when the Boom Beavers take on the Sons of Spartacus, live here at the Manor Sevens. Spartacus taking on the Boom Beavers in this one. The Boom Beavers in that purple pink from left to right. They've got a men's and a women's team in the competition. They're a charity side raising money for the Shooting Star Children's Hospital. Taking on the Sons of Spartacus, coached by Mike Friday, who knows a thing or two about running a sevens team. Sons and friends of former players of Blackheath Rugby Club. Plenty who have got lots of experience on the Elite Sevens circuit. Mike's own son, Harrison, also taken to the field. But it's the Boom Beavers who will take them on at the first time of asking. Well, they had 2 over there, but it was carried into contact by James Boardman instead, the captain. And now they move from right to left so cleanly here. Whipped across the face. But a strong tackle out wide there, dislodges possession. And it is going to be a line out for the Sons of Spartacus. Good defence from them in this men's open competition. A tough ask for both these sides, with Cyprus and the British Army also in their group. As we've seen already, the British Army off to a flyer in the men's elite category. In the end, knocked on in contact, so it will be a scrum. And a scrum to be fed by number 5, Joel Gultridge. Oh, indeed, it's a penalty at scrum time, so even better for the Sons of Spartacus. Taken into contact there. Well, up the jumper from Coyne. Over the 22. Now down the short side, here's Gribben. Gribben brought down, high tackle is the call. Sam Baker there penalised. And a quick tap and great yards made by the Sons of Spartacus. Lovely soft hands this time, and they might be over in the corner. Well, lovely hands there from their number 5. And I think they have scored in the corner. Opening try for the Sons of Spartacus. Long kick as well. And well, the Sons of Spartacus are off to a flyer. Much like the British Army were in this group. Well, teasing kickoff, tap back into the path of Gribben, but knocked on at the first time of asking. So it will be a scrum for the Boom Beavers. Headed up by Simon Cole. Turned over at scrum time. Here goes the Sons of Spartacus again. Gribben takes it in. Oh, just put down at first receiver, but they had a penalty coming. Here's Tierney. Direct again, and they draw the high tackle out of Baker. And Spartacus just marching back the Beavers here. On the outside is Goldridge again. Shrugs off his man. Just about brought down by Alex Morgan. Stolen at the breakdown. Morgan comes away with it. Nice footwork and the fend, but the tap tackle just about brings him down. Oh, they haven't rolled away there, the Sons of Spartacus. It's a penalty for the Beavers. Off goes Leo Zeng. Reese. Ball back on the inside, and Baldwin almost away on the turn. Flicks it through the cap flap. And they're finally away on the outside. Bit of space for James Boardman. And the skipper, in the end, linking up with Seb Reese, just about has the score to maybe equalise this game against the Sons of Spartacus. Off target from the kick, so we're level. It's a tight game already in this first half. Great break from Alex Morgan to get things started there. It will be Sam Baker to kick us off. Oh, well taken out wide as well by the Beavers. And it's flung back inside to Kieran O'Mara. They're struggling to keep it alive here. Eventually, Baldwin gets it away. Zeng, little hitch kick. And now here's Morgan on the outside. Cutting back in, he's got the free hand available. Back to his feet. Baker. Wide is the call, Reese wants a hold of it again. And here goes the big man, straight through the centre. It's Kieran O'Meara. Freshly onto the field. And putting the Bears in front. What a start. Well, he claimed that kickoff over on the far side that got this whole thing started. And Kieran O'Meara is a absolute giant. And he's shown exactly how hard he is to stop there, just busting through the centre of the Spartans. I don't think Leonidas would be too happy with that defending. And the Sons of Spartacus are back pedaling here. They're behind. It's another teasing kickoff. This time it falls loose. In the end, a slight knock on there. Rescues the sons of Spartacus. They've brought a big team with them today, as Mike Friday. Not exactly 300, but near enough for a 7-side. And they'll have a scrum here to be fed. I have a suspicion that the unnamed number 5 may well be Harrison Friday. And indeed, he feeds the scrum. And now down the short side goes Ethan Coyne. Over the gain line. Plenty in purple there looking to disrupt. Quick ball, and now here's Friday down the right wing, pinning his ears back. Stepping inside and out. Great carry from Friday. And they're well set here, the sons of Spartacus, but it's taken in instead by Coyne. Another carry from him. Quick pickup. Here's Coyne of the Riley variety. And now Gribben through the contact. Gribben bumps him off. Alex Gribben, what a carry that was. Just piling his way through Alex Morgan on the wide channel. Well, it's a very sizable Boom Beavers 7-side, but the slightly shorter Alex Gribben there has just absolutely outmuscled his man. Just wide from the conversion, and that means at the break, it's as tight as it can get between the Boom Beavers and the sons of Spartacus. Very little to split the two sides. It's going to be a fascinating second half here in our second game in the men's open competition, our 4th of the day, here at the Manor Sevens. Still so much sevens to come from this Group A encounter. Who will be the front runners against the British Army in this pool? We'll find out in 7 minutes' time. Sons of Spartacus back in the game on the stroke of half-time. Deep kickoff. Up goes Gribben with a bit of support. But it comes back the Beavers' way instead. Penalty at the breakdown. Big opportunity then for the Beavers early in this second half. They are pegged back by Alex Gribben just before the break. Faces Rugby down in Loughborough. He's played a lot of sevens already. He was in action at the London City Sevens just last week, which we brought to you live, of course. It's the Beavers in the meantime looking to break, and Baker's pass is straight into touch there. I think it may have been a slight knock-on from the sons of Spartacus, and we're going to see our second yellow card perhaps in as many games in the men's open. Off goes Ethan Coyne, who made a big impact towards the end of that first half, and scrum is called from the penalty. The smart decision for the Boom Beavers, who are up by a man with plenty of time left in this second half. This is a huge opportunity for them to retake the lead. Looking ahead, more action for the men's open next. The Apache Raiders are taking on Oxfam, the charity side. Oxfam Nextlot. Apache have got two teams in action today, one at the Hartbury Sevens and one here On the biggest stage of all, the Lit Super 7 series. Second half substitute Banzu whips it to Morgan. And Morgan opens up his gate, looks to get on the outside. Great pace from Morgan. And he'll dot down in the corner. Morgan scores. And the Boom Beavers go ahead. Alex Morgan, described as a Ron Weasley stunt double on the old commentary notes. I'll let you make up your own mind on that one. Mulleted Ron Weasley scores in the corner for the Boom Beavers. They use that man advantage very well, just getting on the outside of Chris Anus. But this is a very experienced Sevens side, even if they are a reasonably new setup. The Sons of Spartacus, and they're coached by a man who knows more about Sevens than maybe anyone in the world in Mike Friday. So what can they offer in response? Deep kickoff this time from Baker. What a take by Gribbons. And he wins the penalty as well. Great work from Harvey Furneaux as well. And on the turn, in goes Oscar Furneaux. Back to the short side come the Sons of Spartacus. Driven down at the first time of asking by Kieran O'Meara. But it's another penalty against the Beavers. So here come the Sons of Spartacus. Gribben put down consequently by O'Meara because it's almost turned over, but instead carried on by Furneaux, who draws another penalty for a high tackle, and we're going to see another yellow card here. Well, this time it's Seb Rees who sees the cheese of our match official here at the Manor Sevens. Both sides down to 6. Sons of Spartacus will be back to 7 first, but well, they've evened the game up here. They've drawn a yellow card, and here comes the tap from Archie Powell. Direct running, looking to suck in a few defenders perhaps. Over the ball goes Bansu, who's stolen it. Pinched by Nathan Bansu. And now the Beavers, from their own 5 metre, looking to break. Great line speed from Oscar Furneaux, but wonderful footwork to get them out of trouble from Leo Zheng. Bansu down the short side. Missed pass from Baker, and they're away on the outside. Here go the Beavers in behind. In comes the handoff from Simon Finch, and Finch will race away. Wow, what a turnaround for the Beavers, down to 6 players. Penalty on their own 5 metre, and they stole it at the breakdown. Great work from Banzu, and then they went coast to coast. The big miss pass from Sam Baker. What a moment for the Beavers, who go ahead in this game. And they've got some work to do here, the Sons of Spartacus, even though they are now returned to a full complement of 7. So they'll have a man up on the Beavers for a couple of moments at least. Kickoff to come from the men in purple and pink. Beautiful strip, but that kick's just undercooked. So free kick, perfect outcome for Mike Friday's Spartans. Toby Tierney with the tap. In fact, it's a little show and go and a hard line from George Rice, who draws a penalty. Tap from Powell. Ball goes loose, just about kept alive by the Sons of Spartacus, but knocked on in the tackle. Really should have been intercepted by the Beavers. They're lucky to get away with one there, and they are also returned to a full complement of 7. So we're back to an even game. But it's not even on the score sheet. The Beavers are in front. What a fixture it's been, though. So tight. Can you see either of these teams taking on the British Army? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see as Zheng feeds the scrum. It's a real mess in there. Eventually just fly hacked through. Down goes Seb Rees, freshly back onto the field to keep it alive. Good pressure at the breakdown by the Sons of Spartacus, and they have been denied a turnover. Rees with a quick tap, and that is cynical. I think we're going to see a yellow card here. This time for Callum Coyne. So, I think we've just seen another yellow card here. This time it's for Captain Coyne. 2 yellow cards for 2 coins. We'll see if Riley Coyne can stay on the field for a full complement of 7. Well, they go back down the short side, the Beavers, hunting for that overlap, and they found it, and they're through. And there's only one home for the Sons of Spartacus. Lovely ball onto the outside. Baker will score in the corner. Oh, just under pressure at the very last, but he does get it down, and he seals the game for the Boone Beavers. Competition. The Apache Raiders are taking on Oxfam. Oxfam, of course, the charity we all know. Apache, an elite 7 side on the circuit. But it's Oxfam who just about get it away in that lovely green and black. Oh, almost a hint of an interception. Instead, it's over the top. It's been knocked backwards, so the referee waves play on. Apache in the blue, playing from right to left, defending for the moment, as Oxfam look to go wide. But it's behind Seb Brindley. And it's just been spilt again. Eventually they get an offload away. There's a handoff, maybe a bit of space out wide. Great pressure from Apache, and they have forced a turnover. So Apache's side, who have started the game so brightly, have just about managed to win possession back from the set piece, and now Oxfam under a lot of pressure. Whipped wide by Apache, first attack of the game for them. Lovely footwork, back against the grain from Finn Parker. Parker takes it down on the 5, Oxfam are over the ball. Nice footwork inside and out. Here's McCarthy, who whips it wide. They spread it quickly here, looking for the space. Excellent footwork from Jack Rossiter. Well, it's Jake Rossiter even there, who goes over to score. Oh, it is Jack Rossiter. He's also down as the coach, so great intervention from the player coach. He's opened the scoring for the first time. And we're back, and Oxfam are away down this left-hand side. Parker comes back to make a big shot. Penalty goes Oxfam's way. The referee's calling over Parker, who made the tackle. I think he's going to see another yellow card here. Can you believe it? A fourth yellow card in 3 games of elite men's rugby. Oxfam with a show and go, almost breaking through. Just denied on the 22, and Apache look to make a mess of things with from the tackle. It's been spilt at first receiver, always backwards. Nice offload through the contact, and away they go. Finally a bit of space. Seb Brindley, unopposed, will touch down for Oxfam. Well, someone's got to take the Oxfam kick. Indeed, it was knocked over by Brindley, so they'll have kickoff in response. Apache down to 6 players, and they concede straight away. Well, that kickoff is too deep. So now it will be Apache in possession. Hard line to come then from Rossiter, and he breaks through. Away goes the player coach, pulls up a little short, looking for options. Here goes Harris. Rossiter again. Big miss pass. There's numbers up here for Apache, but the step off the right from Powers might be their undoing. What a score. What a score for the Apache Raiders. Some lightning quick feet there from Matt Bowers. And he's grabbed the opening score. What a try for the Apache Raiders. One switch, another switch. Rossiter break. Pull the trigger. Jack Rossiter in charge of this Apache side. Coach and player creating that score. And Tom Genvy has his first on the live stream here at the Lit Super Sevens. Oh, it bounces unkindly for Oxfam. Thankfully, it just rolls into touch, but nervous moments there. Line out for Oxfam. By Genvy.
Blue team's good. I think the blue team, I think they're number 13.
Straight into touch again. So after this game on pitch 1, the China Dragon Warriors take on the Wooden Spoon Marauders. For now to Oxfam, trying to get back into the game. Nice show and go from Kelly, has them in. There's the acceleration. Again, the communication from the Apache defence is excellent, and that's a huge tackle on this near side. They fly into the breakdown Oxfam, but there's the counter ruck. Great take, and away goes Finn Blair. For Apache, so the referee's going to wave play on. In the end, we're back for a scrum on halfway. Good defence from the Apache Raiders. They are marking themselves as competitors early in this men's elite competition. So the Hammerheads are also in this group alongside Shogun Akita, one of the two Shogun sides. I've been reliably informed that one of the Shogun side is just full of kids. Two very different Sevens teams. Shogun Osaka got off to a great start with a win over St. Sevens earlier in the men's open. The Stallions, the loose heads in their opening game. But here on pitch 1, it's Apache in charge and looking to seal it with another try. Great break, straight through the centre. Henry Toomer will benefit from the hard yards of Matt Bowers, who's had an excellent game for Apache. This is becoming a bit of a procession. Despite those yellow cards in the first half, Oxfam couldn't really make the man advantage count. And it's going to come back to bite them here. So there is a short 10-minute break at the end of this game, with the next fixture at pitch 1 set to kick off at 10 to 11, but it's not one to miss. The Wooden Spoon Marauders in this elite competition are taking on the China Dragon Warriors, the Chinese national Sevens side, who are here to take part in the Lit Sevens series. Harris will kick us off. What's another teasing kick, almost taken cleanly by Oxfam off the kickoff. It wasn't 10, so looking to catch Apache unawares, but knocked on is the call. So Apache will have a scrum. Bit of a let-off for them. So, scrum for Apache. What can they create in the closing stages of this one? Scrum time, not what any of us want on a day like this, when the sun is shining. It is truly beautiful weather here in Greater London. Cleanly taken in midfield. They've got some new bodies onto the field, Apache, a couple of substitutes, but still looking to make an impact. One of them there, Tom Mayo, taking it in. In a couple of players. And now Genvi. Looking for an offload, keeps a hold of it instead. Great work from Adam Waldron in there. Waldron whips it away. Here's Horton. Oh, the pass is behind Harris. Little show and go, and fends off his man. And creates the overlap. And now they're away. Here goes Mayo. Back on the inside. Try for Apache. Alex Harris created a big bundling run to shrug off the first offender. Then he put Mayo on his way. And he was there to collect and regather. And Apache have sealed this game with a huge result. Oxfam taken to the sword by this professional outfit. And they'll be looking to top this tough group that also includes Shogun Akita and the Hammerheads. Final score. In the end, after a second half where they gave away 2 yellow cards. They have to shape up that discipline when they take on some tougher opposition. And there certainly are some in this group with the Hammerheads and Shogun, as we've said. So, Marauders take to the field on pitch 1, and they take on the China Dragon Warriors. That's the next game, kickoff due at 10 to 11, here at the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the lit Super 7 series. us here in the men's elite competition, because it's China taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders, and what a start. Big shot off kickoff, but the Wooden Spoon Marauders come away with it. The charity side, the oldest charity sevens side in the world, against one of the oldest nation states in the world, and it's a quick tap for China. As Huang Keifeng goes down the right side, we'll bring it back there for another penalty. So a tough start for the Wooden Spoon Marauders, who weathered that kickoff very well, representing the Wooden Spoon charity, of course. And they're in a tough group. They're all tough groups against the Mavericks and Bernie's Ballers, another side from the Beavers 7 setup. The Mavericks have won their first game. This is the first outing for either of these sides.
If you see her, then just shout her down, and there's pops in there.
So let's get it started then. It's going to be a scrum to be fed by China, of course, in their beautiful red and gold kit. Taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Well, it's a quick pick from the breakout. Some fast footwork. Lovely switch on the inside. Over they go. What a start. China in front. Keifeng going round the corner from the breakdown. Found his man on the switch. And over they go. Zhu Jing's side are in front. The China coach, along with Liu Guanjun. And with the extras added, that is a bright start for China. Cyprus, of course, also represented this competition, as are Nigeria with the Stallions, the Nigerian Exile side. Plenty of international flavour in this, the finest domestic 7 series on the circuit. Kick-off from China, it's a deep one, almost over the head of any on-rushing player. Great read again from China, but this time it's a well-worn tackle. They're really up for it here. Stripped to the breakdown. Wheeling away they go to score. Well, the one problem with this beautiful Chinese kit is their gold letters are completely illegible from range. So I'll do my best to let you know who's crossed the line for China, but what I do know is it was ripped away at the breakdown and ran in convincingly there. What a start for China. They go up by 2 tries against the Wooden Spoon Marauders, and they're heading to the top of Pool D. Kickoff to come from Huang Aki. Oh, it's just been put down off the kickoff. Linesman's flag is up. There's the quick line out. And China wastes no time. They're putting their foot on the throat here. What footwork. Great acceleration. Over for another. The Dragon Warriors have come to play here in Greater London this morning. What a start. 3 tries already against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Well, they've hardly had a touch of the ball here. It's just such clinical sevens from the China Dragon Warriors. Well, I'm delighted to be joined by Sam Bork. And Sam, this Chinese side are absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, they're part of our group, Wilf, and I know they're very, very accurate and precise within the regions of their team, and they're all kind of picking the right lines, and it looks very impressive at the moment. But I have to say, Wooden Spoon not helping themselves at the moment, quite flat, quite lethargic in attack, but here we go.
Well, Sam Bork with the Mavericks, 1 win already, watching on against probably perhaps the other top side in the group, but Wooden Spoon Marauders trying to make a change in that, darting down this right-hand side. Lovely break. Away goes Ryan Scott Young, and he will score. Well, Scott Young, part of this Jamaican 7 setup, really talented player, and he's shown exactly why there. Great acceleration from a pretty big unit as well. Tough to stop down this right wing. Just too much pace for Yu Zhizhen. So China ring in the changes, although they hold a commanding lead, Sam. The game of sevens, it can change so quickly.
Yeah, definitely, and we see it all year round. I mean, like, if you can just stay in that fight, stay in the tussle, in this magic games we call Rugby Sevens, then you're always up for a chance. But these Chinese are making it very hard for the wooden spoon boys.
That's a good penalty for China and a lucky one as well. It was a nice kick-off from Connor Evans. They're making real inroads at the breakdown, the Marauders. And their women's side are also, of course, in the elite competition. But a kick for touch is the option. Nice to see, Sam. Don't always get that sort of organisation from a Sevens team, but they've got something in the locker.
Yeah, it's a really good kick as well, actually. It's a really, really good kick. And the Chinese have just found some good ground here and allow them a fantastic platform to get back on top in this game after that wooden spoon try.
Well, Qifeng wants it round the corner. Qifeng whips it inside. Well, away they go here, China, looking to make space down the right. The ball is loose, but nice soft hands. And look at the pace on that outside channel. Fast feet as well. China driving beyond the gain line. They whip it across the face. Here's Ji Zhen. Bumps off his man. Rides the tackle. Goes just a few inches short. Little step off the left. And then direct through the centre. Still 5 metres shy of that try line. But they've won themselves a penalty there. Quick tap. Inches out. And it's the most nonchalant to finish in the end. China have another score. And their pace of play is just relentless, Sam.
Yeah, that's red velvet hands through the middle of the pitch there. And that's just real exciting play from China here. And just the way they've worked the ball coast to coast. It's so hard to defend in Sevens, Wilf. And just making you work endlessly and endlessly in defence, having to track every runner. And really nice variation in the middle of the play as well, just going direct and then choosing that, kind of earning that right to go wide, if you agree with me, Will.
Absolutely, Sam, and it's another teasing kickoff, but the Marauders have it, and against this clinical Chinese side, they've got to take every opportunity. Flick back on the inside, put down, quick pick up, away goes China again. It's Xu Jingzhen driving over. Xu Jingzhen has another score. And Sam, what are your thoughts about taking on this China side later on this afternoon?
Yeah, you know, I've just been talking with the boys on the sideline, and hopefully they're a bit out of gas by the end of the day because we've got them last in the group here on pitch 1. But, I mean, they look extremely impressive, and a good trip across the water and showing that what they're all about here today. And yeah, excited to play against them, excited to come up against some good opposition, thriving opposition.
Well, they've come from the Far East to the northeast of London to cause some real problems for one of the oldest and most well-established Elite Sevens side in the country. The Wooden Spoon Marauders have their backs to the wall after a first half that's been dominated by the China Dragon Warriors. Great end to that first half with Xu Jingzhen crashing over. Great reactions from them. They are so relentless, so quick, so powerful. Can anyone stop them in this group? We'll have to wait and see. 7 more minutes to come in this game between the Wooden Spoon Marauders and the China Dragon Warriors. off. The Wooden Spoon Marauders have hit it down range, but it's been cleanly taken by China, who are holding a commanding lead at the moment. Sam Bork alongside me again for this one. You've got these two sides in your group. Are you pleased with how the Marauders are struggling, or scared of this Chinese side? Which way are you leaning at the moment, Sam?
I mean, we're obviously playing the Marauders fairly soon. I know a few of the Marauders boys. Obviously, Josh Pilkington at 9. He's a very exciting player. Had a great tournament for Mobros at London City Sevens, and a few of the boys just going out to play. But this Chinese side look really, really, really class.
Chance for the Marauders. They've got to make it count. All the way wide they go. Taken on by Gibbons. Gibbons puts it back on the inside, but it's going to roll into touch. Oh, what a shot! Oh dear, that is serious physicality from Li Zhu Bin, but I would be surprised if he doesn't head to the bin himself, because he has absolutely leathered his opposite number there. Well, they're very keen to let the Marauders bench know there's been an injury, but my word, that was some coming together. Li Zhu Bin flying up, and well, he's connected with something, but I'm not sure it was the lower half, should we say, Sam?
Yeah, no, a bit of a... I mean, obviously, defending with intent is a massive thing in Sevens, and defending with aggression as well. But that might have been a bit overzealous there, I have to say. And we hope the Marauders man is back on his feet soon and alive and well.
Well, he's doing all right at the moment. He's got a full complement of medical staff around him. But both men are down as well. There's 2 men down for either side, so we will have a prolonged break in play here with the China Dragon Warriors in a commanding lead. And, well, what a shot that was. Thankfully, the China Dragon Warrior, Li Zhu Bin, is back to his feet with head tape on. And he's come over to apologise to his Wooden Spoon Marauder comrade before leaving the field. So, in other good news, the Wooden Spoon Marauder is sat up. So the extent of the injury is manageable by the staff here. I'm sure Li Zhu Bin will enjoy watching that one back, because it was a thunderous hit. Sam, on the Manor Sevens itself, it's the start of something very big, the Lit Super 7 series. Perfect weather for it. But what a tournament it's going to be as the weeks roll on.
Yeah, it's a tough life being a journeyman Sevens player, especially when the weather's like this, well. But I suppose, I mean, I was in Kinsale last week with Kama Sutra and the weather was glorious. But here today is absolutely fantastic, and we love to see it. And we also love to see 3 separate tournaments going on at the same time: a ladies, an elite men's, or an open men's, and a social, all bunched in together. And we'll be bringing it live here on pitch 1 with all of the tournaments being live streamed all out to you across the world. And we're glad to say the Marauder is back on his feet, and that is good news here on pitch 1.
So the game will get back underway. I would be shocked if it was anything other than a penalty for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Indeed, it was also a yellow card. So China are down to 6. They still hold this commanding advantage. Wooden Spoon Marauders with a one-player advantage, and Josh Pilkington to feed the scrum. Things are back on track here at Eton Manor Rugby Club. And Pilkington plays it away. Here goes Lewis. Wide pass from McIntosh. It's gone behind. Josh Law has to recollect. Steps inside and out. And is brought down emphatically there, but illegally. And there's the quick tap. Back inside for Ross Lewis. Lewis stopped on the gain line. McIntosh searching for a hole, but he can't find one. Another penalty against China. That's 3 in quick succession here, following the high tackle that led to the delay. So Chris McIntosh again. Oh, it's just been spilt. And that is unfortunate. And I think that the Marauders are going to cough up possession here. And Sam, if you win 3 penalties on the bounce like that, in the game of sevens, especially against 6 players, you've got to use it.
Yeah, especially in this elite tournament. Capitalising on those penalties is a massive part of it. Taking your chances. They call it in the NFL, it's like a red zone success, Wilf. And it's so crucial in sevens, especially with only 14 minutes on the board and only 7 players. A lot of space on the field. And if you can't capitalise, you're going to lose.
Trying to come away with it again. And they take the direct route. Wrapped up by a couple of Marauders. Releases the call from the referee and his words are not heeded. So a quick tap instead. Flung away by Li Jian. And now China look to take on the Marauders out wide and beat them. And that's the physicality that separates the sides. McIntosh in pursuit, but he won't catch him. Sam Bowen does well to cut him off. But China are under the post for another score and a full complement of 7 incoming. And that is clinical rugby from the China Dragon Warriors. Well, Sam, is this the first year of the Lit Super Sevens going to be the year of the Dragon?
Well, possibly, Wilf. And I'm not sure when Chinese New Year is, but I'm not sure if it is the year of the Dragon, but it possibly could be here at Lit Sevens. And these boys, they are properly showing up and showing out, showing us why they had that long overhaul flight over the water, coming up against one of the big names, as you said, Wilf, in British sevens circuit rugby. And the Chinese Dragons will kick off again after another successful outing in the Marauders half.
Good take from Ross Lewis, a Jamaican international at 15s level. And it's another Jamaican over the ball, but the penalty means instead it's going to be taken on quickly by Lucas Brathwaite. Almost a line break for the Marauders. China so quickly over the ball. Great clear out. Exactly when it was needed. Pilkington opens it up. Lewis, McIntosh. As wide as they can be through Tweedy. And Tweedy brought down, back to his feet. And that's going to be a penalty. Tackle was made, and that is unfortunate. The Wooden Spoon Marauders, again, miss another opportunity. And I think scrum is called by the Chinese as they look to wind down the clock here.
Yeah, you know, this is also another big thing on it being such a hot day here, Wilf. Game management. You see a lot of it, it's coming into fruition in this kind of elite open style tournament. Game management, as we saw from the Chinamen earlier, the kick into touch, just to get some, if you've got a good kicker on the field, get some yardage, and also slowing the game down when you're up in the sun. It's very smart play from the Chinese here.
Scrum to be fed by Yang Yuhang, who whips it away. Still playing with 6, but still looking to keep hold of possession. Penalty Wooden Spoon Marauders, big turnover. And the quick tap from the try scorer, Scott Young, who bumps his way through and flicks it off the death. And here goes Lewis, over the top for McIntosh. Penalty was coming for not releasing. Quick tap from Lewis. Surely they go over here. Wooden Spoon Marauders score. What a carry by Ryan Scott Young in the build-up there. Lewis with the quick tap, and they bundled over from close range. Pilkington will add the extras from right under the sticks. But it might not be enough to get them back into this contest, because China are well in front. Well, we've already seen some top sides out there today so far. The British Army, the defending men's elite champions, are outstanding. We've seen some top sevens from the likes of Apache. But this is the China Dragon Warriors throwing their hat into the ring well and truly, because they are an outstanding outfit. Next game is a bit of men's social action here on pitch 1. The old Downbadians take on LU Sevens. But for now, it's Wooden Spoon Marauders who, if they score another in quick succession, things might just get interesting. Deep kickoff for China. That's a long miss pass back inside. And suddenly they've got a few numbers up on the outside. Beautiful pace on the pass. Great footwork. Stripped in the tackle. Scott Young has it back, but there was a knee down first, unfortunately. So a penalty won by Li Jian. And a scrum is called. And they're slowing this game down at every opportunity, China. And it's going to see them through to their first win of this competition. And they've got the Mavericks up next, and they've got the sort of Beavers second side also in the elite competition in their group as well. Excited to see a bit of LU Sevens in action. They're quite a confident bunch of young Sevens players against old Downbadians. They've got a great story. Looking forward to taking you through, but for now, he's gone down the inside, and it's going to be a simple score for Huang Achi. Huang Aoqi is over for another, and that was one of the simplest tries in Sevens. Just legging it down that right-hand side and putting a seal on things. China have arrived here at the Manor Sevens. They are looking to make their impact on the first year of the Lit Super 7 series. It's the British Army who hold the title, but the China Dragon Warriors could be coming for it. What a performance against a very handy and a very experienced Wooden Spoon Marauders side. Sam, a pretty complete Sevens performance.
Yeah, definitely. The Chinese definitely showed us what they're all about today. Fantastic work down both sides, choosing both options to crash it and then go and then use their hands on the outside. Fantastic work against what is a really, really well-bred Wooden Spoon Marauders side with a few star names mixed in their midst. We'll catch you for the next game here live on Pitch 1 in a few moments' time.
More action then from the Manor Sevens here at the beautiful Eton Manor Rugby Club in northeast London. It's the old Downbadians playing in the black tops up against the LU Sevens in the navy and pink. And it's old Downbadians who have nicked it from the kickoff. Got their team manager scribbling away at their team sheet as we speak. And it's just come over. And it's a good start for them as well as they drive into the corner. What a start it is for old Downbadians. And I'm joined by Frank Saki as well for this one. Frank, this old Downbadians side, they've got such a great story, along with being a bunch of really talented rugby players.
So, old Downbadians, it used to be a group chat. It started off as a group chat of a bunch of players who found each other by being the only black person on their rugby team. We had a Twitter, I think it was a Twitter page, where we just kind of talked, shared experiences, and engaged in all things rugby, but were able to kind of put a bit of our culture into it, a bit of black culture into it, and just make things a bit more our own. And then we kind of realised over time that we could expand that out to anyone who wanted to be a part of it. We met other people and we kind of said, look, do you guys want to share this with us? We got a team together. The team's played in tournaments for the past couple of years. We're working on creating a charity, and we've got a women's trans and non-binary side. There's a lot going on for us, but yeah, we're just here to try and make a difference and give people the inspiration as we kind of progress through the rugby world.
Absolutely, Frank. Great to hear from you. And well, it's a bright start for old Downbadians, who are already up on the score sheet. I think it was an opening score from Faisal Olabue. But it will be a scrum for LU7s. Just a touch of a knock-on from the kickoff of Sope Soko, the Zimbabwean, sevens and 15s international. So despite the social tournament, do not be fooled by the quality of some of these sides. And LU7s are one of those. And Luke Hayward, the top stepper, opens up the field. And now a bit of muscle through the centres, skipping through the contact. Just running out of space there. Great defence from old Downbadians, getting high in the line. No one home if LU7s want to put the ball over the top. But instead on the turn, it's Carl Bassett, formerly of the Lambs, his first tournament for LU7s. Slow play for Bassett. Old Downbadians have LU contained for now. There's a good read, and a shot comes in from Sutherland, but they manage to free the hands, and now they could be in behind here. Away go LU down the right. Hayward puts in the handoff. Straight over, the ball goes Chanda. Down the short side they go, but great defence from Soko. Well, Chawa Chanda there making the turnover number 4 was head boy when I was at school, Frank. So great to see him taken to the field. I know he plays very high standard rugby. Top player back at St Joe's College back in the school days. But Frank, as we're going through this team sheet, lots of international representation, lots of guys playing really high level of club rugby. It's not much of a social team anymore. Seems like you're really taking a step up.
The main aim of it is to bring people together in a kind of community sense. So there are guys who play club rugby every week. We did a tournament last week in Mallorca at beach rugby. And there are guys at that tournament that haven't played rugby in 10 years. So we're trying to just make sure that everyone can be involved in rugby, and there are a lot of people who play a good level but just want to enjoy their sports.
Oh, it's just popped up unkindly there in the midfield, and John Botker's gone over. And it's a good response from LU7s. Soko's pass just came out the wrong side of his hand there. And latched upon by John Botker, the South African, who levels things up for LU. It's old Downbadians from that set piece. Just a simple error. These things happen in the game of sevens, and one mistake's often enough to open things up. But it will be a kickoff to come from LU 1 minute before half-time. Chipped towards the 10 by the captain, George Harris, formerly of London Irish, Cardiff Metro University. It's just been spilled behind the gain line there by Olabue, and it's gone all the way. And it's going to be a scrum on the 5 for LU7s right before half-time. The game could be turning around here a little bit on old Downbadians. But Frank, this long old tournament for social sides, the Lit Super Sevens, it's going to be tough to compete at all these different events all over the country, but well, a great thing to be a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. We've done it a few years in a row. We had our sister side Black Girls Rock earlier, and this is the only team we've lost to, so this is the game that really matters for us.
And right before the break, it's a very simple score for George Harris, the skipper, whose father Dan is the coach of the side as well. I was wondering how he got hold of the armband, but no, he played last season as well in the Lit Sevens season, and well, he's got LU7s further out and in front as well, right before the break. Harris adds the extras.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a
and we
great
will have
day.
one last play before half-time.
For your teams, we've got a medical tent in the middle
Carl
of
Bassett
all
will
of the
kick us
pitches,
off.
as well as a physio tent. So D3 is there taking care
Oh,
of you guys.
Downbadians.
Taping is free. Just bring over your
We'll
own
look
tape,
to
and they can do
maybe
some
get
other
one more on the
things
board
as
before the
well,
break. It's another
for some
teasing
reasonable
kick.
prices.
Tough
The
work
other
for
thing I'm happy to
Socko, who
report
just
is the
bounces
ice
up
baths
into the
are
path
ready
of
to go.
LU7s
So if
again.
anyone
Here's
would
James
like
Keir.
to have a go, they're absolutely
Bassett with a
free.
change
They'll
of
be
pace and a
available
change of
all day.
direction as
The one
well.
on the
Chips
left
it in
is a
behind.
little bit,
Bassett could be away. Back comes Olabue, who takes it well, but a penalty advantage was coming.
But yeah, for anybody that needs anything
So
from
one
the
last
medical
chance
side,
before the
please
break
make
for
sure
LU7s
head
to
over
further
there.
extend their
If you
lead.
don't have
Harris
no
with the
physio,
tap.
we've got you covered.
Here's James Keir, who goes direct, but is met comfortably on the gain line. How on earth did he get that one away? Little out the back door offload to keep the attack going. Keir, penalty LU7s. Quick tap off the mark from Keir, but he's getting through his yards, is the number 12. Instead, here's George Harris. Got Keir to his left. The big bustling Jack Rawcliffe, the vice-captain, as well outside him. I fancy Keir to go, him to go himself here, of course, and Harris does go himself. Steps inside and out. Gets away from old Downbadians. And right before the break, they've got another score. There's not much between the two sides, Frank. It's just LU Sevens having a little bit more time with the ball in hand.
Yeah, the one thing that we identified last year is the different styles of rugby that you can see on show here today. We've got the one-up rugby, offload out the tackle that old Downbadians like to play, and LU Sevens are very much traditional schoolboy, play the ball back, keep possession, and then make a break. So it's a lot to contend with our style of rugby, but it's a challenge that I'm hoping the boys are able to stand up to.
Well, old Downbadians may already be through to the latter stages of the social competition if LU Sevens can beat the Onga Knights later. But they'd rather not hang on for results elsewhere. We'll see if they can turn it round here against LU Sevens in the second half of our first game in the social category of the men's competition here at the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the Lit Super Sevens. Well, second half to come here. Old Downbadians with a wonderful take off the kickoff, but then put under a little bit of pressure by LU, who towards the latter stages of that first half really stretched out an advantage, and they've won it back. And the early try scorer, Botka, has picked out Keir. More destructive running from him. Botka with a man outside, fades in himself. Job Botka gets his second. And it's a bright start to the second half for LU Sevens. But Frank Zaki from old Downbadians is still alongside me. Well, we spoke a little bit about their style of play in the first half. They're sort of schoolboy-esque. And, well, they're just a little bit quick around the park at the moment, as you expect from a really young side.
Yeah, we've got some big boys, some very big boys. We've got boys that play prop for their clubs at home, second rows for their clubs at home. But they're good for their position. But yeah, against a lot younger boys, they're going to come up a little cropper. We've got to make sure that our skills are what carries us through, really. And we do that by retaining possession. So hopefully we're able to retain a bit more possession. Players like Shower, who's on the ball now, really strong assets.
Knocked on, the first one coming from LU Sevens, so it will be a set piece for old Downbadians. Can I ask who thought of the name, Frank? Because it's the funniest one here at the Manor Sevens by some way.
It's kind of satirical. It was the name of the group chat that brought us all together. We were kind of like taking the mick out of the people that you'd see in a rugby club with the stripy club blazers. They've got the jeans, they've got the brown shoes, and they'd always have little comments like, "Oh, this guy looks fast" and stuff like that. So we kind of wanted to have a little play on that. Old boys rugby names like old Laurentians, old Albanians. Well, we thought old Downbadians because these boys are down bad. And yeah, the name stuck, and we've been that ever since.
I'll let any of our more senior viewers Google exactly what that means. For now, though, old Downbadians on the ball and looking to make an impact in this second half. It's just been knocked backwards at the first time of asking by Olabue. Oh, good read, and a big shot comes in. Nice tackling from Tom Rendell, another vice-captain. Lifted over the top, what a ball that is. And now Finn Sutherland looks to get away. Flicks it off the deck, great offload from Sutherland. Racing down the left goes Pierre Yeboah. All the way back for Sutherland, who shrugs off his man. What a carry that is. Now the hands will come. It's Musa who gets the ball away. Little show and go from Spence. Spence over the 22. Stolen at the breakdown, but knocked on. Nice flowing rugby from old Downbadians, Frank.
Yeah, like this phase of play just shows exactly what we can do for a bunch of boys that it's usually, because it's such a big community, it's never the same team twice, so we always spend the first couple of games coming together, gelling together, and seeing what each other are made of. Players like Nick Spence, who's in number 9, I used to play university rugby with him. He spent however many years since 2014 not playing at all, so for him to be back here is amazing to see. There are lots of other players that don't play regularly, so this is them warming up. Who knows what they can do.
It's the man at hooker for old Downbadians. He was wearing number 99 from here.
Yes, Abdul Musa. Yeah.
Abdul Musa, what a man. And it's a nice carry there from Alabuye, who's already away from 2, eventually brought down commandingly there by Rendell. Penalty, offside is the call. Furio Dawkins caught offside, the Jamaican under 20. Nice little step there towards the line from Yeboah, who's over. In the end, I think it's given as a score for Pierre Yeboah, as there's a player down, unfortunately, for old Downbadians, but they are on the board in the second half. Yeboah crosses over, and it's a nicely worked try. They're very patient with it there, Frank, and deserve that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that we said at the start of the game was that we needed to start ball retention was going to be the biggest thing that wins us the game. So if we can string a few phases together and we can move the defence, then we can create some holes. And we just showed that we can do that, and what a good job we can do about it. So if we can do some more of that, who knows, the comeback might be on.
So unfortunately, Faisal Olabuye will leave the field, but plenty of players on the bench for this old Downbadian side, who may be staring down the barrel of their first defeat of the competition. Deep kickoff from Yeboah, which clears anyone in purple and pink. It's just going to roll dead, unfortunately, there. So it'll be a free kick on halfway for LU Sevens. Well, they're expanding all the time, this LU Sevens setup. They're a really impressive young team. And well, they've got plenty more to offer as the tournament goes on. But as we said already, you just need LU to do you a favour against the Onga Knights, and you will be through to the knockout phases, Frank, which will be good to see. It's a pretty nonchalant kickoff from Harris. And Ollie Brown takes it on into contact on the 10. What a tackle that is in response. LU Sevens backpedaling. Penalty, unfortunately, there. Just a little bit too enthusiastic from Teray Grant. And here's Brown. Little hitch kick from Dawkins, who gets the fend. He goes on the inside. Wonderful covering tackle from Yeboah. Now they've got a man over. It's Theo Lowe. Lowe takes on 3 defenders and is denied. LU Sevens inches out. Dawkins goes direct. Again crashes short. Finally this time they must be over. Rawcliffe spilt. What defence. Rawcliffe denied, the former Ealing trail finder from close range. Unbelievable scramble defence from the old Downbadians. Frank, you've got to be pleased with defending like that.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's one thing that we're good at, it's when the team splits up into some individual efforts, and individually those boys have really, really worked hard just to get that ball back and just to make sure that they slowed down the pace of it, and that's exactly what we want to do.
And now a scrum. Deep in the red zone for old Downbadians. How we wouldn't love to see them go coast to coast here. Here comes the scrum. The captain, George Harris, for LU Sevens, looking to disrupt here. And he does put the pressure on, but it's a nice offload. Another one through contact. Good read in defence from LU Sevens, who are swarming the old Downbadians here. But that's a nice little run to get them almost up to the 22. Oh, it's just gone loose there, and Ollie Brown has fallen onto it, and he finds a pass, and now Hayward's round the corner, and he's going to dart into the corner himself. Turns to give a little bit back to the old Downbadians as well, Luke Hayward. Well, had a great series last year in the Lit Sevens, and now they've taken the step up to the Sevens Super Series. But they're on track to top this group, LU Sevens, with just the Onga Knights to come, who are a force on the social circuit. But for old Downbadians, first defeat of the day should be enough to see them through to the latter stage of the competition. Final whistle then, a win for LU Sevens. Close second half as Dawkins turns to give a bit to the camera as well. Good to know that they know it's here. We like to see that, Frank, in this tournament. Social, elite, women's, doesn't matter. We want the players to have a little bit about them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with our team at ODB, it's all about a bit of flair. So a bit of going one-on-one and taking it yourself, a little bit of wearing our kits, wearing our hats, wearing our everything, just so that people know we're here. And I have to say, we might not have won this game, but the boys showed flair, the boys showed class, the boys showed style, and so I'll call that a win. On to the next round.
Frank, it's been great to speak to you. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll be back very shortly for another game live here from the Eton Manor Sevens, the first stop on the Lit Super 7 Series.
Thank you. Do you want anything else from the bar, Lucasade or anything like that? Orange Lucasade? You're all right, so what on Orange Lucasade? Yeah.
So more action from the social side of the Manor Sevens here, but there's nothing social about the quality. It's the Gladiator Sevens in their blue and yellow strip, Bath University-esque colours, taking on the Kilburn Cosmos. And it's an excellent break early here from Gladiators as well. We've just lost a an early try will be scored by the Gladiators, but we've lost the Super Sevens gazebo in the meantime. The wind has really picked up here. So the Gladiators will have their first score as the gazebo has just missed our commentary tower by an inch. In the meantime, opening score for Sweetum goes over. One of the Luxembourg contingents in this Gladiator 7 side. And that's what happens when you don't staple down your gazebos here in the United Kingdom. Don't be fooled by the sun coming out. Early try for the Gladiators. We'll have a short delay while we clear the field of play.
You got that, gents, yeah?
But that is indeed a first on Next Gen. We've had a couple of gazebos. We lost our own gazebo at the Rosslyn Park Sevens 2 years ago and had to move into the Brunel University tent for 5 days. Thankfully, I'm just sat on my lonesome here with the tower high above me to my left, so it's going to be fine, guys, don't worry. I know that's what you're all stressed about. Kickoff then for Gladiators from Sean Hope, one of the presidents. He was with us live at the Roslyn Park just a few weeks ago.
Hold on, we got an extra person.
He's a very talented chef, also plays Great British Hockey under 18.
Can you grab that corner? Let's get it right.
Just come back from Japan with his co-chairman, who we all know and love, Charlie Keane, who's out there now for Gladiators. As they look to step on the outside, Sean Hope, great acceleration, finds a pass onto the outside channel, and it's another try for Gladiators. A great start for them against Kilburn Cosmos. Rick Gibbs' side under a bit of pressure. It's the second try already. And there are the extras added as well. And what a start then for the Gladiators. So, bit of an next gen first. I've got Charlie speaking to me from the sideline. Charlie, no, so close. He's going to be hung up on this left-hand side. Not sure why they put Charlie on the wing, but we'll wait and see what kind of impact it has. Sean Hope with a kickoff. And up goes Charlie Keane. He's tapped it back their way. Excellent take. And Roberts weaving his way through. Roberts working inside and out and turning on the afterburners. It's another score for the Gladiators. Joe Roberts, formerly of Saracens and Mill Hill, has scored a third try for the Gladiators. Great work from Keane to tap it back. The co-president. And it's a great start for the Gladiators here. I was having a conversation with Charlie before the tournament. This was a game they really targeted as one they could win. These social groups are many times of mixed ability. But quality is on show here. The Gladiators are on their way to a first victory here. They've also got the Nomads in this group. They're a very strong side. But the Kilburn Cosmos already defeated by them, and it's been knocked on in the tackle. And they're off again, the Gladiators. Another physical intervention. Keane with a big clear out. 2-on-1. Roberts is away. One man to beat. Just shrugs him off. Joe Roberts with a quick fire double. Gladiators go 4 tries ahead. Well, they're on their way, certainly, to the latter stages of the competition, because this will be Kilburn Cosmos' second defeat. So they'll be through to the social plate, whereas Gladiators, with this win, will all but confirm their place in the social cup, with a shootout with the Mavericks to see who tops the group. And here he comes, Charlie Keane. Charlie, what a performance so far. What a great start for the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's been great so far. We've just got to keep it going throughout the tournament, I suppose. It's a kind of a tournament of duration, not just being able to do one match like this and then fall off for the rest of the day. So I guess it's incredibly important that we just keep this going for the rest of the day.
Well, keep it up then, Charlie. Back onto the wing. Oh, and he's actually leaving the field. Good. Charlie's back with us now, having left the field. Charlie, this is a really excellent showing. And in your first tournament, the Gladiators have managed to pull in some really talented rugby players. And you're through to the latter stages with this victory, because this is the second defeat for the Kilburn Cosmos. That's a great achievement so early in the existence of Gladiators.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the game's not done, so let's not enjoy our victory too soon. I think, yeah, it's been really good so far. Our first season was a real kind of learning curve, just kind of understanding the Sevens circuit and everything it's about. Yeah, and this year it's been a lot of networking and getting to know everyone on the circuit and getting some boys involved that are going to do the job right for us. So yeah, I suppose that's it really. Just finding good lads and knowing the circuit well.
And that's how it's going so far, because they're in front. Charlie Keane there, the president. He's had a great first half himself. And his Gladiator 7 side, 4 tries up already. Penalty for the Kilburn Cosmos in the meantime. And from Brent, the Kilburn Cosmos, and lovely step from Lottrell. And then a beautiful pass. Look at the weight on that ball. Adam Elliott into the corner. And Elliott will keep a hold and take it under the sticks. They're the only rugby club in Brent. The Kilburn Cosmos is a cocktail at their rugby club. Apparently highly toxic, only £2.50. So I hope it's not too long until there's a Lit Super Series 7 stop at Kilburn Rugby Club. Great name for a Sevens team as well. And they're on the board, just as Charlie Keane said. Gladiators can't count their chickens in this game. In the first half, they're on the board through Adam Elliott, but what a ball from Stuart Lottrell. So they will have a kick-off. It will be nudged by number 10, George Vita. Hung high into the beautiful sunlight here, and from a standing start, the acceleration is lethal. And the Gladiators are through again. And any hope in this first half for a Cosmos fight back has been culled in emphatic fashion. Stuart Lodgia, another man from Luxembourg, one of their 15th players, has scored. Maybe Stuart Lodgier, if we want to get really fancy with it, the Luxembourg international. I met the president of Luxembourg's RFU actually at the Touch Rugby World Cup last summer. We talked about how the game is expanding in the nation. It was Touch Rugby then, but there's two 15s players here, and they've both had a big impact, Sweetum and Lodgier, in this first half. What a half it is for Gladiator Sevens in their very first game on the live stream since their inception just a few weeks ago. They are in front and on top against the Kilburn Cosmos with a win, enough to see them through to the latter stages. With this, the Kilburn Cosmos' second defeat of the competition. 7 minutes for the Gladiators to secure their spot in the next stage of the social competition. Deep kickoff collected by the Kilburn Cosmos, who trail the Gladiators, but they're bundling through contact here and looking to make inroads early in this second half. It falls in the end to Lottrell, who finds a pass. Ward. And here's Lottrell again. Hint of a 2-on-1, but he goes back against the grain. Takes two to bring him down. Almost an interception. In fact, it has been stolen by the Gladiators. Bit of a mess, but the referee waves play on. And here's Charlie Keane on the outside. Away goes Keane, stretching his legs for the first time. Keane will race away into the corner. And in fact, he'll have the whereabouts to dot down under the sticks. Charlie Keane on the other side of the microphone. That's where he has been in recent weeks here with Next Gen 15. Dots down and scores for the Gladiators. And it's a long road back for Kilburn Cosmos now. Great pace from the big man. Hugo Mitchell in charge of this Gladiator setup. A good grab for the Gladiators. A strong quality coach, what you need really. And Kilburn under pressure with a kickoff still to come. Oh, it's a deep kickoff into a bit of green grass, but returned with interest by Kilburn. Nice carry from Marin. Slow ball for Kilburn Cosmos. Just teasing the Gladiators' defence, but the offload finds Ward. Moving a bit laterally for now. Missed pass over the top, trying to find a bit of space. Nice acceleration and good footwork. And now they might be in behind here. The Cosmos up over the 10-metre. Still playing inside their own half as Keane goes fishing at the breakdown and wins the penalty. And Keane taps quickly and off they go. Off they go, Charlie Keane. Great delay on the pass. And now there's options inside and out. Fired back inside by Aidan Cleland into the path of Bruno May. The Chilean under-18 international. Scores under the sticks. Gladiators are putting up a cricket score here at the Manor Sevens. Another kickoff to come from Gladiator. That's another teasing one as well. Up they go, knocked on this time into touch. So it will be a scrum for Kilburn Cosmos.
Thank you.
Here comes the scrum then for the Kilburn Cosmos. And it's clean ball for them. And it's a nice footwork from Lottrell. That passes to Deck, so they'll have to regather. Tenney lifted over the top. And now Lottrell making inroads up over the halfway, looking for an offload and finding it. Good defence from the Gladiators, but another strong carry from Tenney. Penalty goes Kilburn Cosmos' way. They'd love to get one more on the board, I'm sure. In front of the cameras here on live stream, pitch number 1. Here's Taylor. Lovely ball over the top. And now Carver back inside to Taylor. He straightens up and bumps off his man and takes it down well. Over comes the towering Luke Carver, who goes himself. Over the ball go the Gladiators, fishing for a penalty, and they have it. Great moment for them. And they've kept out the Kilburn Cosmos. Wouldn't have made much of an impact on the game, but a fine result regardless. Well, up next here on pitch 1, it's Shogun Osaka take on the Looseheads charity side in the Men's Open. Before more Men's Open action, the Apache Raiders already victorious on pitch 1, take on Hammerheads. And then there's one more game before the lunch break. On Eton Mess, the locals take on Onga Sevens in the men's social category. Bit more social action then. The last few moments here, as the Gladiators have racked up a huge win in their first game and all but secured themselves a place in the last round. Here's Taylor, hat-trick hunting Taylor and slipping off his man. And he will dot down for his third. It's Joe Roberts, the Saracens Academy in Mill Hill first teamer who goes over. Roberts has his hat-trick. Gladiator have absolutely dominated here. There's still time for another. A deep kickoff beyond anyone in navy and green, and that's going to be a free kick on halfway. Chipped over the top, quite ambitious, but it might work out for them here. In the end, it's regathered. Away goes George Stevenson. Stevenson's gone a long way, and then brings an end to the fixture. A huge win for the Gladiators, who have now got a straight shootout in their next game to top their social pool, which I believe will also be live streamed. But what a result for Gladiators here. They've knocked Kilburn Cosmos out of the cup. It's plate social action for them later on this afternoon. Up next, we return to the Men's Open, and Shogun take to the field for the first time.
Can the Loose Heads men's team please submit their broadcasting registration form? We do not have your form. Please submit your registration form.
It's fine, I'll work with it if they don't have it, but they're the only ones that does.
You know what?
I don't know if their numbers are right on there. I'll have a look. Well, Shogun Osaka are taking on the Loose Heads charity here in the Men's Open. It's the Loose Heads in possession. The only side so far not to submit a team sheet, but they've got some real quality players out there in this charity side. And they're taking on Shogun, who are backpedaling for now. Penalty goes Loose Heads' way. It's a top Shogun side. They've got two teams in this men's elite competition. They've gone behind early here. So Loose Heads go a score up early here. And it's a bright start to the competition for them here on pitch one. Well, the wind here wreaking absolute havoc, it must be said. We've already lost a gazebo or two. Team sheets flying everywhere, but the Loose Heads have got a men's and a women's team in this competition. Are kicking off again here against Shogun Osaka. It's an absolutely star-studded Shogun squad. But they're again losing out there from kickoff. And Loose Heads with a little goose step, trying to get on the outside. They win a penalty as well. And Shogun Osaka, despite their long list of very talented and established sevens players, are on the back foot. And a scrum has been called for Loose Heads. So here come the Looseheads again, already looking to add a second try early doors in this huge game in the men's open competition. They were victorious in their first fixture as well, the Looseheads. Looking for a second win, lifted over the top. And little step inside and out, and surely into the corner for another. What a start for the Looseheads. And they are on top here against a very talented Shogun Osaka side, who are just yet to get on the ball. Can you believe it? Well, Shogun Osaka and Looseheads are both one win apiece in their opening games, defeating the Stallions, the Nigerian Exiles, and the Saint Sevens. Chasing the Looseheads team sheet, trying to find out who these talented players are who have got Shogun Osaka on the back foot. I can tell you that the likes of Lewis Pratt and Max Rabideau, Josh Tutt, Will Sanderson, Ollie Brown, Alex Jones, Tyler Buss, Augustin Slovic, Pat Regan, Tom Young, Gerald Peters and Ali Reid are all out there. It's big names in the Sevens circuit. But it's come their way again, Looseheads. What a performance this is in the early stages. Strong carry up through the centre. But a penalty goes against Shogun Osaka again. Shogun's other side are in a group alongside Hammerheads and the Apaches. A huge group, but fading straight through. Go Looseheads again. Perfect performance so far. A Sevens exhibition from Looseheads. They have starved Shogun Osaka of possession. And that's not like them at all, you know. So, another try on the board for Looseheads. Shogun absolutely shell-shocked here. This loss will not be devastating for them, as they can still qualify with a victory in their final game. But they may be having to settle with second place in the cup competition. Another high hanging kickoff into the bright sunlight here, another contestable one. Finally it falls Shogun's way, and they have to use this bit of possession taken on by Trent Storen, the Australian. And then fading through the line they go up to halfway. Penalty as well. Shogun on the front foot for the first time. Onto the outside they go. Excellent running from Keelan Farrell. And Farrell finds an offload. And dotting down in the corner, Adam McLean. Just about. And he will retreat for this kick as well. See Hammerheads there lining up in their white and purple behind the try line. They're up here next, taking on Apache, who was so impressive in their opening game. But for now, it's Shogun Osaka, finally, with a bit of ball in hand. Adam McLean, the scorer, and he's got behind that kick as well. What a nudge from McLean. Keelan Farrell, a former US under-20 international, opens up the scoring for Shogun Osaka. Kickoff to come from the try scorer, Adam McLean. Looseheads, though, in possession, now trying to play from inside their own half. What a tackle that is to halt their advance for now. Josh Golden Clark, former GV7 squad member. Golden Clark also on the circuit for Shogun last season as well. Well, that brings us to half-time. Can you believe it? It's flown by in this huge game between Shogun Osaka and the Looseheads. Looseheads are up by 3 tries to 1 with 7 minutes still to play. Shogun Osaka, with their one bit of ball in hand, tore through the line and scored. But they're going to need to keep a hold of possession a little bit better in that second 7 if they want to turn this game around. Both sides looking for their second win on the Manor Sevens. Here on the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. 7 minutes still to come. So the kickoff does not work out for Lucette, so it will be a chance for Anna McLean and Shogun Osaka, this experienced Shogun lineup. Taking on defenders and up over the 10, penalty as well. Bright start of the second half for them as they look to come back from a 3-1 deficit. McLean back against the grain to the towering Golden Clark. Still driving on, slow ball for them. Great line speed from Lucette, looking to disrupt. Down the short side they go. Here's Rhodey. Rhodey scything through, hunted down on the 22. Great break from Rhodey. Penalty goes Shogun's way. Quick tap for them as well. What a break this is for Shogun Osaka. Just held up by the loose heads. Up to the 5. Ollie Rhodey's there at 9. Looks to go himself. Rhodey brushes off the first and dots down through the second. And the National League rugby player with the Rams, Ollie Rhodey, has driven over for another score. And now they are very much in the fight, trailing just by 19-7, with another conversion to come. Wide of the left hand upright. Kickoff to come then from Shogun Osaka. Beautiful kits at Shogun. Very difficult numbers to read though, so apologies if a few of those have been offside, but McLean with a long old kick. I think I may have been confusing the towering Ross McKnight with his GB7 squad partner, Josh Golden Clark. Apologies to the two of them, as Ross McKnight came to the short side to finally pick out what's on his back. He's now there at the base of that line out, looking to lift. Tom Sunray of Cardiff Met, but it's loose heads in possession. Little dart and a dip of the shoulder and a step inside and out. Now they're up over halfway. Shogun's racing back. Can they make the tackle? It takes two of them to bring him down. Shogun scrambling. Loose heads have it out wide. It's been put down. And now they could counter. Lovely offload out the back door. And it's a long way home for Shogun Osaka. But they're over halfway. Up to the 22 and finally hunted down. High tackle is the call. Quick tap. Here's Ross McKnight. McKnight puts the hammer down and scores another. And it is game on here on pitch 1. What a turnaround by Shogun Osaka. They've come from 19 points behind to maybe level things up here with a successful conversion. What a game on pitch 1. We're still in the group stages and we've got absolute barnstormers for you here. So kickoff to come from McLean again. It's a contestable one and the tap back could go Shogun's way, but it's just knocked on. Well, knock on, so another scrum. But Shogun have all the momentum. They're in the ascendancy here with not long to go. A draw would perhaps be the right result and would all but secure both these sides into the next round of the competition. But we'd love to see someone make another line break here. Could be a loose head. It could be Shogun, who have won it back from scrum time. McLean at first receiver. It's a penalty instead, so back to the scrum half for the quick tap. Winding run, and now they're up through the centre. There's the big don't argue from Tom Sunray. Osaka in again. Shogun in front for the first time. And that is how you lay down a marker in this competition as one of the finest 7 sides on the circuit. Unfortunate to miss out on last year's title. They were just to be honest, split between the many circuits of sevens that you have. But now there's only one undisputed title and domestic sevens, and Shogun are after it. And they have turned this around emphatically. What a second half for Shogun Osaka. A double from Ross McKnight and a try from Tom Sunray has put them back ahead after McLean's score right on half time, and it's just through the fingers of McKnight, but back is the call. There's the handoff, and there's the hat trick for Ross McKnight. The Scotsman has his third. Star power on show for Shogun Osaka, who have absolutely turned it around. And they've started to run away with things here on pitch one. What a performance. Shogun's young guns are still battling for a place in the latter stages of the cup competition over on the other pitches, but here on pitch one, it's a huge result that will confirm their place in the latter stages. Well, Shogun Akita already victorious over the Hammerheads. So it's a big game up next between Apache Raiders and Hammerheads. Apache, who were victorious over Oxfam in their first game live on pitch one. Hammerheads looking for their first win. That's the next game here on the main pitch. Now Shogun Osaka need to contain the loose heads. Such a different second half. In the first, it was all loose heads possession, and that's how they snuffed out this Osaka attack. Penalty! What a turnover on the deck. Second half try scorer Tom Sunray steals it. Shogun Osaka come from 19-0 down to win the game emphatically in the end. Loose heads just ran out of gas. And that may well secure top spot in the group for Shogun with just one game to go in their group stage. What a performance by them, but there's no time to waste because the Hammerheads are on field looking for their first win in the competition after defeat to the other Shogun side in this men's elite competition. They take on Apache. That's the next game, live here at the Manor Sevens. Another huge game in the men's elite competition, the men's open. Hammerheads chasing their first win of the competition. Take on Apache Raiders, who currently top the group. It's a really tough group with another Shogun side in tow. There's a teasing kickoff. Tapped back by Apache. Ewan Kingdom, who tapped it back and then taken into contact by Chris Ballard. Apache, who took down Oxfam in that first game. And then great line speed from Martin. And up gets Martin again, looking to pile on the pressure. Another big shot comes in on the 5 metre. And Apache now being marched back into the red zone there. So it's head down and hard running from Apache to get them out of dodge. Away goes their player coach, Jack Rossiter, who's hunted down by Martin on the 10. Rossiter fires it wide. Beautiful shape on the pass. Nice step off the right boot. And they're in behind here. The Raiders tapped in behind. It will roll into touch, harmlessly enough. Nice spontaneous work from Alex Harris, but Hammerheads survive, and well, we are clearly in for an absolute stunner here on pitch 1. Shogun Akita, their young guns, also in this pool, so this game is absolutely crucial for both sides. Apache will secure their place in the cup competition with a win. Hammerheads will keep their competition alive. A draw does no one any favours. It's all to play for here in the group stages of the Manor Sevens. We've got a bit more action from the social division after this before a short lunch break. But let's savour every minute of the highest level of domestic sevens in the United Kingdom. Bit of a delay for the scrum. Tension heightening here. It was top defence from Hammerheads before Rossiter got away. Just bumped off Louis Martin, former Saints under 18. Got a big old deal with Colchester next season. Done really well to secure his place. Now it's Hammerheads looking to play from deep inside their own half, getting piled back by Kingdom and company. Martin with the quick pick, putting in the fend. Away goes Martin, and now he opens up his stride. Martin over halfway, got a man in pursuit. Wonderful tackle by Max McCarthy. Martin lifts it off the deck, and it's into the hands of Joel Grayson, who is unfortunately pulled back for an early knock-on. Joel Grayson, of course, son of Paul, former international, part of the San Diego Legion training squad in his own right. Martin there, back to his feet. Good to see. It's an interesting front row lineup there. Ewan Kingdom up against Louis Martin. They were both at school together at St Joseph's College, just quite a few years between them. There's quite a few old Joeys here in the Lit Super 7 series. A couple for Oxfam, couple of old Downbadians. Couple of Hammerhead colours here as well. Hammerhead scrum, though, in the meantime, fed by Arthur Chads. And Chads, what acceleration! He's almost away, brought down by Harris, who lifts it off the deck and then intercepted. And now away come Apache instead through Matt Bowers. Great work from Chads. Part of the Lions Sevens Academy, of course. Another Elite Sevens Academy, but this is perhaps the top end Hammerheads. Their women's side of the defending champions for the men's team are staring down the barrel of an early exit from the cup competition unless they can turn this around. Here is Rossiter, one of the hardest men on the field to keep a hold of, but Anthony Fitch is doing his damnedest. Teasing footwork again from Matt McCarthy. Oh, and they're almost away here. Big shot from Fitch. Now they might look to spread it wide early. Roster gives the pass. Harris one-on-one. Good tracking from Martin and Grayson. And now Grayson gets a hold of him. Martin makes the chop. Rossiter just about keeps a hold. Kingdom wants the offside, doesn't get it. That pass is loose, but always backwards. Great acceleration. Good covering from Hammerheads again. Here comes the counter ruck. But still, they just about keep a hold. Little change of direction, and now they're in behind. Kingdom with the little goosey, over the top he goes. Surely now, the opening try. Tuma scores for Apache Raiders. Good heavens, what a game of sevens. And what a run. What a phase of play. The last few minutes or so, breathless. In the end, Kingdom got away. Beautiful pass over the top. Henry Tuma the beneficiary. Absolutely unbelievable sevens. Sevens of the highest quality, the highest caliber you will see anywhere in the United Kingdom this weekend. And yes, that's Hartbury included. What an unbelievable showing we have for you here on pitch one. Apache Raiders get the score, and they will take their sweet time returning this kickoff, because that was breathless play. High hanging kick from McCarthy. Offside, so a easy out for the Hammerheads. And Ben Norval with the tap. Norval picks out Chads, who shrugs off his first man, and look at him go. Chads with great acceleration again. Harris drags him down. Martin calling forward on the short side. Here he goes. Oh, he's absolutely hammered there by Rossiter. Hint of a high tackle. Certainly a bit of head-on-head there, but in the end, just the knock-on is given. I think Apache a little bit fortunate with that one, but another big intervention from Jack Rossiter, Mr. Apache, today at the Manor Sevens. Player, coach, superstar. All over the things here against the Hammerheads, who are desperate to get their first win of the competition. A side like Hammerheads in the plate, let me tell you, that will be absolutely awesome to see, and a testament to the quality of the Lit Super 7 series. And now they're looking to get on the outside again, teasing footwork, but Grayson makes the tackle. Good reactions from Grayson to keep it going, and he shrugs off the first man. Oh, it's through the hands there and off the foot of Chad. It's a real mess in the end. I think it's an accidental offside. And indeed, that is the call. Half-time in the tightest game of the tournament so far. So little to split the sides at the moment, Apache in front. But what a game we have for you here at the Manor 7. 7 minutes still to go of this absolute blockbuster in the men's open competition. Biggest 7 minutes, perhaps, of the Manor 7 so far to come. Hammerheads' cup ambitions are hanging by a thread. They trail the Apache Raiders by 7 unanswered points, and from the kickoff, it's into the hands of Tom Genvy, who's off to the races again. What a turnover that is, and what a crucial time to get it. And there's the quick tap, and now they're on the offensive. There's a big fend. Lovely run from Dan Boer. Martin at 9, huge turnover from him. Oh, little show and go. Interception was on, away goes Kael Tanye, who wins the penalty. Kael Tanye, here's Martin. Direct from Martin, who brings down 2 Apache Raiders. Chads, so quick. Such fast feet, and he just bamboozles the defence. Chads is off to the races again, finds the pass. Now they're on the outside, the Hammerheads. desperate for support, but the pass goes to ground. Chads is the first there, and it opens up. Biggest hole of the day for Boipelo Keachanye. Chads is having a fantastic game so far. One of the smallest lads out there, he wouldn't mind anyone saying. But he's absolutely tearing things up. Boipelo Keachanye is the scorer. Keachanye with a simple finish, maybe the easiest of his career, after being put through a giant hole by Arthur Chads. Boipelo Keachanye, or Pello to his Hammerhead teammates. Little kickoff from Norval. Taken cleanly by Kingdom, who releases, and now they're looking to open things up here, Apache. Harris met well on the gain line, but shrugs off the first defender, and then Norval brings him down. Whipped over the top. Things might open up here for Apache. Upright tackles, but just about being made. Physical from Dan Boer. Penalty against Hammerheads. Just as they get themselves back into the game, their discipline might punish them. Change of direction, maybe numbers up here for the Apache Raiders. Big clean tackle from Grayson, an important one. Chipped in behind, and now the race is on. Back comes the try scorer, Keachanye, but he'll be beaten to it. Chipped ahead by Parker. Can he keep it in play? Parker with a pickup. What a score! Remarkable from the Apache Raiders. A hopeless kick under real pressure, but what pace from Finn Parker, and what a pickup as well, down that left-hand side. Fantastic work, and Apache retake the lead in this huge game, tournament defining for both sides. What a fixture. Still many twists and turns to come, but how on earth did Apache get out of there? Another kickoff from Apache, who retake the lead against the Hammerheads. The clock is no longer their friend. A draw would keep them just about in sight of cup qualification, but a defeat would be devastating for them, and they're going to play on from the short kickoff. But Hammerheads all wrapped up by Rossiter. High line from Apache, sends Hammerheads back on the inside, but a big fend from JR Brass. Brass lifts it off the deck. And now they've got to keep a hold. Apache make the tackle. Rossiter quick on the roll. Wide from Sweeting. And it's excellent footwork again from Keachanye. But the flag goes up. Oh, the flag goes up there. And I think the Hammerheads have lost possession. Well, the referees are in conversation. I'd be surprised if it was a penalty. I think there's a more serious discussion going on. Just a scrum, but it is Hammerheads, crucially, who have possession. This is their chance to get back into the contest and back into the cup competition. A draw would leave things perilous. They'd really need Shogun, Atika to do them a huge favour and put loads of points on this Apache side, which I just can't see happening. They'd have to go out and batter Oxfam. That's what would Hammerhead's perilous position be if they lost this game. Loads of pressure there on Brass. Nice footwork, great acceleration. Away goes Sweeting, under the post. Ryan Sweeting gets Hammerheads on even footing if they can convert this simple chipped conversion. And it's Ben Norval with responsibilities. Clean conversion from Norval. And that puts them back on level footing again. Can you believe it? Plenty of substitutions now for the Hammerheads. It's a crucial few minutes for them. 14 apiece. A draw, a split of the points. Not ideal for either team. Good take from Apache again. And off goes Kingdom on the turn. That's off feet and a clean penalty. They're desperate forward outright, but Rossiter goes direct and beats the first defender, gets to his feet and beats a second and a third and a fourth. What a run by Rossiter again. Unstoppable. Now it may be on. Kingdom through the centre, just put down. Scramble defence by Hammerheads, but it won't be enough. The game ends level, and a muted reaction from both sides. But in all fairness, that is exactly the right result in what has been the game of the day here on pitch 1. Outstanding sevens on show, but that leaves the door open for Shogun to top this group. And I think if results go the way they're expected to, it's going to come down to points difference in this pool, but that is a problem for later. We'll cross that bridge when we come for it. For now, we return to a bit of social rugby. That's our next game, live from pitch 1. And we're back at the Manor Sevens. Just a quick change of the old batteries here in Greater London. But you've missed an early try for the hosts, Eton Mess. So hopefully most of their supporters are down here this afternoon. They're taking on the Ongar Knights in the social men's category. More social rugby after this one. In the meantime, it's a little chip crossfield for the Ongar Knights, who were pretty impressive in the social category last season. Had a great tournament down in Peterborough. Going to wind their way through the defence. Well, down from me, I've just been corrected on my geography of where Peterborough is. Absolutely. That kick has just gone off target, so we'll have a little break in play. Indeed, it's a quick tap instead by Eton Mess, and Scott assesses his options. Scott goes cross-field, looking to pick out Kingham. But instead it's regathered by Ongar, who are way down the right-hand side. Karen to the corner. And in the end, safely under the posts. Ongar Knights equalise with a chance to go ahead from the kickoff. Don't mind me, just chatting with a couple of Hammerheads who just came off what has been described by me about 5 times as the best game of the competition so far. Louis Martin, what a game that was against Apache, still in the cup following the draw, but it's been a tough day for Hammerheads so far, tough group.
Yeah, I mean, we play Apache quite a lot through the last seasons, and so we have some real good games, and we've been building through the first game, just getting better, so hopefully in the next game we're going to put some points on Oxfam.
Need a big result, and you need the Shoguns do you a favour against Apache, and then that might see through to the cup. Ben Norval also with me for that. It's very much possible, and it'd be great to see Hammerheads go further on in this competition.
Yeah, it would be absolutely brilliant. It was a tough game out there. It's a real hot day, so yeah, it's nice to be out here and to have a long day of rugby. Will be brilliant fun.
Enjoying the hospitality here at Eton Manor RFC, whose men's side are on the field now. They've just knocked it on, unfortunately, there, so Ongar Knights will have a crack from the scrum. Eton Manor certainly have hosted as well. They're raising money for their women's Colts team over in the kitchen. So if you are on site today and fancy a bit to eat, then head over there to support a club with a real community feel and a perfect venue as well for the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Oh, what a break that is from the scrum. It didn't take a lot of space for Ben Karen to charge away down the left, but he's got himself another. And that is a bright start for the Ongar Knights. It's what they needed in this game. As we mosey on over to the social standings, they are in need of a victory to top the group after the Ravens were beaten by Eton Mess and Ongar themselves earlier on this afternoon. So both these sides already through to the knockout stages, but a bit of bragging rights never hurt, and also some good seeding. They'll take on the Gladiators or the Nomads, the winner of that game. Half-time then, after a slight delay to the start of the stream due to some important technical work, means that at half-time it's Ongar who've turned it around and taken the lead with 7 minutes still to play. There's the kickoff as the wind picks up, but it might work out for the host, Eton Mess. The side from Eton Manor RFC winding their way through the offensive. It's Baden Brewer. Still Brewer. Over halfway. They trail the Ongar Knights. The winner of this will top the group, both these sides through to the cup competition. Here's Stack. Short line. Slow ball for Eton Mess. Bit of acceleration from Mins, almost away. Finds the ball back on the inside, but a pretty competent dump tackle attempted there by Goldhill. Still Eton Mess. Play with ball in hand. Good release, excellent work to steal a few more yards from Stack. Back down the left-hand side from Sawanola, and then chipped in behind. And it rolls into the corner, lovely kick. Bit of territory for Eton Mess, who opened up the scoring here in this social game before going behind. Line out for the Ongar Knights. Under pressure, deep inside their own territory. Leading by a try in this social game. The winner here will be through to the cup competition as group winners, and it's been turned over, and Stack puts it up the jumper and falls short just a few inches out. They pick towards the blind side. Oh, there's the big long looping miss pass. And now it might work out. What a step. Off the right boot. Great work from Mins. And he has a try for the home side. Well, they're back in the game. Wide from the kickoff. Now it's a really close fixture, and it could go either way.
Brody, get on passing the ball, Brody. Get on passing the ball. We're playing 15-side rugby.
Elias Sawanola has got all of that one. But it will be returned by the Ongar Knights. On the roll, up to halfway, good leg drive. Looking to get back in front again. This game real topsy-turvy. Great counter-ruck. Good offload off the deck. Down the short side they go. It's Parry. Parry opens up his legs and puts in the fend. Down inside the 22. Eton Mess over the ball. Penalty for the host. Both sides battling for top spot. They've just lost another 10 yards there, Ongar Knights. And they've lost another 10 on top of that. I think they're going to lose a man shortly. Sawanola. Direct from the Eton Mess. Baden Brewer. Wrapped up by his opposite number. Still down the short side they go. Little show and go. Flicked out the back door for the try scorer, Ale Mins. And Mins breaks through again. Just about scragged down. Brewer. More direct running for Eton Mess. Chipped ahead. Referee's whistle go. We'll come back for a scrum. So a scrum for Ongar Knights, who need to get this second half back on track. Eton Mess very much in the ascendancy. A couple of changes for the hosts. That is a real mess at the breakdown. It comes the way of the Onga Knights. And there's the tap, and off to the races they go. What a tackle that is by Sawanola, how crucial on halfway. But just a bit too keen to turn it over. He's going to lose another 10 yards there as well. Both sides giving a little bit back to the referee. First time we've seen it today from any team. Lovely footwork. Lofted over the top. Now a chance. Here goes Karen. Try scorer. Double try scorer, in fact, in the first half, but can't create this time. So played away by Eton Mess. Dropped in midfield. But regathered excellently well. Still jinxing their way through the defence. There's no one home for Eton Mess if they can use that space in behind. Kingham made great yards there. The ball was loose at the breakdown, but always backwards. Nice disguise on the pass. Looking to get Eton Mess in behind. The home team looking for a win on pitch one. What a coming together that was. Massively physical, and what a run. It went loose, but not legally so. Another penalty for Eton Mess. Another tries here would really turn the tables for the home side. Couple of close games on the bounce. This is another one of them. Well, here go Eton Mess. What a line that is by Brewer, but he's dragged down on the 22. Another flare offload. Falls to Sawanola. Great acceleration. Elias Sawanola breaks through the Onga Knights line and scores. A huge try for Eton Mess that will send them through as group champions here on home soil. Or home 4G, one should say. What a turnaround for Eton Mess. Opened up the scoring, then pegged back by the Onga Knights towards the end of the first half. But they taste victory in the social competition. A very short break. And then more social rugby at 1 o'clock in just 10 minutes' time. It's Fine Rugby now. The hosts back in action. Welcome back to the Manor Sevens. What a bright start for Fine Rugby now. We call them the hosts wherever they go because they're chaired by Elaine Page, the organiser of the Lit Super 7 series. But they've started the brightest here against Just Here for Beers, the social side. They're playing in purple against this Fine Rugby Now side, and that classic green and black that we know so well through their men's and women's side facing off in this competition. It's another decider. The winner of this will be through as group champions in the social category. We return to some elite women's competitions later on this afternoon. The final round of pools, it's going to be mighty exciting. There are semi-finals to come from all three categories live here on pitch 1, as well as the culmination of the elite group stages. So, kick-off to come from the captain, Dawson Smith. And Dawson hangs it up. Well taken by JHB. What a shot that is in response. Bringing down the big man. Good carry by Nat Kiamis. Kiamisi put down pretty emphatically there. A couple of big boys in this Just Here for Beers side, but Fine Rugby Now already up top and leading. Take their women's program very seriously, and they do have a really strong men's side as well, although that line out doesn't go to plan. Good work from Allwood to recover. And dug out at the back, and great acceleration down the blind side. Away goes Bofenda. Bofenda steps off his right, fends off another, flicks a little offload away, but Whittaker puts it down. Still they play with ball in hand. Here's Cairo Richards, and Richards back against the grain. Scores the second for Fine Rugby Now. Oh, it's not my first time taking in Cairo Richards rugby out on the wing. He's been he was at Roslyn Park, he was at the English Colleges Finals Day as well. And now starring on the domestic 7 circuit for Fine Rugby Now. Clean conversion as well by the skipper, Dawson Smith. So 2 tries up here. I think this might be a comfortable one for Fine Rugby Now. If things stay the way they seem at the moment. Dawson Smith again with a kickoff. Ezekiel Toga there in support. Instead he hits it down Zion Whittaker's wing. And Whittaker in to make the tackle, but the offload was away. And now JHB are in behind. Lovely take from Walker. Walker gives the pass, and then it's up the jumper from JHB. Now sliding their way down the right-hand side, looking to make an impact, but the door is shut, so Grillen chipped in behind, regathered. Toga gets the pass away to Whittaker excellently well, and now it might open up once again for Richards with great acceleration. Ball inside to Whittaker. Good defending. And in the end, it will just be a scrum. So a scrum for JHB. Tentatively to the line, and then Walker takes a good pass, but forward is the call, and that's disappointing for the men in purple. It's a lovely kit, but not making inroads at the moment. So Fine Rugby Now will have a scrum. And to be fair, as social sides go, they're a pretty professional outfit. They are a really strong team. And the JP Stags actually beat this Fine Rugby Now side earlier on, so the Stags are certainly a tie to watch out for. But they need this win, Fine Rugby Now, to secure their place in the latter stages. after just here for beers actually beat the JP Stags. So a bit of a topsy-turvy group. Still, Fine Rugby now, desperate to find an opening. Taken in by Black. Oh, lovely footwork. And again, beautiful step. Nice offload off the deck from Toga as well. And Ezekiel Toga up to play scrum half. Everywhere for Fine Rugby now. Here is Dawson Smith. Good carry by Smith beyond the 10. Toga. Whipped away. And almost through the midfield is Black. Has to lift it off the deck to find Brandon Chow. Chow winds it up. Nice pass, 2-on-1. Instead, just the fleet footwork is enough to get on the outside. And it's another score for Fine Rugby now, under no pressure. Under no incentive even to put the ball down. The calmest and coolest of finishes. Fine Rugby now are way out in front. It's a really intriguing group. The Stags will go through as things stand. Come down to points difference. But I think it will be Fine Rugby now who are in favour. You know, there's a world if things are quite close between these two teams that the Stags actually miss out, despite beating Fine Rugby now. It all goes down to points difference. Again, we'll get those results when we have them for you. Onga Sevens already through. They're the only side who have secured their place. Eton Mess, the host, with that victory over Onga, are also through. Oh, what a pickup. And a crucial one as well for JHB. Looking to keep their tournament alive with a win. In fact, they will go through with a victory. Over the ball goes Smith. But high tackle at the first time of asking. Quick tap by Head. And Head is through and scoring for JHB. Points difference will decide this group. All sides at the moment will finish up on 4 points. So every try matters. And they know that in this social competition. So, half-time in this game. Fine Rugby now still on top, but with that try just for the break, just here for beers, keep themselves in the contest. As things stand, all teams will finish on 4 points in this three-team pool, and it'll go down to points difference.
Welcome back here. Will Kimsey just on a short hiatus here, and I'll be taking over and taking you through this next half of rugby between Fine Rugby Now and Just Here for the Beers. Sam Bork on the mic now as we see Just Here for the Beers receiving the kickoff from Fine Rugby Now, and a good charge down there. Can Fine Rugby Now set their precedent early in this second half? Just Here for the Beers won the ball back now, trying to work out of their own 22 here. Good kick out. Now the chase is on, the cavalry arriving. Well recovered by FRN. Penalty to FRN here. Can they go now? Ball being worked wide. Is it try time now? It's going to be another try for FRN. That's Cairo Richards down the sideline, using a good stutter step outside, a little hitch kick, a goose step, whatever you want to call it. And exhausting his pace down this right-hand side. Good try there from FRN, scorching down this right-hand side. Now they have another opportunity to set more precedents on this game. Here you go, FRN, a low kick this time. And this is number 14 for Just Here for the Beers. That's Darcy Patrick Head with a good few meters made. Shipped out now. Good show and go and a nice handoff, but well caught by the FRN man. Here go Just Here for the Beers though. Nice offload. And that will be try time. That's a fantastic score there. And Just Here for the Beers, just closing that gap on FRN. I think that was number 9, Chris Gillen, with the score, who now try and convert as well. And that's a full 7. Fantastic work from Just Here for the Beers. And now high into the sky. FRN underneath it. Good show and go, but ball just spills out there. FRN leading this game now, 26-12. 4 tries to the good so far, but Just Here for the Beers, just edging their way back into this game now. Scrum down. Just Here for the Beers ball. Darcy Patrick Head waits ominously for the ball at 10. Here's Patrick Head. Often one of those staunching runs down the middle, and it takes 2 men to stop him. Patrick Head is a strong runner here. Now Just Here for the Beers around the outside again. That's fantastic work. And this could be a game here. Another 5 on the board for Just Here for the Beers. And FRN looking to respond, but no answer. The call came on the outside. Great bit of footwork, great bit of pace. Led. It might have been Chris Gillen again down the outside with a rapid bit of pace.
just here for the Beers. We'll kick off again in this social tournament. FRN underneath it, the wind playing its part again, as we've seen so far today. Good footwork from FRN. Defence holds strong from just here for the Beers. Now they'll try their luck down the outside. Good tackle though on the outside. Again, just here for the Beers, just swarming this FRN attack and making sure they don't get out. Little drop through, and that will be burst onto by Kyra Richards again. Is the pickup going to come? There's the chase is on. Kyra Richards just falls short there. Ball doesn't bounce correctly for him, and unfortunately he gets knocked on. Great bit of invention from Kyra Richards, but not the cigar this time. Now it'll be scrummed down. Just here for the Bears ball after they luckily escaped in that one. Just getting out of trouble with a loose bit of handling from Kyra Richards. Can just here for the Bears work themselves out of this treacherous territory they've brought themselves into. One back here by FRN, well in the scrum. Referee just calling it back again. Something was wrong with the scrum there, but no matter. FRN will be grinning ear to ear as they have a, oh sorry, just here for the Bears will be. Whose ball is it? It's FRN ball. Sorry for that slight mishap. FRN ball. Oh no, just here for the Bears ball, sorry. Now just here for the Bears, we'll play out their 22. Nice velvet hands on the outside, big kick, banana kick, but it works out well. Unfortunately, just doesn't slip into the man's hands. Here's Kyra Richards again, down the right-hand side, and he will score again, Kyra Richards. Fantastic work, allowing the gas man to use his special set of skills on the outside. Kyra Richards putting in a fantastic performance so far in this game. That's a brace in the second half. For the big man. Just a missed kick there from Fine Rugby now. And that will be full time. FRN finding the keys here on pitch one to get past some tricky opposition. Unlocked the door with the pace of Kyra Richards down the right-hand side, fleeing from opposition, always dotting down in that red zone. Full time here, FRN 31. FRN 31, just here for the Bears, 17. Welcome back here to pitch 1. And we looking forward to another game in the social competition. We have Gladiators 7s against Nomads 7s. A stalwart affair, if I say so myself. Two of the big names in the social competition. Gladiators 7s fielding the likes of Charlie Keane, who's created this club by himself. Oxford Brooks student, thought one day, why not? Why not? Let's make a 7s team. Also joined by Sean Hope, the other president, and a little cameo from Joe Roberts actually as well, who is Sarries Acad, ex-Sarries Acad, sorry. And of course part of that absolutely trailblazing Mill Hill first 15 that did so well this year. Here go Gladiators to kick off. Keane tries to get that ball back, picked up well by Aidan Cleland. One back by Nomads, but referee says no go. And this will be Sean Hope with the tap, the other president. Big zinging ball out to the width. Here's Gladiators will go again. Good set again from Gladiators. Choose to go back the other way. Just unlucky there, knocked forward. So now Nomads ball. Good shrug off from the Nomads man. Steps on the outside. Good tackle though, not held. Making good ground here is number 9, Justin Sunwar. Now the Nomads can play. Just gone backwards, says the referee. Nomads. Can they work something around this outside? It's a good tackle from Joe Robertson. He's pulled him outside. The big hooker on this outside line. He's not slow, I'll tell you that. I've played with him a few times. For his size of a big man, he can shift. So try, if you will, and beat him on the outside, but the Nomads man not quite getting the better of him there. So it will be Gladiators ball now. Fed in by number 9, Aidan Cleland. Off the top deck from Charlie Keane. Can the Gladiators work out of their own 22 here? Good carry here. Nice leg drive. Ball being worked wide now. Here's Keane. Big pile driving run. Can the Gladiators work out of their own 22? Kick comes in. It's a great kick that, actually. Securing a bit of territory and getting the Gladiators out of trouble now. So it will be a Nomads throw in now. It's one back by Gladiators, and here we go. Good footwork on the outside. Zipping ball into the centre of the pitch. Good handoff as well from the number 12. That's Stuart Lodger, Luxembourg 15s. Here's Keane again. And now the ball being worked wide, just unlucky there. Aidan Cleland. So it'll be scrummed down. Nomads ball. This game held at a stalemate for the moment, with two very exciting teams plying their trades, just to try and get in behind the opposition defensive line as Nomads bring on the cavalry for the scrum. Now Nomads. Ball comes out quickly. Number 10, Lewis Bunton, feeds off well. Good footwork on the outside. Ball will come out again for Nomads. Good hands here on the outside. Here's the big man, Jed Hamilton, who's fantastic show and go from Hamilton. That's some hell of a try. Hamilton just biding his time and then using the show and go to get past his opposition. Doesn't back himself off the boot, so will pass off to his number 10, Lewis Bunton, who will do the honours. Fantastic try from Hamilton, showing his pace. And that little show and go, all the more worthy. That will be 7 to the good now for the Nomads. Nomads usually choosing to play in the elite comp, but fielding a social team today, and they're obviously one of the stronger sides. That's a great pickup there. Surely try time. That is fantastic. Number 12 for Nomads. That's Tom Ward. Fantastic pickup. Fantastic pickup there from Tom Ward, and a great kick actually from Lewis Bunton. Jalen Ryan Coker with the score. No extras added though, but what a try that was. Fantastic work from Tom Ward. Kick off again. This time, Gladiators men under it. Charlie Keane with another big run. Bumping and bruising his way through the Nomads defence. The space is there if Gladiators want to use it. Here's Joe Roberts on the outside. Joe Roberts will go again. Can he get in to score? Great offload though. And that will be try time for Gladiators. First score on the board. Kobe Sweetum, also of Luxembourg 15s. Great ball out wide from the co-owner, Sean Hope. And fantastic work from Joe Roberts. Every time he gets that ball on the outside, very successful is Joe Roberts. And that will be half time. Just edging it so far are the Nomads. Two very strong teams here in this game on pitch one. But the Nomads, 2 tries to the good. We'll leave you there for half time. Nomads 12. Gladiators 7s 5. Welcome back to pitch one at this sunny day here in East London at Manor Sevens. First outing of this Lit Sevens series, brought to you by Next Gen 15 here on pitch one. And we have Nomads holding all the cards against the Gladiators at the moment, and that's a spilled through, well picked up by Hamilton, the try scorer in the first half. Can Nomads get an early score down on the board? They can. Fantastic work, chasing that kick through. Just unluckily there, the Gladiators, letting the sun get the better of them, I suppose. It's beaming down here on pitch one and losing that ball in the air. Here, and that is just a bit wayward on the kick, but another 5 on the board for the Nomads. Perfect start for the Nomads here in this second half. Gladiators almost stunned into silence after that kick. Leaving the score at 17-5 to the boys in red and black. And that is gone short for the Nomads. Now an opportunity for Gladiators to use their assets. That's a good show and go. Caught well. Oh, great reception there. Lewis Bunton has been really, really fantastic so far in this game. And another offload from Bunton. Slight slip from Tom Ward. Ball just bouncing around, comes scrappily out off the line out. But he'll have a go by himself. Unlucky offload, ball just bouncing around again. Here's the big man. That's Jalen Ryan and Coker again. Another staunching run. Here go the Nomads. Bunton. Fantastic footwork on the inside. And that'll be another try for the Nomads. Can't quite catch the number on the back there, but great footwork, great show and go in the middle of the pitch, allowing the gaps to open up. Full 7 as well on the board. 24 points that will be. Fantastic work from the Nomads. Now the Nomads can go again. Another kick will come up. Well received by Joe Roberts. Now Joe Roberts can go. I told you he could shift for a big man, and he'll go under the posts, finding gaps in the middle of the field. That's what he does. And that trademarked hesitation on putting the ball back down. No wonder he will be off to Northampton Saints come the end of the summer. Joe Roberts, another score on the board and a full 7 as well. Bringing the score up to 24-12. We've got a game on our hands here. I'm just going to have to shoot off. So I might hand you over to Wilf, who's going to take you through the rest of this game. I'll leave you there. I've been Sam Borg, 24-12 for the Nomads. Enthralling game so far. Can they see it out, Wilf?
Thank you, Sam. Best of luck. Sam, of course, still taking part in the elite men's competition, and it's going to be a few more minutes for Gladiators to try and salvage this. Not the end of the world for either side, because they're both through to the latter stages of the Social Cup. But it will be the Nomads who top the group, if they can hold on here at the moment. So it will be a scrum for the Gladiators, this newly formed Sevens team. This is their first real foray into domestic Sevens. I think they only had one tournament before this. Charlie Keane's done a great job with his good friend Sean Hope in setting up the side. And it'll be good of them to get another score, make this interesting. They trail by 12 at the moment. And away they go here in the social men's competition. Lovely line break just over the gain line. Oh, great pressure. Flying out of the line to make the shot. There goes Gabrielle Jordan. Oh, it's loose, so they put it to toe, but it's going to roll into touch. Stuart Logier. Nice step back off the left foot. Just planning some co-coms later on for the next games. We return to the elite women's competitions in just a few moments' time, where the defending champions Hammerheads are in action. But here it's Gladiators getting back in the game with not long to go. But it will be maybe too little, too late for this Gladiators setup, but a good finish down that left-hand side again. Hammerheads women up against the Wooden Spoon Marauders women's side, who have put in for a name change here at the Manor Sevens. We'll get some more on that as the tournament continues, of course. This is only the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. And we'll get you how things stand before that game as well. Off target from the kickoff. Oh, well, time just ran out for the Gladiators there. Their comeback is not complete. They have been beaten by the Nomads, but both these sides are through to the next round of the social competition. It's straight into a semi-final for them, but they'll be playing a top-seeded side from a different group. Next game, however, we must push on as we return to the women's elite competition. Hammerheads, the reigning champions, against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. That's the next game live here from Pitch 1 at the Lit Super 7 Series, the Manor Sevens. Going good. It's going. Yeah, totes.
Some
So the action continues here at the Manor Sevens in the Lit Super 7 Series, the first leg. It's the reigning champions, Hammerheads Sevens, taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders in a straight shootout for top spot in this group. They've both seen off the host, Eton Manor's 7 side, to sit on 3 points for now, and it's an excellent take off the kickoff from the Hammerheads to get us started. Lovely grab by Daly, but a penalty's been reversed. And the Wooden Spoon Marauders, the oldest Elite 7 side in the country, started way back in the early 1980s, will be playing with ball in hand here. They both sit on 3 points. They're both victorious early, so a victory here will secure top spot, and they've got an early break here, the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Off goes Nabitu, and Nabitu will open things up here in our return to the Women's Elite competition. Great line break from just inside her own half. And the B2 has the finish. As we know, 3 teams in each pool. So top sides from each competition will go through as seeded into the semi-finals. They'll play a second place team from a different pool. So it's very much worth finishing in that top spot. Wooden Spoon Marauders throw the first punch here in this shootout for top spot. Kick off from the Marauders, just beyond the 22. Clean take by Westwood. And Westwood whips it over the top. The ball goes loose, but is regathered. Now the Hammerheads can drive over the gate line. What a run this is. Hammerheads up beyond halfway. Chop tackle comes flying in from Coro. So again, Westwood at first receiver. Uses it early this time. 2-on-1. And now they're on the outside again. Another break for Daly. Daly still going, just about stopped by Nasila Silla. Freeman plays 9 this time. Westwood still hands it off. Back against the grain comes Williams, almost through. The Marauders looking to turn it over at the breakdown, but no luck this time. So they go to the width, but that pass is wide, and Amelia Tutt unable to get a hold of it. The Cap Welsh international with the Saracens as well. So fantastic achievement of play, but that's in line out. Loose line out, but in the end, the Wooden Spoon Marauders come away with it. Oh, look at the no-look pass, and through they go. The Marauders are in behind again. Excellent chase from Williams, but that's another outrageous offload from Coro. Played back beyond halfway, Coro up to play 9. Good pressure from Westwood. And back to her feet again, Westwood. Another tackle comes in, this time on Seru. A delay on the pass. Delayed too long, Bruton brought down, it's gone backwards. Great counter ruck from Hammerheads, who have got it back. And here goes Hannay, shrugging off one, and now it might open up. Lofted over the top, and now it's a race in a corner that Charlotte Daly will win. Denied a spot under the post by Nasila Silla, but Daly has finally opened it up. And the Hammerheads have equalised with a kick still to come. There's the conversion attempt, certainly got plenty of it. Oh, just short, not far out there. So, at the moment, Wooden Spoon Marauders with a narrow lead. We love it when games come down to this. It's all or nothing here. A seeded spot in the semi-finals, especially in a competition as quality, as the Women's Elite category is so important. Both sides will know that. Tilly Westwood will get us back underway. It's a teasing kick into the bright sunshine here, and then regathered off the toe. Beautiful stuff, lovely hands, but then just put down. So we will have a scrum. And a break in play. Good field possession from the Hammerheads. Whose men's side are almost out of the cup. They need results to go their way in order to make it through after that thrilling draw with Apache. Apache are taking on Osaka in the, or it's the Akima Shogun side later on this afternoon. Hammerheads with the feed though for now. Freeman takes it round the corner. Good delay on the pass. Westwood over the top, just leaving it out in front. And it's just a little bit wayward, that last pass. So close to cutting the Marauders open. Instead, it's a wooden spoon scrum. Scrum time then. Wooden spoon Marauders to feed on that far side in the beautiful sunshine here at Eton Manor Rugby Club on Nutter Lane. That's a real mess at the scrum, but it goes Hammerhead's way. You never know which way it might turn in the game of sevens, but it's Westwood who can carry it in. Back to the short side they go. What a carry that is. Takes 4 Marauders to bring her down. Straight back to her feet again. Hammerhead's in the ascendancy here. Looking to take the lead for the first time. And they've just got confused there, the Wooden Spoon Marauders. I think they lost where their try line was, but Izzy Hannay knew exactly where it was. And dots down to put them out in front. Kick-off from the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Great take from Nasila Silla, but has to return to the halfway because it just about didn't go 10. A better referee would have just let that play, even if it was completely illegal, for the sake of the game. Wonderful little kick. I say a better, a more fun referee. The refereeing standard is exceptionally high, with 3 match officials on every pitch, every game. We're not getting special treatment here on pitch 1. There are ARs aplenty here at the Manor 7. Such a high standard of officiating has really allowed the game to flourish, as this one may. The Hammerheads are in front, currently top of the pool. Wooden Spoon Marauders left languishing in second. Nice footwork from Hennessy, looking to get on the outside and then straightening up, almost stripped in the tackle. And then the Wooden Spoon Marauders are over the ball. Big turnover and a quick tap to boot. Oh, soft hands again. Wonderful footwork from Savu. Turnovers are plenty. This time it's the Hammerheads who steal it back, and they get us underway quickly with a tap. Lovely ball out the back door, instead just about held onto by Sophie Shams. Experienced member of this Hammerhead side, a champion last season, Sophie Shams. But turned over again at this breakdown, and this time it might open up for the Wooden Spoon Marauders, lifted over the top by Nasila Silla. Oh, wonderful feat. Almost through. Great defence from the Hammerheads to deny the Wooden Spoon Marauders and to steal at the breakdown again. Another turnover this time from Williams. And now they're free on the left-hand side, and they will score. This topsy-turvy second half has succumbed finally to a score, and it's for the Hammerheads who extend their advantage. Excellent finish down the left in the end. Fourth or fifth turnover on the bounce between the two sides, and finally we have an end result, and it's Hammerheads going further in front. Cleanly converted as well. I do believe it was Charlotte Daly who may have scored for Hammerheads. I'll need to double check the number once the winger on the far side turns around. For now, though, it's a kickoff to come from Westwood. Well, it's a deep kickoff into the blistering sunlight, and it's slightly undone. Sotia has to come back and collect, but my, hasn't Sotia collected with interest, and now she's away. Sotia, great offload, through they go. Unbelievable. Away goes Savu, who will dot down unopposed. Daly the closest in pursuit, but what a pickup from Sotia, who completely lost it in the blistering sunshine here at Eton Manor, and had the whereabouts to pick out the on-rushing Savu. Conversion 2, and now it's game on. Just the one score in it. Wooden Spoon Marauders looking to turn things around in the latter stages of this thrilling Women's Open fixture. The Marauders will get us started. Not long to go here. Can the Hammerheads, the reigning champions, cling on and continue their undefeated start to the lit Super 7 series? Plucked out of the sky by Herring. And Herring drives towards the 10-metre. They're well set out wide. And they've found the width. And away goes Daly again on the outside. This time slowed down on the gain line. But look how well set the Hammerheads are already. They've got a player out wide if they can find her. Instead, they move laterally. Over the ball go the Wooden Spoon Marauders, but they're denied. And it's picked up and carried on by Williams again. Oh, the ball is loose. But what an offload. How on earth did she get that away? It was forward in the end, so we'll come back for a penalty. Still, so many twists and turns yet to come here in this game. But up next, it's the Mavericks taking on China here on pitch 1. The Chinese Dragon Warriors had a fine day. They're through to the Cup as group winners if they can beat the Mavericks, who themselves need a result. The Wooden Spoon Marauders men's side are in action against Burney's Ballers, who they'd expect to beat elsewhere. And if that's the case, then it will be Marauders and China who head through from the men's open pool to the Cup. For now, both these sides are still through to the Cup. But at the moment, it's the Hammerheads who crucially top the group. And Daly looking to break through again. Penalty for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. And a glimmer of hope Another score would do it. They've got the time on their side. It's Gregory. Goes direct, Gregory, almost through. Wins another penalty. Excellent work from Gregory. Nabutu taps quickly. Sotia looks to lift it through contact. It's always backwards. Referee waves play on for now. But that knock on may just seal it for the Hammerheads. All they need to do now is sit with possession. Can they cling on? One last effort for Hammerheads. Secure a famous victory. As the pace of the game just slows for a minute. Hammerheads won't mind that one bit. Oh, what a break down the left-hand side. This could seal it for Hammerheads. One-on-one. What a tackle that is. Nabitu gets a hold of her player and drags her down to deny Hammerheads, but not legally. And it's a yellow card, and it will be a penalty. And this could be it for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Hammerheads, the defending champions of the Lit Series, looking to secure their place at the top of the group with a victory here. Tap, cleared, it's over. Huge result for Hammerheads, who are through the group undefeated. What a performance. But there's no time to take it in because we're straight on to our next game in the Men's Open. China in action against the Mavericks. That's the next game live here on pitch 1 of the Lit Super 7 series in the Manor Sevens. Here we go then in this closing pool game. In Pool D here at the Manor Sevens. China undefeated so far. They know that they're already through to the cup competition. However, for the Mavericks, it's all on the line here after defeat to the Wooden Spoon Marauders. They're level on points for now, but a victory here for China and a victory for the Wooden Spoon Marauders elsewhere could see them crash out of the cup competition. whereas a victory would turn this group on its head. We'll go down to points difference. We could see 3 sides finishing on 7 points if China slip up here, but as someone who's watched a lot of this Chinese side play today, I find that unlikely. They're a real force here at the Manor Sevens. And they look to break the line early here. They've been ushered into the wide channel. Good tackle from Magawal. But still whipped away by Rao Chen. Oh, and they go whip to whip so comfortably there. Good tracking from the Mavericks. Tackle comes flying in from Ashton Webb. Chen. Oh, good pickup out wide. And now they could be in behind. There's the fend. Oh, just slipping off tackles left, right and centre. And looking to bump off the last man. But down they go. China, though, have made great yards here. What a step, great acceleration. Is there an offload? Tackle made, but they still have it. Now they switch sides. More direct running at scrum half. Finally, they have it back, the Mavericks. Oh, in fact, the penalty went China's way. So they're still playing and fending and driving towards the line. They are relentless, the China Dragon Warriors. It's another great try. Well, that is disappointing. And a full complement of 7 as well. Once you miss a tackle against this Chinese side, it's lights out, I'm afraid. Another score. They are ruthless in attack. Kick to come from Zhu Jiaheng. He's got Chen and Limbo in pursuit. Up goes Limbo, who looks to tap it back, but beaten to it by the Mavericks, who look to dart down the short side, and they just get away. Excellent running down the right by Oliver Chandler-Sullivan, who will go the full length. What a response by the Mavericks. Chandler-Sullivan spotted the rumour of a gap down this right-hand side, a whisper of space, and he just about made it through. Chinese side not used to going behind. I'm sure they'll have a response in them. Excellent conversion attempt. Well, he's got all of that. What a kick. Outstanding nudge. What a kick that was. Well, Charlie from the Gladiators, who are through to the next round of the cup competitions with us, and it's the Mavericks for now who are taking on China. They've just equalised, but this Chinese team are looking really impressive. We'll just see who this falls for. It's into touch. Charlie, what do you make of this elite men's competition, having watched on from the social side of things?
Yeah, I mean, it is really a step above in terms of the standard. And I mean, it's just great to see. I mean, you've got national teams, you've got really serious organisations coming through as well. So it's just kind of coalescing into this wonderful tournament, and it's been really good to watch.
Absolutely, and China especially have looked excellent so far. They've lost a couple of players, but they bought plenty from the Far East, so they'll have plenty in the tank as we reach the latter stages, as they go wing to wing, early doors, and break the line. Excellent work again from Li Jian. It's been so dangerous out on the wing for China. It's a mess at the breakdown. Good work from Nsako, and he has managed to disrupt, and it is a turnover. Well, Li Xingjiang is unhappy with the clear out there. In fact, it was Han Heng Chao who was complaining to the referee, but the end result is the same. It's a scrum for the Mavericks, which will be fed by Greg Hogg. Big chance for them to go ahead. They need a win here, Charlie, to stay in the competition. It is ruthless at the Manor Sevens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those tournaments, it is kill or be killed.
It's they're going to be fighting, and we've got Next Gen and Mobro's own Sam Bork in the back line, who's going to be helping that endeavour.
Here is Bork, who finds the pass to Kwame and Sarko. And Sarko with a change of pace, almost through. Stragged down at the very last. What a turnover by China. And now they'll attack on the counter. Driving up to the 10-metre. Just denied at the very last. Slow ball for this Chinese side. Little pick and go. A nice fend. A lovely offload out the back door. Brushing off defenders, but driven towards touch by the Mavericks. And it is a turnover. Now, I tell you what it is out there, Charlie. It's a battle of two of the nicest kits in the whole competition.
Yeah, that is some serious stash. I imagine the makers of both kits are watching over, just kind of marvelling at their own creation.
I would do almost anything to grab one of those China shirts, but I'd be shocked if one of them fit me. But they are beautiful.
They are absolutely stunning. I might see if I can trade a pair of shorts with them later on.
There's gold trim. They look wonderful. But they've gone in defensive mode for now. Up it goes. Clean line out. Penalty. Offside. And away goes the Mavericks through Hogg. And then a try scorer. Chandler Sullivan. Whipped wide. And now there might be something on down this right-hand side. A big bumping carry by Quate. But it's been stripped. Knocked on. Good defense from Li Jian and company down this left-hand side of the China Dragons wing. So a scrum instead to China. This is a really tight game. I think the Mavericks know exactly what's on the line. It will, if it stays, if Mavericks win here and results go as expected elsewhere, there'll be 3 teams on 7 points, which will be really exciting. China currently undefeated, 2 from 2. We'll go down to points difference, and we'll have to feed you that info as we get it. You can find it all out as quickly as we do on the Tornify app. Just about dug out there. And now they might look to break from inside their own half. Nice ball back on the inside. Scrag tackle. Bork over the ball, but denied. There's numbers up here for China, so they have to press high, the Mavericks, and force them back inside. Well, now they've got numbers on the right-hand side. It's a missed opportunity. It's a forward pass. And China have got away with one there. The half-time whistle has spared their blushes. But Charlie, what a tense half of Sevens. Gladiators already on the field. They're ready to warm up, as you can see there. Oh, indeed, it's Apache, whose kit you've ripped off completely.
It's not ripped off if it's better.
Well, they've still got a half to play. Don't let the Apache side fool you. 7 minutes still to go between the China Dragons and the Mavericks. The Mavericks at the moment keeping China at bay, but they need a win, and they need a big win to try and secure a place in the cup competition. That's all to play for, with 7 minutes still to come. Kickoff from China. What a take! And down it go on the 22. Flicked up by China, who win it back straight off the kickoff. And there's the freeing of the hands that's got them well in behind this Mavericks side. Oh, lovely step. Back on the inside again. China still playing with it. Just toying with this Mavericks defense. They've got plenty of numbers on the left if they can use them. Great acceleration. Perfect start to the second half. Try scored by the China Dragon Warriors. But what a grab that was off the kickoff. Remarkable take. And that's what separates them from the Mavericks for now. Well, in this big game, the China Dragon Warriors score another. Mavericks are going to have to respond. I'm fairly certain it's Li Xingzheng over there on the far side. He grabbed it off kickoff and then went all the way to score. Very impressive stuff. Another kickoff to come. Mavericks have to respond or their tournament could be over. Another teasing kickoff, but that is an outstanding take. What a grab it was from Niesh Ragavan. Now the Mavericks forced to play from inside their own 22, but the Chinese are swarming. Over the ball they go. Powerful drive. It's kept them alive for now. Still inside their 22. Here's Hogg. Over the ball they go again, China, this time off their feet. So it's an easy exit for the Mavericks. Still need a couple of tries. The win might not even be enough given the try difference that the Wooden Spoon Marauders are racking up currently against Oxfam. Or Oxfam could do them a favour. Instead it's chipped ahead. But I think the Chinese are going to get there first. Indeed taken by Wang Zhigao. And Zhigao looking to open things up. Zhizheng. Oh, he turns on the afterburners and breaks through the hole. And this could be another. Mavericks in pursuit, but he's just got enough to dot down and score. Well, Ashton Webb disappointed with his efforts, but he came so close there to chopping down his man. It's a second try of the half for Li Xingzheng. What a performance from China Dragon Warriors. They have dismissed the Mavericks in this second half and secured their place as group champions regardless of what happens elsewhere. Kickoff for China again. And it's another peach. This time it's cleanly taken. And a nice offload as well to keep it alive. That's better for the Mavericks, but the Chinese pile on the pressure at the breakdown. Flying through, making tackle after tackle. Clearance after clearance. This time denied by the referee's whistle. And the Mavericks will tap and go. Contact on the 10 metre. Still struggling to get out of their own half at the moment. Semi-finalists at the Kinsale Sevens in Ireland. And plate winners at the East Grinstead Sunshine Sevens recently. Mudgeway. Good pick up and a good drive as well. Slow ball. Penalty. Taken into contact on the 10 metre. China straight over the ball. Wonderful turnover. Textbook. Great defence. Great intervention from Zhu Zhaoheng. Well, looks like China are going to slow things down. They're just checking how much time there is to go. And then they call for a scrum. Nothing wrong with the translation there. Wang Zhigo just needs to raise his voice a touch as the wind howls here on pitch one. So scrum is the call. Good tactics by the Chinese that they've shown all day. They just slow the pace of the game down when they know they're in front. Powerful scrum by the Mavericks, but it's quickly released by China. Flung wide by Zhao Heng. And on a hat-trick then is Li Jingheng. Well, that ball is loose. So they're backpedaling for now, the Chinese side. And then a change of direction and a change of pace. Off comes the handbrake. And through they go for this try that will seal it. It will confirm their place at the very top of this pool. Undefeated in the group stage of the first leg of the Lit Super Sevens. Challenges for the Manor Sevens certainly as the afternoon rolls on. China scored again. Some performance by this Chinese side. Well, it's a huge game in the Men's Open up next as Apache Raiders are on our screens for the third time. They take on Shogun Akita, the undefeated side in the group. At the moment, just a point separates the two teams. But in this fixture, it's clear that China have guaranteed their spot in the next round of the competition. Offside from the kickoff. Maybe one last chance for the Mavericks to have their say. Larson awaits. And here he is, the South African. Try scorer, Chandler Sullivan. Looking to dance his way through. Larson in support. China all over it, but not legally. Whistle goes. Referee just explaining his decision. Oh, it's a yellow card. Might not mean much in the grand scheme of things, but off goes Wang Zhigao, who's seen yellow. And it will be a tap for the Mavericks. Chandler Sullivan stepping inside now. Interception! And off he goes to seal it. Gong Boyang scores for China. The towering wide man read it well. And Song Boyang has sealed it. China Dragon Warriors are headed to the precipice of Pool D. Mavericks will have to rely on a huge performance from Oxfam elsewhere if they're through to the cup. If not, they are plate bound and the Wooden Spoon Marauders are through. Well, the pace of the Manor Sevens is relentless because we're straight into another group decider. 1 point separates the Apaches and the Osaka at the top of this group. In fact, it's the Akita Shoguns this time in action after Osaka were victorious earlier in the day. Can the Shoguns continue their winning run on pitch one? Apache know that their tournament's on the line here in the final game of this pool. Next fixture for the Manor Sevens will kick off in just a few moments' time. It's nothing but huge games here at the Manor Sevens this late in the afternoon. It's another group decider. Apache Raiders sit a point behind Shogun Akita in the pool at the moment. But this Shogun side, much like their other Shogun side, have been absolutely flawless. And look at the acceleration. Off comes the handbrake, and it will be an early score. Callum Highland-Dubé of Durham University is going to dot down in the corner. What a start. What a perfect start to Shogun Akita. Well, I'm just stood with some of the Hammerhead faithful, and we're just discussing what needs to happen for them to proceed. Louis Martin, big win for you in your last game against the other side in this pool.
Yeah, it was a big win. 4 tries, I think. So, yeah, comfortable. We're getting better game by game, so hopefully get through to the cup.
And Akita have just taken an early lead here. Got Joel Grayson alongside me as well here. This Akita side, you've already played them. They're up early. What do you make of this side? They're probably going to top the group with a victory here. Do you think they deserve that?
Fair play, have been pretty decent. I haven't lost all day. Some gas on the edge and just kept the ball alive really well, better than we did. So, yeah, they've been bloody good.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see a bit more of the Hammerheads later if they progress through to the cup. But they need Shogun Akita to do them a favour here and put a number of points on the Apache Raiders. But that's easier said than done as Jack Rossiter makes great yards down the right again. Over the ball goes Waldron. And it's a hard line from Kingdom. Brought down on the 10-metre, flicked off the deck. A little bit shorter numbers here, but Parker just reels in from nowhere to take his place on this left wing. Parker surely the option, stolen at the breakdown, but not legally. Down the short side, McCarthy goes instead, and they might have a man over down the right. Finn Usher looking to get on the outside. Or in fact, it's Chris Ballard. And now winding and weaving their way through the centre. Pulled up 5 metres short. Little show and go. Can they find Waldron in the offload? They don't need him. Instead, Apache just weave through themselves. And they touch down right under the sticks. Surely this will put them ahead. With the cleanest of conversions. It's another try for Max McCarthy. McCarthy with another. And the conversion to boot. They're up by 7-5. Shogun Akita behind. Unexpectedly. It's a young side compared to the other Shogun side in attendance, but still plenty of quality around here. Also not to age the other Shogun side, of course. Osaka, who were outstanding when they took to the field. Live on Pitch 1 earlier today. They're through to the cup. Can the other Shogun side meet them? A defeat here would really rustle some feathers. It would put Apache at the top of the group. Good take, bit of contact in the air, so the penalty is given away by Kingdom. And there's a quick tap, so they're wasting no time in getting after it. Ball goes down, that's an unforced error. Once in a blue moon for Shogun. And this is a big opportunity for Apache. Now it's pretty packed on the sideline here, down to my right-hand side. A testimony to how big this game is between two massive sides. Apache Raiders with the scrum. It'll be fed by Chris Ballard. He's got Waldron to his left. And the switch. Waldron is the target, but instead McCarthy picks out Ballard again. All the way wide to Tom Mayo, his first start of the competition. Kingdom goes direct, past the 10-metre. Good pick-up off the toes. Excellent work by Bowers. And Bowers skips through. Lovely footwork. Surely there must be space out wide, but what a read that is by Shogun Akita. Great defence. But there's a conversation to be had between the referee and his assistant. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. It's a yellow card. It's a yellow card for Shogun Akita. That is unfortunate. So Apache, who couldn't take their first opportunity now, with a man advantage and a penalty right on the 22. Have to create something here. Scrum called. So, scrum to be fed by Chris Ballard. Bit of deja vu, we're in the same spot as we were. This time, though, the Shoguns are a man down. Waldron on the switch. Runs it back into traffic, chipped in behind, but it's been deflected. And there's the second kick. And now they're racing away. Nudged on again here. Who will collect it? Still going. Shogun Akita have kicked it 40 yards down the field and regathered. Can you believe it? What a score. That is unmistakable quality from Shogun Akita. Under pressure, down to 6. They've just dribbled it 50, 60 yards up the field. And then it's popped up for a try. Remarkable. You just can't keep Shogun down. And this is a favourable result for the Hammerheads, who are already victorious in their other game. Well, the curse, the great curse of Shogun Akita is that their numbers are completely invisible on the back of their wonderful kits. I can hardly make out anyone on the far side. But it's a wonderful try and some great footwork to create it. Oh, deep kick. And Apache have to return under a bit of pressure. Phasing through the line. And then taking contact just shy of the 22. Shogun over the ball, but turned away this time by Apache. That's a huge hit in midfield. But they're still rolling with a bit of momentum. Great pace on the pass. Shogun over it again. Akita desperate for it. Penalty goes Apache's way. And here go Apache in behind. Shogun scrambling. More upright tackling. They look to make a mess of it at the breakdown. Great pressure. Shogun Akita all over the Apache Raiders. Here's Harris. Shrugs off his man. Harris looking for a little chip in behind. He lets it go. They've got cover in the backfield. So Shogun Akita back in possession. Under pressure at the breakdown. Can they get rid of it? Flicked away by Josh Roberts. But a penalty for Apache. What a turnaround this would be. Harris, big miss pass. Now they might strike out wide. Wrapping around the corner goes Genvi. Turned away, keeps the ball in field. Interception, stolen by Shogun. Good read by Akita. And they pick and go from the breakdown, looking to get in behind. Still look a little bit flat here, Shogun Akita. So they're forced to go direct. Raiders over the ball, penalty. And a quick tap. And now they're away. And now they're through, and surely they will score. Simplest of tries in the end. Malachi Leloma. Dots down to score. What a half it's been. Apache have had to work so hard for every inch, but they've been punished twice on the counter by Shogun Akita. And after that really early score, practically the first phase, it's a pretty commanding lead for Shogun Akita at the break. Well, this is the result that many expected, but it hasn't been the game that we expected to see, because Apache have been right in there with Shogun Akita. However, the more clinical of the two sides is ahead at half-time. 7 minutes for Apache Raiders to turn their tournament around. Well, they could be into the plate. kickoff doesn't go 10, it gets caught in the swirling wind instead. And that's a free kick on halfway for the Apaches, who are down by 3 tries to 1. Off goes Ballard. Over the ball go Shogun Akita. And then back into traffic goes Jack Rossiter, the player coach. Finds a lovely offload. Well, there's a knee down there, so Shogun have to release. Rossiter at first receiver, skips him out and goes to Ewan Kingdom. The North Walsham captain bumps off a man. And they're up to the 22, but they've got slow ball. Rossiter looks to open up the pitch. Parker away! No one will catch him. Yet another score for Finn Parker. And it's game on. Excellent work again by Apache to carve that one out. Really created by Henry Toomer there. Did excellent work on this right-hand side. And Finn Parker goes over for yet another score. Wide from the conversion. That might come back to bite the Apaches. It's a tight game. It's a real testament to the depth of this setup. The Apache Raiders have got another squad playing at Hartbury this weekend. Shogun themselves have got 2 here in the elite category, and this is the more youthful of the 2 by just a few years, as that kick is that is the wrong place and the wrong time to give the ball away, just as you're back in the contest. Now Shogun can strike. Down the short side they go through Finn Usher, and Usher almost through. They've got numbers down the left if they can use it. We'd love to see Parker on Price on this near side. That's a real battle, but the space is on the right wing instead. Nice delay on the pass. And it's Callum Highland-Dubs looking to dart away, but it's into touch instead. And the Durham man is denied his second score. Line out for Apache Raiders. Just 1 try behind. May still be enough to see them through to the cup competition. It goes down to points difference between them and Hammerheads if things stay as they are. Short line out round the corner from Apache. A difficult one to take, but they've just about kept a hold of it and then kicked in behind, and now the race is on. There's numbers back for Apache. Can they cleanly gather it? Oh, it's just been flicked away. And Toomer, he's got it. Toomer's taken it, and Apaches will equalise. What a moment. What a half for Henry Toomer. Big moment for him. Set up that Welcome back, everyone, to the Manor Sevens. We're into the knockout stages, and we're into the knockout stages of the men's social competition. It's Old Downbadians taking on Fine Rugby now, and Old Downbadians are in the lead. I'm delighted to be joined by Sai, the founder, and Maf, the DOV, the Director of Vibes here at Old Downbadians. Gents, it's a good start to this knockout tie.
It's fantastic. God's in control. We're doing well. Some things that God wasn't in control for because of some crazy stuff that happened. But we have faith and we're going to do well and go to the next round.
That try disallowed Maf to start things off, but it's going all right for Old Downbadians. You've just about got that score over the line confirmed, and you're taking on the side set up by the organisers, Lit Sevens. It's always a daunting task, but doing all right so far.
So far, so good. So far, so good. Just here, enjoy the day, enjoy the sun, but a win will be great.
They won the team of the tournament at the Mallorca Sevens recently. That's a team basically just awarded for having the best vibes at the competition, which is a great achievement in its own right. But they're hunting silverware here in the social competition, and they're off to a flyer. They're in the lead, but it's being collected by Fine Rugby now, who are looking to drive through the centre, through Ezekiel Toga. Oh, excellent run by Toga, and he's found a pass out wide, but it's been put down by Michael Turner. Always backwards, so Chow can pass it on. And there's some teasing footwork from Toga again. He's through. Toga past the 10-metre, but he's being chased down. Ball on the inside for Chow. Great cover from Chanda. Still on, though, down the right-hand side. It's back in the hands of Turner. Turner goes wide. Into the corner they go. But what a tackle down the right-hand side to deny Fine Rugby now. It's a line out instead. What defence. Well, Sai, what a tackle that was to deny a certain try for Fine Rugby now.
I think they thought of the court session and they said it's not worth having to drink all that rare nephew, and they had to make that last-ditch tackle, so yeah.
The kangaroo court with Ray and Nephew is my kind of kangaroo court. It will be a scrum in the end, so knocked on into touch. Good result. Scrum to be fed by Nick Spence. Spence, and then finds first receiver. Oh, a little teasing run from Grant, and then Grant gets the pass to Chanda, and Spence breaks through. Spence over the 10, frees the hands, it's gone backwards. Oh, the referee says knocked on. Every little break, Math, is joined by a cheer from the touchline here, every little step. It's great to see that every aspect of the Old Downbadians game is being appreciated on the touchline here.
I mean, that's what we do. Anything we see, we're just cheering for the team, whether it's our team or the other team. We just like to support everyone, have a good time, and just enjoy. That's what we're here for.
Value added at the Manor Sevens in this knockout tie. Social it may be, but quality it remains. And it's a scrum, this time for Fine Rugby now. Chaired by Elaine Page, of course, the organiser. Free kick. And Turner's off to the races, looking to take on Spence. Turner gets on the outside of him and accelerates into the corner. Try, Fine Rugby now. Michael Turner is over to score. Well, one of the simplest tries in Sevens, Sai. You see it all the time, just darting down the short side at a breakdown. Executed well, though, by Fine Rugby now.
100%. I think every now and then you've got to donate to charity, so I think it's important that we let them score that try and give back to the community, and I'm sure ODB will be back on top in a sec.
Well, we'll wait and see with kick-off to come in this blisteringly fast first half. It's now 2 tries to 1 in favour of the Old Downbadians. 2 tries to 1 with Fine Rugby now getting on the board and ready to kick off. Perfectly weighted nudge from the assistant referee. And it pops up kindly into the path of Toga. Love a celebration from the touchline. Those who can't ref. Now kicked off deep down the left-hand side. And it's just been spilled from the kickoff. And that's unfortunate. But Pierre Yeboah's blushes are spared by the referee's whistle, which takes us through to half-time. Math, what do you make of that first half? Old Downbadians in front.
It's like Frank was saying in our last game, our defence is always strong, and you saw a few times here, we stopped them from converting afterwards, but just have to carry on as we started, keep going, and get more tries.
Knockout rugby here at the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. in the semi-finals of the quarterfinals, of the Social Cup. It's Old Downbadians who lead Fine Rugby now with 7 minutes still to play. A semi-final on the line. Kick-off in the second half of this quarter-final in the Men's Social Cup. Who will play either the hosts Eton Mess or Gladiator Sevens in the semi-final? Will it be Fine Rugby Now, the tournament organisers, or Old Downbadians, who currently lead? I'm joined by Sai and Maf. Sai, the founder, Maf, the DOV, Director of Vibes, here at the Lit Super Sevens series. And good start to the second half. Want it back already, Sai?
It's looking good. As I said to you, the longer we play, though, the more it delays the sesh. So hopefully do the right thing and we're drinking out of that cup later. And worst case scenario, they'll be drinking some terrible fines.
Well, here we go. What a start to the second half. Great leg drive from Pierre Yeboah, who finds the offload. And into the corner. Go Old Downbadians. Beautiful little celebration as well. Opening try of the second half. I think it's Finn Sutherland who grabbed it in the end. Great work. Over to take the kick. Swape Soko, the Zimbabwean international. Indeed, it is Sutherland who grabbed the first of the second half. What a start for Old Downbadians. Off target from the kick. Well, as you just said, Si, Old Downbadians got to keep it humble because they're not out of the woods just yet.
No, we're not. But as I said, I feel like we can pull through. We just need a bit of separation right now. And the boys need to keep their heads. I think last year we got to the quarters or semis and we lost some sixth formers. So I think they're trying to pay it back in blood this year. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's a clean take off the kickoff for Fine Rugby Now, who need a response, having conceded early in the second half. Lovely little step round the corner and then chipped in behind. Gabrielle Minetti gets it away, but it will be regathered by Old Downbadians. Strong drive into contact, up over the 10-metre penalty for Old Downbadians. Quick tap, keeping the pace in the game. Little hitch kick to get things started. There's the switch. Off goes Socko, finds the pass. Good leg drive, hunting towards that halfway line. Penalty for Fine Rugby Now. Big turnover right on halfway, a crucial one as well. And there's the quick tap. And off goes Dylan Chow, looking to break through. Nice step off the right, show and go! Fine Rugby Now in behind, but what a covering tackle by Pierre Yeboah. And it's been nicked as well. Old Downbadians have it back, chipped in behind, and now it's a foot race up to the 10-metre. Well, still looking to apply some pressure. In the end, he's got to keep his hands off Ezekiel Toga. But good pressure applied by Sutherland. Good kick chase. Great work by Dylan Pena. And then the big shot comes in. Here's Pena, 2-on-1. Sutherland steps off the right. Beautiful little step to break through the last defender. Gabrielle Minetti beaten at the last time of asking. It's 2 in the second half for Finn Sutherland, and Old Downbadians are on their way to the semi-final. Math, this is exactly the kind of performance you wanted from Old Downbadians to keep the party going here at the Manor Sevens.
As I said before, we had to do what we started with, and we did that. But I think they started noticing everyone watching. We love a bit of attention. Once we got the views, we're up here, we're playing.
Aura farming, the tournament organisers, is a serious claim, but carrying it with prestige. Fine Rugby now up against it. Gladiator Sevens take on Eton Manor's men's side, Eton Mess, in that other semi-final. Also, LU Sevens taking on Just Here for Beer, and Nomads taking on Onga in the other quarterfinals. Unfortunately, we will not be having any more semi-finals, only the final live here on pitch 1, so I hope Old Downbadians make it, but they're on their way to a semi at the moment. Swape Soko, Zimbabwean international, kicks it deep. Oh, just spilt off the kickoff, rolling towards touch, and that is the perfect result. Unfortunate for Josh Wright, who just about misjudged it. So it will be a line out for Old Downbadians. So a chance to seal it from this line out. Quarter-final may well be over. Up goes Musa, who hands it off. Well, just a bit of a miscommunication there. Zion Whitaker takes his place in the line out. Musa, this time it's spilt. Spence swings it away to Soko, but it's unfortunately just knocked on, but off of a fine Rugby Now hand. So we'll have another bit of possession for the Old Downbadians. We spoke to Frank Saki, the coach, earlier, also down on the playing sheet as well, the former Ghanaian international. Just discussing the future of Old Downbadians, a charity in the works. You know, a next step really for this great Sevens side, who are on their way to a semi-final. Free kick at scrum time goes Old Downbadians' way. Here's Soko, first receiver. Soko picks out Chanda. Chanda swings off his man, finds Soko on the wraparound. Down he goes. Hard line from Musa. Musa putting the fan, reaching out, turned away at the door by Fine Rugby Now. Hunting forward at the breakdown, but it's a penalty. Toga penalised. Quick tap from Grant. Grant, inches short. Try given. Terry Grant goes over. Grant, the scorer from close range, as he retreats behind the try line to nudge his own kick. Instead, he's going to leave it for Swape Soko. But surely that will seal it. Old Downbadians through to a semi-final. What an achievement that is, Si.
It's unbelievable. You see that one there from BJ, that's called power, that's called boinya. So really and truly, it's what happens when you eat hard food. We said before, you can't eat flapjack and ham sandwich and be playing like this. You've got to eat hard food. So big up BJ on that one.
We've got plenty to learn from the other teams here at the Lit Super 7 series. Gladiators, or the host, Eton Manor RFC, under the Sudden and Eton Mess in that semi. And then the final will be live here just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. Perhaps the final play here. Pierre Yaboa. Well, again, it's been put down from the kickoff. Manieli Quielenu just slipped through his hands. There's nothing but knockouts for the rest of the day here on the main pitch. We're due to have a women's score. Oh, immediately through! Swape Soko does get his try in the second half. Under a bit of pressure, but he does get the score. We are due to have the Boom Beavers against the Wooden Spoon Marauders in a women's quarter-final up next, but we're running slightly behind there. After that, the Akuma Savvy Panthers and the Looseheads women's side are up next. But in the here and now, it's a victory for Old Downbadians through to a semi-final. Matt, some final words from you on a great performance.
I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy. The boys did good. They enjoyed, they had fun, and now we're going to have shots, celebrate, and keep it moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for joining us as well. It's been great to have you. And if you make it to the final, you best believe you're on commentary again. Next game is a women's quarter-final. It will be the Boom Beavers taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders. That's live in just a few moments' time. Nothing but knockout rugby for the rest of the day here at the Manor Sevens, and we return to the Women's Elite competition. Wooden Spoon Marauders take on Boom Beavers. We've already seen Wooden Spoon Marauders be victorious here already today, and they're off to a bright start again here. Cutting through the line with great pace is Brutton. Brutton still going, what a run that is. Finally gets an offload away for Charman. And then pacing away down the right is Leone. What a line that is, cutting it back against the grain. Turnover. Well, of course, the Boom Beavers in that classic purple and pink strip, now playing from left to right, looking to break for the first time. Nice run from Bluebell Nichols. And now back to this, they hug the touchline. It takes a couple of Marauders to bring her down there. Lovely run from Braylin, but it has no end result. Indeed, the penalty, it's lucky that it went their way there. So Robinson can tap. Oh, there's a big handoff. Away goes Lucy Hayat down the left. Turned over by the Wooden Spoon Marauders. But straight over the breakdown go the Beavers. Another penalty. This game is so topsy-turvy as the music still blares behind me. Oh, just about held in midfield. And again, it's a big double tackle and a big clear out to boot from the Beavers. What a line! Through they go. The Boom Beavers are going to open up the scoring. Lucy Hayat will score. Lucy Hayat, I believe it is. Back onto the Beavers' bright Instagram to just double check. The handwriting leaves a little to be desired on the Boom Beavers team sheet, but can't blame Ali Davis too much. He's got more important things. He's got more important things to think about, like getting the Boom Beavers into its semi-final, and they're on the right way to do it. Lucy Hayat with the first score. Deep kickoff into the sunshine, picks out no man's land, and the Beavers were herring after it. Good chase from Kaz Kacharakova. Will be a line out, but it won't be for the Beavers, it will be for the Wooden Spoon Marauders as they steal possession back.
Let's maybe act like we're friends.
Well, it's a bit loose, and eventually it comes the way of the Boom Beavers again. This is not the start the Wooden Spoon Marauders wanted at all. They get lucky again. It's going to be a scrum. It's going to be in favour of the Wooden Spoon Marauders.
Next week. Anyone you've got, anyone you keep, actually just chuck them over to late. It shoots the way out.
Yeah, like I said, I'll try and get a couple of points in the next one.
So the Marauders looking to break from deep inside their own half. They've got a player on the wraparound, but hunted down out wide by Kasikova. Swung away at first receiver by Savu. Little dummy round the corner. Off goes Charman. And then it's been ripped in the tackle, has it? It's loose, could go either way. Just about comes the way of the Marauders. Playing with fire here inside their own half. Great line speed from the Beavers. And comes the tackle from Chloe Broom, the captain. Still in possession of the Marauders for now. Another big tackle. That time from Brankin. It's still messy at the breakdown. And it's slow ball for the Marauders. And finally find a bit of width maybe. Just jinxing inside and out, but they can't get on the outside of Kasiakova. Forced to go direct again. Down goes Savu. And then it's loose. And a penalty goes the way of the Marauders to finally relieve some pressure. Slap down is the call. But gosh, it's been a tough road for the Marauders so far in this quarter-final. We've got another women's quarter-final after this. Delighted to have the Akuma Savvy Panthers taking on the Loose Heads women's side. Quick tap inside their own 22. What can the Marauders create? Big handoff, but it's ineffective. And now the Beavers are swarming all over the ball. Relentless defending. Looking to break out of her own 22. Brutton. Still driving Brutton. Brought down by Jazz Brankin. Another little pick and go. Few more yards added, but they're a long way from home. Little show and go. Might allow Leone to get out, but in the end it rolls harmlessly into touch. And the Marauders are struggling to string things together here. Solo Balia Solomone's side are up against it here. The Boom Beavers are still in control. And they've won a clean line out through Anstead. And that's the widest player, Kasiakova, who still takes them all on. Unbelievable wheels. Kasiakova. Unstoppable. There are very few commentary notes, if any, in this Boom Beavers team sheet. One of them is next to Kasiakova's name, and it says she's faster than everyone. All caps underlined. And that's exactly why. Had no right to get on the outside of two Marauders in order to touch down in the corner. But the Boom Beavers go 2 tries up. On a beautiful day here at the home of Eton Manor RFC. Half time as the Boom Beavers get a second score. They are in control in the quarter-final. They may be through to a semi. The Wooden Spoon Marauders have work to do. 7 minutes still to go. And the Boom Beavers are up by 2 tries. It bounces loose from the kickoff for the Beavers, who were 2 tries in front, but in the end it is regathered by Eve Robinson. Oh, what a steal that is by the Wooden Spoon Marauders. There's the penalty and the quick tap, and off they go. Oh, what a line! Over they go. They've made short work of the second half so far. Satia scores for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Nice little tap from Seru. And then Satia picked out a wonderful line and crashed over from 5 yards. Satia adds their own extras as well. And the game is on. All of a sudden, they're 1 try in it, the Wooden Spoon Marauders, after a pretty lifeless first half. They just didn't play in the right areas, one could argue. As we said, another women's semi-final is after this one. Quarterfinal, I should say. Savvy Panthers take on Loose Heads. Oxfam Lightning take on Fine Rugby now in the other quarterfinal. And the defending champions, the Hammerheads, are up against the British Army on quarterfinal 4. Good heavens, that could easily be the final. What a game that is. And we will have a semi-final between one of these 2 sides, and then the victors between Oxfam and Fine Rugby now, later on this afternoon at 5:10. But it's so unfortunate, really, to be meeting the British Army Hammerheads in that quarter-final. That could go either way. Another deep kickoff. Another pile of pressure applied, this time by Nasila Silla. They do get it away, though, the Beavers, for now. And might be making a line break. Sotiam has to make the tackle, and penalty drawn by the Beavers. Robinson with the quick tap. Here goes Broom. 1 pass wider instead, just dropping the shoulder and getting on the outside. Excellent run by Kasikova again. So much speed down this left-hand side. Robinson. Good read in defence by the Wooden Spoon Marauders, but a nice offload frees Anstead. Anstead, Broom. Kasikova now with a bit of green grass to run into ahead of her. Looks to get on the outside of Sotia. Textbook tackle, but it's lifted up to Broom again. Robinson. Just a little high, but well taken. And then through the line they go. What a break. Last-ditch tackling again from the Wooden Spoon Marauders. But the Boom Beavers play with intensity. Lift over the top. Wonderful hands by Broom. But it's a penalty for offside. So Broom's excellent take counts for naught. Looks like another quick tap. The Beavers looking to regain control in this quarter-final. Robinson shot it off the ball. A cheer goes up from the sideline. Plenty of Wooden Spoon Marauders in the crowd. Broom. Fans cry for a forward pass, but it's taken on instead by Anstead. Lots of pressure at the breakdown. Lifted off the deck to McDonald, who runs down a tight alley there with 2 defenders in tow. Anstead caught on the gain line, but shrugs off the first defender and finds an offload. And now Robinson racing away into the corner. Eve Robinson scores for the Boom Beavers. And she may well have just powered them through to a semi-final, which will be live at around 5:10 against either Fine Rugby now, Lit 7's own team, or the Oxford Lightning, the charity side. That's an important score, and it's made an important time as well. Not long left now for the Wooden Spoon Marauders to get back into this game. 2 huge quarterfinals at 5:30, or kicking off as close to whenever this game is over. May well be 20-4 at this point. Akuma Savvy Panthers and Loose Heads, 2 sides we haven't seen yet in the women's competition, will play on this pitch in the other quarterfinal. Hammerheads and British Army, what a tie that is. Unfortunately, we won't see it. We won't see their semi-final either. One of those 4 teams will be into the final later today. So one of these 2 teams will be into the semis as McDonald is hammered in possession. but knocked on in the tackle, so it will be Boom Beavers in possession. What a shot that was on McDonald. Line out ball for the Beavers. Here's McDonald who collects the offload, but then it's tripped by our own player there. Penalty for the Boom Beavers, not releasing in the tackle. In fact, straight off their feet there is the referee's call. Here goes Brankin. Direct. Kasikova in support. It's another penalty for the Boom Beavers. And a quick tap that might undo them. Nichols almost through. Over the ball again. Go the Wooden Spoon Marauders. But it's a third penalty in quick succession. And I think this time they will incur further punishment. Seru leaves the field. She's been yellow carded. So the Boom Beavers with a big opportunity to seal their place in the semis if they score from here. Try scorer in the second half. Eve Robinson is poised to tap and go. Robinson. Brankin. Kasikova. Through two defenders. Kasikova scores another. What an asset to have in the game of sevens. Great acceleration. And that's the try that will see them through to the semis. A semi-final that will be live here on Pitch 1 later on this afternoon. Second half domination from the Boom Beavers. A fine performance, but there's so much quality left in this competition, not less the team they'll face in the semi-finals, which will be either Fine Rugby Now or Oxfam. Good take off the kickoff. One more chance for the Wooden Spoon Marauders, perhaps, to create something in this game. Another good carry over the gain line and a good offload. Let's pick out Sarvu. And now they'll race away. Oh my, what a break. In the blink of an eye. Wooden Spoon Marauders are through for another try. They're not messing around, are they? With ball in hand. They've just been starved of it in this second half. Katia adds the extras. What a break. So Wooden Spoon Marauders will have the final say. However, it's a victory for the Boom Beavers, who are through to the semi-final. They will face either Fine Rugby Now or Oxfam in the semi-final, live later on this afternoon. But up next, it's another Women's Open quarter-final. It's a big game, and it's the Akuma Savvy Panthers taking on Looseheads. That's next, live here on Pitch 1. Well, kickoff in this other quarter-final in the Women's Open. Looseheads are taking on the Akuma Savvy Panthers. The Akuma Savvy Panthers are in the navy blue with white socks and a white trim, while Looseheads, now in possession, are in black with white trim, slightly similar, but it's Looseheads going from right to left in this first half, as there's an attempted steal at the breakdown by the Savvy Panthers. Now Looseheads, just like their men's side, team sheetless in this game, so we wish their players all the best, even if they can't be identified. And the Akuma Savvy Panthers, under the watchful eye of Finn Kelly and Ben Jones, on the other hand, are on defensive duties for now, and it looks like they may have won it back. Instead, it's just been picked off the toes, and the referees allowed play on. There's a high press, which forces the Looseheads back inside. Good defence from the Akuma Savvy Panthers. Panthers defending solidly for now, and now they look to bite. It might open up space out wide for the Looseheads. Excellent chop tackle from Liv Taylor. Penalty, though, goes against the Panthers. Looseheads with a quick tap, up over halfway for the first time. Coming back to make the tackle. Charlie Manns. And then stolen. Ripped away. Excellent turnover. And now the Panthers strike for the first time, stepping inside and out. Riddle almost away, but called back by the referee. Scrum down for Looseheads. So this is the harder side of the draw. Savvy Panthers are top side, as are Looseheads. But in the other quarter-final on pitch 2, it's the British Army, who were outstanding early on this morning in our opening game of the day, taking on the defending champions, Hammerheads. Don't get much bigger than that in a quarter-final. The British Army, who were defeated in the group stage and finished in second place. Another scrum for Looseheads, a little bit slow to start this quarter-final, but sparks I'm sure will soon fly. It's great pressure by the Panthers, but it isn't legal. Offside is the call. So it will be the Panthers backpedaling again. Looseheads with another quick tap. They've marched their way down the field in this quarter-final. And now they're off to the races. Good delay on the pass. Nice offload as well. The scramble defence from the Panthers holds firm for now. Missed pass. Nice little step off the left, good acceleration. An offload through contact. Another one flicked off the floor there, the bounce pass. Nice turn. Looseheads go down the short side. Lovely jinxing run. Beats 2 defenders and finds a good offload. Ball on the inside, intercepted, and away come the Panthers. Nicked by Zoe Dare. And chipped in behind. Great use of space from the Panthers on the counter, and they'll be first to the loose ball. Hacked ahead again. Wilkinson's after it. Will it pop up for her? Wilkinson puts it to the toe once more, but it just runs dead. It never popped up for Molly Wilkinson like she wanted it to. But that is a huge missed opportunity for the Savvy Panthers. They'd like to get the ball back. It's going to be a 22 dropout, I believe. But Molly Wilkinson, great option to kick it in behind. She was comfortably first to the ball. I'm not sure she knew how much time she had. .22 dropout incoming from the Looseheads. Seen a couple of these kicked short already today. They get behind that one. Oh, it's well taken by Dare. Dare, ball back on the inside. There's a bit of space down the right if they can find it. Manns chips it ahead instead. And look at the acceleration from Mann. But it's a penalty for Savvy Panthers. Charlie Mann's taken off the ball. Big opportunity for the Panthers. They've got to break through soon. Taylor with the tap on the 22. And Taylor goes herself. And it's driven back commandingly by the loose heads. Good work at the breakdown to keep it alive by the Panthers. Charlie Mans. Mans looking to get on the outside. And then cutting in. Big handoffs, brushing off defenders, eventually brought down. Taylor looks to open up the field. Oh, nice little move out the back. Good high press from the loose heads, but great footwork inside and out. Maisie Riddle scores the opener in this quarterfinal. A stalemate so far, but a pass through contact that created enough space for Maisie Riddle to exploit. Excellently done. That's the opener then for the Panthers. They defended well, and then they were patient, working their way up the field. They deserved an opportunity to strike, and they've taken it. But what a half it's been. One of the lowest scoring of the tournament so far, and that's not a dig at all on the quality of this game. Collected by the loose heads. And how quickly can they respond? What a break through the centre. It's a race on here. Riddle is in pursuit. The try scorer Riddle makes a huge tackle. Almost dislodges the ball. She's back to her feet to counter ruck as well. The Panthers pile in. And they've nicked it. Penalty for the Panthers. Unbelievable defence from the try scorer, Maisie Riddle. Back to make the tackle from way off her wing, and then up to her feet to counter ruck as well. And it looks like Mans is going to go for touch, and finds it just outside that 10-metre. What a showing this is by the Akuma Savvy Panthers. Well, they're taking their time at the line out, the Panthers. It is their throw from the penalty. Up goes Flowers. Mans does find the pass, but it's been knocked on. But the Panthers' blushes are spared because the referee's whistle takes us through to half-time. A real stalemate of a first half, just the one breakthrough. The hot stepping of Maisie Riddle separates the two sides in this quarter-final. The Savvy Panthers leads Loose Heads by a single score with 7 minutes still to go. Who will face the British Army in that semi-final, or the defending champions Hammerheads? We'll find out in 7 minutes' time. deep kickoff by the Looseheads. Now playing left to right in their black and white strip. It's the blue and black of Savvy Panthers who lead by 1 try, but what a tackle that is. Holly Williams driven into touch, and now Looseheads will have their first chance of the second half to get back into this quarterfinal. Here comes the line out. Round the corner come Looseheads. High line again from the Panthers. Around the corner they come. Good read in defence. Big shot comes flying in from Liv Taylor again. But Looseheads still get on the outside and break through the gain line. Direct from Looseheads. Again over the gain line. Counter ruck from Panthers is unsuccessful. Another great read. High defensive line, that time from Erin Bradley. Good leg drive over the 10 metre. Looseheads there in support, keeping things alive. Nice step off the left, and then they do find it wide. Interception by the Panthers. What a read. We've had a few of those back-to-back by the Panthers in defence, but they've been marched back 10 yards for a penalty. That is disappointing. Oh, it's always backwards, but it's pretty unorganised at the moment for Looseheads, and it's been stolen at the breakdown. Lovely soft hands, and now they're in behind, racing away. Goes Danny Priest. Priest touches down, and it's a second for the Akuma Savvy Panthers. They look set to go through to the semi-final, such as the close nature of this contest been. 2 tries might be enough. But it will be a hard road to the final with the British Army or the defending champions, the Hammerheads, to meet in the next round. So the Panthers stretch further out in front. Breakaway score following the interception from Danny Priest. Well, the Manor Sevens will roll on into the evening. So much rugby yet to be played. We're still only at the quarter-final stages. How far can the Panthers go? That's kicked in behind. And the Looseheads are herring after it. It's the try scorer, Priest, who has to come all the way back and touch it down beyond her own try line. Great pressure. Scrum from where it was kicked is a very unfortunate call, but that is how things are played in the game of sevens. So Looseheads are going to be marched all the way back. And it will be a scrum for the Panthers, midway between the halfway and 10-metre line. That is harsh. It's the rules, but it's harsh. Weren't far away from going over themselves there, Looseheads. Clean scrum. Away comes Taylor. Taylor drops the shoulder, but brought down on the 10-metre, or on the halfway even. Penalty for Looseheads. Quick tap. And the Panthers have to regather themselves. What a shot that is, but the pass was away, so it's a penalty against Charlie Manns. So the Looseheads still coming here. Great line. Forward pass. So it will be a turnover, and the Panthers survive again. And that's been the difference between the two sides. The Panthers have just been really clinical. They've won possession back. Looseheads have had just as much possession. After this game, we return to the Men's Open, and it's a cracker. The British Army, defending champions on the Lit 7 circuit, are taking on Shogun Osaka, the more experienced of the two Shogun sides. For now, though, Taylor with a scrum feed for the Panthers, who are fighting for a place in the semi-final, and they're up by 2 tries. Mans hands it off, little chip ahead, who will it fall for? Well, the bounce is unkind, but well collected by the try scorer, Priest. Nice step from Taylor, or not from Taylor, sorry. He's still hanging out in midfield. Now here's Taylor. Williams, wider still. And now they look to strike. Big handoff from Bradley, who's still going, Bradley, but was held, according to the referee, so a turnover. I think we're going to see a yellow card here. Oh, it's a yellow card for Aaron Bradley, and a glimmer of hope for the loose heads. They've got to make it count here. Maybe a 2-on-1. Out wide they go. What a shot from Davis. And it's been turned over, and away comes Williams. Williams over halfway, just 1 to beat. Williams puts on the handbrake and waits for support. Tracking into contact. What a shot that was down this left-hand side by Lowry Davis. Taylor bounces up for Mans, who beats her man, and now Mans is stepping and weaving and through 3 defenders, finds Taylor, lofted over the top. Here's Davis. Davis stretches out and scores. Once Larry Davis opened up her gate, there was no catching her, but what a run by Charlie Mans. And then lovely hands as well from Taylor. And the Panthers are through. That will seal it. Yeah, it's been a weird quarter-final. First half was such a stalemate. And when Savvy Panthers scored, you thought that might be enough. And in this second half, it's been pretty one-sided, to be fair. A couple of huge interventions from the Panthers. That's what separate the sides, and that's what will see them through to a semi-final. But a tough semi-final it is, where they'll play one of the Hammerheads or the British Army. Speaking of the British Army, their men's open side are in action next in what could be one of the games of the tournament. Already just at the quarter-final stage. Shogun Osaka, headed up by Gareth Barber, the OG of Shogun, here today to overlook his sides. They take on the defending champions of the Lit Sevens, the British Army. That's the next game here in the quarter-final of the Men's Open at the Manor Sevens. Live in just a few moments' time. Here we go then. One of the biggest games of the tournament so far, Shogun Osaka taking on the British Army in their classic red strip. They'll be kicking off here through Joe Korivuka. Charlie Keane alongside me. How excited are you for this huge game?
Oh, this is going to be an absolute showdown here. I mean, there's some scary looking players out in both of these teams. I just know it's going to be a great game to watch.
And it's an early line break for the Shoguns. Away goes Ryan Paris, formerly of Ulster. They find the width, and they're almost through. There's plenty back for the Army, including Korivuka, looking to get over the ball. Here's Ross McKnight, the former GB7s player. McKnight crashing through, finding an offload. And now they look to dart down the short side. Away they go. And that will be the opening score. It's Keelan Farrell, the US Under-20 international. opens up the scoring. Farrell gets the first. Charlie, just how clinical was Shogun there?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, to have the wheels there, I mean, I've seen Keelan sprint before, but I mean, crikey, the blistering pace around the outside. But it was all built up from the play in the middle of the ground, and I mean, that's really where the wins come from in sevens. You can talk about those fast feet, but it's really the teamwork that leads to it that you really have to accredit.
They're a well-drilled outfit, especially with Gareth Barber in attendance. Mr. Shogun. And the British Army go behind early here in this huge quarter-final clash. We'll have a men's semi-final later on this afternoon, and then the men's final will be our final game at 6:30. So much rugby still to come. Well, Lau Laba has to go all the way back and collect possession for the British Army. Jamie Diamond hands it off. And the kick to come from Adam McLean. McLean hangs it up into the beautiful sunshine. Up goes McKnight, who looks to put the pressure on, but it's just been spilt by Shogun. That ambitious ball back on the inside will lead to just a set piece. And in fact, looks like the first knock-on may have come off a British Army hand, so it's going to be a line-out for Shogun. Big opportunity for them. Up they go at the tail through Storen. And it's just bounced up for Farrell, who does so well to keep a hold of it. He's not going to get on the outside of the British Army that way. High press from the men in red. And they get physical and get a hold of Shogun all the way back for a penalty. That's a tough advantage, Charlie, and now they're on the back foot. Well, Ross McKnight's taken the quick tap. Big handoff from the Scots, flying through the tackle. Ross McKnight looks to get an offload away, but then just goes himself. McKnight still driving on. Surely now, Farrell will score his second. Well, Farrell will finish it, but Ross McKnight, who's just clattered through 6 or 7 of our nation's finest. What a carry by the big Scotsman.
Oh, it's just, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that fend. I mean, the way he just sent the bloke back to the shops, I mean, it was just horrifying to watch for him, and clearly a great moment for the highlight reel.
Ross McKnight, the captain on field as well, as Farrell slots it beautifully. What a kick. Keelan Farrell on the double, converts his second try. And Shoguns have come out firing in this quarter-final. We thought it was going to be a tight one, but the British Army haven't had a sniff yet, Charlie.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they're waiting to get that ball in hand, to be honest. I think Shogun's seen the most of the possession. It'd be interesting to see what they can do with their attack. I mean, we've seen some pretty dynamic rugby from them earlier in the day, so I mean, they've got to the quarter-finals, so clearly they're knocking on the door, but we need to see them really kind of branch out rather than just let them be attacked at by Shogun.
So another chipped kick-off by McLean, looking for McKnight, tap back, but into the path of Lau Laba, and now Lau Laba, just with one to beat, gets away from the last defender. Excellent footwork inside and out. Wise Lau Laba gets away from Josh Golden-Clark just about, and gets the British Army on the ball. That's just really clever from Lau Laba. No wonder they call him Wise. He's just waited for the tap back and swept it up himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the offload, the way he drew in the full-back and also the chasing defender, and then did all the hard work and then just put one of his teammates through onto that easy kind of put down from 10 metres out or so. It's what you like to see. It's what sevens is all about.
Indeed, in the end, it's finished off by the playmaker, Joe Kurivuka. And the British Army, all of a sudden, are back in the game. Converted score puts them just one try out of touch of the Shogun Osaka. There's the kickoff. McKnight whips it on the inside. There's a ball over the top. Beautiful for Golden-Clark. And Golden-Clark takes on his man. Lau Laba gets bumped off. But in the end, it's a penalty for a high tackle, which the British Army aren't too pleased about. Here's McKnight, who wants it on the wraparound. Ross McKnight just spills it. And now maybe a chance to counter. There's the handoff from Yala Yala. Ball back on the inside is spilt, and then recollected by Joey Walker. He's a terrifying figure, Joey Walker, Charlie.
I mean, just look at his tattoos. It's a scary, scary sight.
But in the meantime, they're breaking through Apolosi Wara. Wara with great awareness just to spot the gap. And the British Army have turned it around inside the first half, and they'll have a kick to take the lead. This British Army side, you can see how they're defending champions, Charlie. They can hurt you from anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the big things is both their tries have come from under the posts, but they've forced the tries they've conceded out to that corner, which really does make the difference in such close games.
Apolosi Wara adds his own extras. And before the break, Shogun a peg back, and now they trail. Still plenty of time in this first half for things to go either way. This is exactly the kind of blockbuster we were expecting. Diri Yala Yala again will chase for the British Army. Instead, Korevuka sends it down the right-hand side. Oh, it's slapped right down the middle. What a take by Ross McKnight. And he's almost away, chopped down by Korevuka. Beat two defenders on the catch. And now they might be numbers up here. Golden Clark plays scrum half and swings it away. Little change of angle, looking to exploit the space, but patient Sevens from Shogun. And then it opens up. Lovely little step. McKnight with a man outside him. Oh, it's just been knocked on. Well, McKnight wants a slap down, but the referee calls half-time. Great defence from the British Army. Farrell was almost away for a first-half hat-trick. Instead, at the break, the British Army lead by just 2 points. What a game, Charlie. Exactly what we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we always knew it was going to be a tight game, but my goodness, are we in for a show. I mean, there's just been class on both sides of the pitch. And you've got the Army boys who are just very well drilled, I mean, as they should be. And then you've got the Shogun lot who are clearly a quite star-studded bunch. And so it's proven to be some brilliant rugby.
Well, the Boom Beavers are already through to the semi-final after beating Looseheads. Their women's side did that, but so did their men's. So who will face them in that semi-final? Will it be the British Army? Or will it be this Shogun Osaka side, who trail at the break, with 7 minutes still to come? Kickoff to come. Shogun Osaka to nudge it down range. They trail by 2 points to the British Army in this huge quarter-final clash. Off we go. Up goes McKnight. No, it's gone dead, but off who is the question. Referee's given the line out to the British Army. So, line out for the British Army. Couple of changes at the break. But Diamond with the throw. Not straight was the call from Osaka, but instead it's a quick tap and a big bump by Yala Yala. And Walker, Yala Yala again, fends off another. Giri Yala Yala puts the ball back on the inside. Laulaba driving towards the line, but what a tackle to bring him down. Still the Army are on the front foot here. Desperate to free the hands, but he's all wrapped up by Golden Clark. Down the short side they go. Laulaba goes himself. Lovely footwork, all the way through they go. It's Tomasi Vula who will score for the British Army. Fleet-footed and fast through the Shogun Osaka defence. Tomasi Vula goes over for another score. Charlie, this game is a threat of getting away from Shogun Osaka. The next try has to be theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing with sevens, though. You never know when it's going to come. It's one of those things. I mean, we saw how quickly Shogun went ahead in the first half. So it is really all still to play for, as long as they keep their mentality right.
Off target from the conversion, so a silver lining for Osaka. It will be the British Army who kick us off. Time off, says the referee, while we collect the ball. It's got to be back there somewhere. They're pink and white, you can't miss them. But at the moment, it's advantage to the British Army. Kick-off to come. Apolosiwara will nudge it down range. There's plenty in pursuit. Interesting setup at the kick-off, all stacked down that left-hand side. Shogun pretty split down the middle. That's a teasing kick-off, what a take! Flag goes up, but I think that the man was completely wiped out off the ball there with no arms, but instead it's just going to be a line-out for the British Army, Charlie. That's a tough call to take.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure. I think it might have been an attempted lift, and then consequently he went for the ball in the air, and it was just a bit of a cluster there after that. So it's tough to tell, but it is a tough call for Shogun. We'll see how they bounce back.
Line out taken by Josh Vakasisi Kakalala. Vakasisi Kakala is exactly his name, Charlie. It's a lengthy one, but it's one of the best of the day. The number 9. And he wins a free kick from the line out. Good take by Josh Vakasisi Kakala.
5 points for Gryffindor for getting that one correct.
Well, they deserve it. They're fine players. They deserve to be identified correctly. And the coach of the British Army, Joe Nice-Save, who has excellent handwriting. Penalty, and a flamboyant one at that from the referee. Love to see it. Brave in his calling, and now they're off to the races again, the British Army. Driving up and direct. Penalty goes the way of Shogun Osaka. Taken into contact by Josh Vakasisi Kakala. And a penalty given, another one, not 10. Adam McLean with the quick tap. Here's McLean over the top, well read, but just about taken by Barney Merritt. Over the ball, go the British Army. Penalty. Oh, it's all over the place there, but Barney Merritt has it back for Shogun. And the British Army race up. McLean whips it wide. Golden Clark. Here's the flying Scotsman. Ross McKnight on the outside, but driven into touch. Great defence from the British Army, who are looking to seal out this quarter-final. Wonderful defence, Charlie, against a player of the quality of Ross McKnight, a GB7s international.
You know, it looks like the tide's pretty overwhelmingly with the Army at the moment, but Shogun really are fighting to try and find that opportunity. And Ross McKnight really doing his all there, but unfortunately brought into touch.
Knocked on at the line out, so a chance for Shogun Osaka. A quick try here would make it interesting. Off goes Zach Kamashane. Great offload, and now they could be away down this left-hand side. Into the corner they go. Shogun Osaka have a try, but do they have time to keep the game interesting? Well, they've got to get a move on here if they want to get it back up the field again. Plenty of changes in the meantime. including the try scorer leaving the field. This is a big conversion for Shogun, which got a hold of it. It's drifting wide of that right hand upright. On the short side, Josh Golden-Clark just hurrying the substitutes because they know that they need to get back underway as quickly as possible here. Onto the field is the Australian Trent Storen. He'll be after this kick chase down the left-hand side. 19-17, the Army lead. Oh, it's been tapped back. Penalty! Golden-Clark had ball in hand, but penalty instead. Here goes Storen, who finds a pass. Cook. Oh, it's just off of Army hands, so Golden-Clark can regather. Golden-Clark for the corner! Denied! Stolen by the Army! What a counter! What a step! And now the game might turn on its head. Driven in by Walker. Lifted over the top. Interception has been missed. And now they're in behind. Off goes Apolosi Wara. Does he have the legs? McLean in pursuit. Wara on the outside. It's a second try for Apolosi Wara. And it's a try that will seal this quarterfinal. Shogun Osaka beaten by the champions. What a try. And what a time to get it. They had to gamble with the interception inside the 22. But Apolosi Wara saw nothing but green ahead of him. And he ate up the grass. And he's cut down the Shoguns. What a moment. The British Army are through. Charlie, this could have so easily been the final if the draws were different. And the Army have taken it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, delivering that kind of final blow there. I mean, Shogun had to go for it, and when they kind of had the pressure on in that 22, and it didn't come off for them, and so consequently they paid the price. They've still got a chance here if they can push it back, convert their try, could still be to play for.
Joe Koravuka crucially adds the extras, so Shogun need 2 tries to get back into this game. Koravuka will hang this up as high as he can. There's plenty in pursuit. Up go the Shoguns. It's into no man's land, where the British Army thrive, and Koravuka has got it. Lovely offload. How on earth did he get that away? Hall finds another pass. Stepping off the right is Tomasi Vula. And then Hall is wrapped up by a sea of white and black. But Koravuka has it back. Missed pass over the top. This could be it. Stutter step inside, out the back door, looking to free Radovo, and that will be it. Outrageous offload. And Radovo is the man who will profit from it. Sickening stuff from Diri Yala Yala, who has seen the British Army through. Charlie, that offload is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, I think they might have had Quade Cooper in their camp with that one. It was absolutely spectacular.
Who needs Cooper when Yala Yala's on your side? The British Army are through. Shogun Osaka have been put to bed convincingly here. They still got a horse in this race, with Shogun Atika, of course, taking place in the other quarter-final. But the defending champions of the Lit 7 series and the brand new Super Sevens are through to a semi-final. Charlie, thanks very much for joining us, and we'll see you a little bit later on for the social final, perhaps. What a fixture, but the British Army are through in emphatic fashion. Don't go anywhere because the action continues. It's plate action for the Men's Open. The Sons of Spartacus, led by Mike Friday, take on Burney's Ballers, part of the Beaver setup. That's the next game, live here on Pitch 1. Well, off to get the team sheets, and there's already been a try for the Sons of Spartacus, led by former US International Sevens coach Mike Friday, whose son Harrison gets us back underway against the part of the Beavers setup. These are Bernie's Ballers, originally a social side, bumped up into the men's open and into the plate, but under pressure already, and it's back in possession of the Sons of Spartacus. Over goes Gribben. And now they can whip to the open side, perhaps. Tierney finds another pass, all the way wide. It's Harvey Furno into the corner. And what a start this is for the Sons of Spartacus. A lovely story, the Sons of Spartacus. They're all based around sons and friends of former players of Blackheath Rugby Club. Just happens to include some very handy Sevens players. They were unlucky to make it through to this plate competition. They could have been higher up. But in this men's open plate quarter-final, they're taking on Bernie's Ballers. Stallions RFC, the Nigerian Exiles, are also taking on Oxfam elsewhere. The Hammerheads are somehow in this competition, taking on the Saints. And the Mavericks take on Cyprus over on here on pitch one up next. That'll be a great game. Oh, lovely step, inside and out. Away goes Tom Martin. But good counter drive by the Sons of Spartacus. Looking to make an impact. Oh, great footwork. Looking to get away from a number of Spartans. Toby Tierney brings him down. Oh, almost another line break. Taken down by Gribben this time. Penalty goes the way of the Ballers. They ship it quickly down the left. Should be a 2-on-1 if they can use it. Oh, no. An absolutely gilt-edged opportunity has been butchered. Good defence from Joe Galtridge on his own. And they've managed to turn it over. Scrum then for the Sons of Spartacus, deep inside their own half, and a free kick goes against them. Waleed whips it wide. Away goes Maturin again. Waleed collects it off the deck, and then it's all the way back. So they'll come back for a penalty advantage. Offside, another infringement. Sons of Spartacus should be all over this side, realistically. But they're struggling at the moment. Oh, and they've conceded as well. Carried over by LJ Ekendal. What a performance by the Ballers in this plate quarter-final. Well, the winners of this one will be through to play either the Stallions or Oxfam. We'll find out who will take on either Hammerheads or Saints up next here on pitch one, when the Mavericks take on Mouflon of Sevens, representing Cyprus. And there's some big games in the aftermath of that. Men's social semi-finals, LU Sevens take on the Nomads. And then after that, a women's semi-final, and the Boom Beavers, who won their quarter-final, as we saw, taking on Fine Rugby now. Sons of Spartacus have just about managed to keep it alive and are now rumbling on through Callum Coyne. Oh, it's been stripped. Oh, here's Bezad Walid, lifts it off the deck. What an offload. And the Ballers have turned it around. And now they're in front. Well, the Sons of Spartacus backpedaling. They've conceded 2 in the blink of an eye, and their lead has evaporated. Well, this isn't exactly what we expected. But still plenty of time for the game to change. Half time then. And the Ballers have turned the game around. Great performance. 7 minutes still to play in this plate quarter-final. And the Sons of Spartacus, at the moment, are being held by Ernie's Ballers, who were at one point a social side. 7 minutes still to play. Well, that's one of the deepest kickoffs of the day by Bernie's Ballers, but it's rolled into touch. So we'll start the second half of this plate quarter-final with a line out to the Sons of Spartacus. Just prepping for the next game. It's a huge game in the men's open plate quarter-final. It's the Mavericks taking on Cyprus, who were picked apart by the British Army in their first game, but that's a pretty tough opening for them. So we'll see them impress against the Mavericks, I'm sure, as the line-out's won by the Sons of Spartacus. Oh, lovely little show and go, and some nice footwork has Galtridge over the gain line. Still going, Galtridge, and picks out a pass for Gribben. Gribben rolling and weaving his way. Here's Galtridge again, stumbles, but spins and is out of contact. What a run. Nice offload, and they could be in behind. It's Harvey Furno looking for his second try of the day. Skims the last man and fends off the final defender. Harvey Furno with his second try puts the Sons of Spartacus back in control. The conversion attempt drifts wide. You'll see the ball boys and ball girls across the day as well on pitch 1. All from Eton Manor RFC, decked out in their lit Super Sevens gear. They've been working hard in the sunlight, keeping the games flowing. And it's another kickoff. And it's hung up high. Who'll get there? Tap back by the Ballers. Good work from LJ Ekendal. Here's Walid. Picks another pass out. There's a big bump. but there's so many surrounding for the Sons of Spartacus that they manage to slow it down. A little snipe down the blind side, but Coin in there to make a mess of things. Another good tackle, this time from Galtridge. Not from Galtridge, sorry, it's Gribben. Looking to get in there. Knock on is the eventual call regardless of who it was for the Sons of Spartacus looking to get involved. So we'll have a set piece just shy of the halfway line. Another try would certainly settle things for the side expected to progress through to the latter stages of the plate. Well, we're very slowly moving towards the very final few games of the Manor Sevens as Sons of Spartacus are just driven into touch. So our next few games are a couple of semi-finals after this Men's Open plate quarter-final we spoke about between the Mavericks and Cyprus. Then it's a women's semi-final at 5:10. The Boom Beavers play fine rugby now. Then the Hammerheads will take on the winners of this game at 5:30. And then it's the men's social final at 5:50. And for the women's final at 6:10. And the men's open final standalone at 6:30. So nothing but big games and knockout rugby to come. For now, though, it's the Ballers looking to turn this around. Huge shot comes in. Gribben over the ball, but he's unfortunately off his feet. It's a real mess at the breakdown. Penalty was about to go the Ballers' way, but they did dig it out. That's excellent hands. Little hitch kick and a big handoff. And now they're away down the left-hand side. The Ballers are going to score in the corner. What a tackle! Tap tackle by Friday. But he's back to his feet to dot down regardless. The Ballers back into the game. So, the game is in the balance. The next try is crucial. Either the Sons of Spartacus will seal it, or the Ballers will be right back amongst it. That's a difficult kick and an unkind bounce. Who will it fall for? Big shot comes in, and it's come loose, and it's been regathered by Ashford, the captain. And then it's loose and free, but it's a knock-on. Ballers are about to touch down in the corner, but instead it's going to be a scrum for the Sons of Spartacus. They could go coast to coast here and seal it. That would certainly be impressive, and that would earn them a spot in the plate semi-final. Taking on Hammerheads in that semi-final. With another semi-final to be decided up next here on pitch one, looking to step and slide from inside their own 22. Penalty that gets them out of dodge. Off goes Furno of the Oscar variety. Well, the Ballers looking to hold up their man. But he's down on the ground. And they've not rolled there, so it's another penalty. Furno whips it away. Here's Gribben, accelerating. Oh, nice offload. They're still driving on out wide. Now they move it from right to left. Oh, real slap into contact there. was never coming for the Ballers there. They've given away another penalty. Riley Coyne with the ball in hand. Coyne with another go at the tap. Turnover, it never left his hand. That is the coach killer to end all coach killers, Riley Coyne. One last chance, one last roll of the dice, perhaps for Bernie's Ballers. Can pull off a shock and beat the Sons of Spartacus. Great scrum, really disruptive. But Bernie's Ballers come away with it and chip it in behind. What a kick, what a chase this is from Benzad Wahid, who gets another nudge on. It's Wahid against the touchline. But the dead ball is the winner. How close were the Ballers for turning it around? Instead, victory for the Sons of Spartacus. But they didn't have it all their way. They'll have a tougher test in the semi-final of the men's plate. But who else will be heading through to the semi-final? Will it be the Mavericks or will it be Cyprus? We'll find out in our next game, live here on pitch 1 at the Manor Sevens in the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Points. I thought that the Sons of Spartacus may have had a conversion ahead of the Beavers, but I was mistaken. So the Mavericks will have to wait, and the Ballers are looking to turn it on its head. Oh, what a moment then. The Beavers in possession, deep in Spartacus territory. Hasn't been a comfortable place to be for generations. Put down, and now the Beavers are backpedaling. Of course, it's the Ballers, part of the Beavers setup, that are still playing. Change of ends. Here's Waleed, who came so close to sealing it. On the final play, Waleed over the top. Could be a chance. Harrington Jones. Harrington Jones almost away. Ball back on the inside, and it bounces up for the skipper, Alex Ashford. And in extra time, Bernie's Ballers have turned it around. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, I must say that Mavericks and Cyprus both came onto the field and were quickly ushered off in the break. But it went to golden point, and Bernie's Ballers have knocked out the Sons of Spartacus. What a result. Well, now the semi-final has been settled. And the Sons of Spartacus, despite Everyone thinking they were through to the semi-final. No, said the referee, the scores are level instead. And they've been beaten by Burney's Ballers. Their skipper, Alex Ashford, scores in extra time. And our usual programming will quickly resume. It is now the Mavericks on field who will be taking on Cyprus in another plate quarter-final. That'll be kicking off imminently.
So we are LU7s and Nomads who will use that on pitch 2. Will you go immediately to pitch 1? That's LU7s and Nomads. Will you please go immediately to pitch 1? Thank you.
So, plate quarter-final, another one. It's Cyprus taking on the Mavericks. Mavericks in that stunning pink and yellow number from right to left against Cyprus in the green, yellow and white. Cyprus beaten by the British Army in their opening game of the day. Since then they've struggled, but they've got plenty of quality, as that is a fantastic kick that's been regathered by Osaka in the meantime. So the Mavericks can play. Great work on the outside. What acceleration. And this will surely be the opener. Nilesh Raghavan will score. Oh, what a bright start for the Mavericks. Stunning Cyprus from the kickoff. And it started perfectly, this plate semi-final, quarter-final, sorry. Nilesh Raghavan, what acceleration in on the outside. To score Mavericks first, and now Cyprus under real pressure. They've got to take this kickoff. They've got to regather themselves. Kickoff to come, and it's been nudged cleanly back and then well taken in the end. A chance for Cyprus to break, looking to burst through the centre. Great run by Hatzagoglu. Yarrow finds a wide pass. Stepping off the left boot, back into traffic is Bimas. Little dummy switch, and he goes himself. Cyprus in behind. Now the out the back door offload. Beautiful work from Stylianou. And Stylianou has it back again. Change of direction from Llanos. Interception! Mavericks have it. And now it's a foot race with just the sweep and a beat. Off goes Hogg. Hogg back on the inside. Lifted again. What an offload. And it's a try for the Mavericks. Chandler Sullivan in support, scoring their second. Devastating for Cyprus, who worked so hard. But Angelo Llanos' offload off the deck was picked off by Greg Hogg. the elder statesman of this Maverick side, all the experience in the world. Let him nip through. Good support from the Mavericks. Nice little offloads, and then a try for Ollie Chandler-Sullivan. Mavericks go 2 ahead. What a start. They couldn't have asked for a better one in this plate quarterfinal. Well, that's a deep kickoff. Good effort, but Cyprus do keep a hold of it. Away comes Lianos. Well, it's a pass through traffic that's been knocked on, unfortunately, there. You can see what Hadzioglu was trying to do there, but just couldn't execute. So it's a scrum for the Mavericks. And another try in this first half would be pretty difficult for them to handle, Cyprus. Going 3 behind so early. Greg Hogg will feed. Ollie Chandler-Sullivan poised at first receiver with Sam Bork. And Bork flicks it wide. Quarte takes on 2 defenders, brought down by Yarrow. Bork at 9. Look how quickly they spread it through the hands. And then a change of direction and a change of pace as well. It's Joe Roberts who scores. Joe Roberts may well have jumped ship in the second half of this tournament. He's joined up with the Mavericks, having played a little bit of social rugby earlier, and he's tearing up here at the Lit Super Sevens. 3 tries ahead. The Mavericks making short work of Cyprus here. Kickoff to come, again from the Mavericks. It's hung high, Bork's underneath it. It just goes loose, so a knock-on is the call, and Cyprus can carry. Styliano whips it inside to Yarrow, who goes himself. Tracked across by Roberts, but brushes him off. Oh, and he's still going, Yarrow, what a run. Roberts eventually gets a hold of him, soft hands from Cyprus. Looking to cut open the Mavericks. This is much better from them. Yarrow gets it back. The man who started it all. Chopped on the 22, but he still manages to free the hands. And now Cyprus, with slow ball, compose themselves. Ben Yarrow to the short side. Over go the Mavericks, looking to turn it over, but it's a penalty. Maki Antonou. Yarrow misses out the hard runner, sells a dummy, but the Mavericks don't buy it. And this time they turn it over. And there's a quick tap as well. Chandler-Sullivan looking to break. Oh, but it's a yellow card for Cyprus. They had a couple against the British Army. And they've got another one here for a tackle attempt made when they weren't back 10 yards. Another try now before the break might seal it for the Mavericks. They are in charge. Well and truly now with a man advantage. Chandler-Sullivan takes his time. Well, they've kicked a touch. They may have gone backwards, but they'll still have possession. Up goes Ashton Webb. And that's enough for Chandler-Sullivan, who we now understand why he chipped it into touch, because he thought the game was over, but he'd forgotten to tap first. So at the second time of asking, he correctly clears his lines and brings an end to the first half. Mavericks in command in this quarter-final of the men's plate. The semi-final spot is lurking around the corner. They've got 1 foot in the door, and they will start the second half with a man advantage as well. Cyprus, well, they've got a big mountain to climb with just 7 minutes to go.
Nomads, unfortunately one of the games of 6-1, the software decided your game will now be back. Next game on pitch 2.
Cyprus to kick off, and they need a fast start to the second half. Well, they've almost got it, but they have in fact won it back. Here's Yarrow looking to create something for them. Oh, he leaves a dummy, goes on the outside, does Stilianu. Yarrow slides through, and there's the acceleration. But he's desperate for an offload. What a ball! What a pass. Cyprus open the scoring in this second half. Is it game on? Touching down, Alex Giorgio. But do they have enough in the tank to turn over this Mavericks lead of 3 tries? That's as good as they could have started. Yarrow broke the line, and that's a great offload to find Giorgio. So, game on. Cyprus back in the contest with plenty of time left in this game. We've already heard from Sam Bork today, who's now on the field, just how quickly the game of sevens can change. Kickoff to come. Down the centre it goes, so it should be taken and is, but the Mavericks put under pressure. Hogg. It's another impressive little break from Chandler Sullivan. Penalty Cyprus. What a second half so far. Oh, good soft hands all the way to Fielder. Mitchell Fielder shapes to go himself. In goes Ollie Yarrow. Still battling his way through. Down goes Giorgio, who just frees the hands again. Here's Fielder, switches back on the inside. Cyprus hugging the touchline, and then Yarrow whips it away. Must be numbers there somewhere. That's going to be a penalty and maybe a yellow card for a shove off the ball. I'm not entirely sure why he thought he would get away with that, but obviously he hasn't, and Harvey Blackmore is off the field, and that is not exactly what the Mavericks needed. Already under pressure in the second half. Yarrow, stepping off the right, almost breaking through. Larson with the scrag tackle. Flicked out the back door and regathered by Ollie Yarrow. Now Fielder with a man outside him. Puts it through the hands, and it's been dropped by Alex Giorgio. Cyprus's try scorer couldn't get a hold of that. Fair to say it wasn't the easiest pass. But the Mavericks survive. Have they changed shirts at half-time? What exactly is going on here? Complete reversal of how things went just a few moments ago. Line out for the Mavericks, Hogg to throw, the pressure's on. Well taken by Bork. And then chipped in behind by Ollie Chandler-Sullivan. How much does he have left in the tank? He leaves Cyprus in the dust. He's got yards of space. He still dribbles it on. Will it pop up for the Maverick fly half? Oh, it's down, and it's given. There was a hint of a knock-on there in regathering. That's exactly what the assistant said to the referee. I think this is going to get chalked off, despite the fine effort of Chandler-Sullivan. I think he's dropped it. We've got to wait and see. It's been written off. Knock-on is the call. Cyprus survive. They're still in the quarterfinal. Marginal stuff on the biggest stage here at the Manor Sevens in the Lit Super 7 Series. What a semi-final it will be, whoever gets through here, because the quality in this plate competition is so high. Cyprus defeat the scrum. Alex Pantechis. Pantechis. Oh, he's piled under pressure. Over the ball go the Mavericks. Stolen it from 5 yards out. Surely they have to score from here. Not rolling away. I think this might be another yellow card. Larson will tap from 5. It is another yellow card. That time for Nicholas Frost. Quick tap from Hogg. Bork with a miss pass. Bork gets it back again. Stepping his way through the crowd, getting the ball back. Hogg at first receiver. Here's Larson. Oh, it's beyond him, but it's a penalty. Mavericks could seal it with another score. Here's Hogg. Desperate shame that no one in the Mavericks team is called Deeney. Still will play on. What a physical tackle that is from Stylianou. And he's there with a counter ruck as well. Stylianou being a real nuisance. Mavericks get away. Oh, is it turned over there? It is. Cyprus survive. Great work from Stylianou. Quick tap from Cyprus. This isn't over yet. What a line. Yarrow chopped down. Over the top. Larson with the high press for the Mavericks, but play on, says Mitch Fielder. Another penalty for Cyprus. They're marching their way up the field in this plate quarterfinal. Hard line and a big fend, and now they're in behind. Chandler-Sullivan in pursuit. He's back to catch his man, but he's shoved off again. The big don't argue from Georgiou. And he finds the pass to Fielder. Chandler-Sullivan looking to wrap him up, and he brings him down. Who's there in support? Cyprus still play. Larson looking to wrap up his man. How on earth have the Mavericks kept out Cyprus from there? So it's literally just this. So when I'm chatting to you, I'm just excited. I can't imagine it's always a meaning of life. Welcome back then to the Manor Sevens here in the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. It's a Women's Cup semi-final. It's crunch time here in the first leg of this fantastic tournament. And it's the Boom Beavers who have got sides up and down the competition, taking on Fine Rugby Now. I'm delighted to be joined by a Fine Rugby Now OG, EJ. EJ, thanks for joining us. And Fine Rugby Now have won it back. The women's side coming on leaps and bounds every tournament.
Absolutely, this is the opening competition for us at Fine Rugby Now, and it's going very well. We've made it this far, so going on through the competition, we'll be looking for even better things.
Absolutely, because they've got the first try as well. CV Moley has scored. What a start for Fine Rugby Now. Stripped it down that far side, crashed up through the centre, and they're on their way to this huge final. The other semi-final, Akuma Savvy Panthers against the defending champions, the Hammerheads. What an achievement that will be. Elaine is also here, so I'm going to grab you while you're here. So busy today running this whole tournament. But Elaine, first tournament so far, and Fine Rugby Now already through to a semi-final in the women's competition. It's a great start.
Oh, it's really exciting. Yeah, the girls have worked really hard today. We started with, I think, only 10 players. So, yeah, everyone has put in a lot of graft, and it's showing on this pitch. And first tournament for us this season as well. So a few of the girls were in Grenada recently where they won. We've got 2 here from the Netherlands that have flown in. So, yeah, it's a good mix of players from all over, and some have played together, some haven't. So it's great to get that first touch of the ball in the season.
And they've applied the pressure again on the Boom Beavers. The Beavers, of course, such a big part of this domestic 7 season. Hammerheads, the defending champs in the other semi-final. You'd back them to get through against the Akuma Panthers, who beat Looseheads in their own quarter. But it's a bright start for Fine Rugby Now, who are still putting the pressure on. Well, lots of pressure there on the scrum. It's just about dug out by the Boom Beavers. And there's a big miss pass, but it's a high press for Fine Rugby now. They're up defending in numbers. Holly Ross goes in to make the shot, supported by Nay Pitt-Clark. Now they come to the open side, might be a hint of an overlap. Boom Beavers on the switch. Spilt, here's a chance then. Fine Rugby now on the counter. Here goes Courtney Wilkins, the captain. Back against the grain goes Holly Ross. And it's Hiska Blom, who's had such an outstanding tournament so far. Ball on the inside. Sylvia Moley finds the try line again. It's a second. Well, Sylvia Moley has scored another. And you were just saying, EJ, such a balanced runner.
Yeah, to find space like that from the 22, just silky, balanced running, ball in two hands, straight through, under the post. Lovely bit of rugby.
Hiska Blom has had a fantastic day for this Fine Rugby Now side. Another assist there, as she's such a physical force and well, dominating every carry.
Yeah, so Rugby Sevens, it is about the speed, but if you can just break that gain line and make those extra meters, then you're gone, you're away. It's really important to sort of maintain your physicality in Sevens as well, especially because there's a lot of one-on-one, especially in the breakdown as well. So that's what we're looking for here. So you can just get through that gain line and keep powering through. You're going to get over that line.
Kick off from Fine Rugby Now. It's just in between the two players. A little bit loose, but it will be regathered. And here goes Brankin, who finds a pass, and now Little Fend might get the Beavers over the gain line. Again, there's a player on the outside. Sorry, it's chipped up to the halfway. He will get there first. Excellent take, and what an offload through the contact. Great work from McDonald. Physical defending, however, from Fine Rugby Now. Big shot from Murley, the double try scorer. And now they've got to go wide, but it's just held on to there. Still a great run, almost up to the 5 metre. Fine Rugby Now have stripped it, stolen away in their own 22. And can they go coast to coast? Fine Rugby Now on the outside. Away goes the captain Wilkins, just the sweeper to beat. Wilkins stepping inside and out, but caught by Kaz Kasikova. And what a shot that is by McDonald, getting back for the Beavers. Penalty for the Boom Beavers. What a shot that was from McDonald in defence. You must admit, EJ, that was a huge hit.
That was a massive hit as well. Yeah, I don't think she saw it coming either. I thought she received the offload. She was going into the post. It just didn't happen for her, unfortunately.
And the Boom Beavers survive. Another try. They'd be really up against it here in this semi-final, with perhaps the Hammerheads or the Savvy Panthers to play in that women's final later on this afternoon at 6:30. What hands out wide from the Boom Beavers, and they're away down the left. That's a huge tackle, just denying them that opportunity on that left-hand side. It's been so rare that the Boom Beavers have been stopped in these wide channels, so now they've got to reset. Can they do it? Well set at first receiver, Jazz Brankin. And then stepping off the right is Anstead of Loughborough University. Anstead almost through, tap tackle on the 22. Penalty for the Boom Beavers. I think there may be more here. It's going to be a yellow card. This could be a tough call. It's for a trip in the mind of the referee. That is a difficult call to take, but Lucy, it's Mara Jones who's leaving the field. EJ, this could be the turning point in the game if the Boom Beavers can score here.
Yeah, the Beavers are moving the ball really well. If they can just get it out to that wide channel, if they can make a break. If not, they're going to easily feed that back inside, find the space, and they're through.
We'll have to wait and see if they can convert. Down on the right-hand side in the corner here, the Hammerheads are getting warmed up. Their women's side may well be through to a cup final, but their men are in a semi-final in the open plate, the elite competition, the second tier. But for now, it's Anstead for the Boom Beavers. All the way wide, soft hands to find McDonald, who has to step back inside, into traffic. Nice offload through the contact. It might open up here for the Boom Beavers. Herriot is through and dots down right under the post. And they're more than back in the game, EJ. This is a huge turnaround right before the break.
This is massive. It's so hard to keep your cool and not just go for a try line glory in this sort of situation, but they're just move the ball out to the wing, put it back inside, found a space on the other side, just move the ball. That's all you got to do in sevens.
Chloe Broom there with a final pass that's got the Boom Beavers back into the contest right on the stroke of half-time in this Women's Cup semi-final. Who will face the Hammerheads or the Panthers in that huge game at 6:30? We'll have to wait and see. 7 minutes still to play. Fine rugby now, still in the game, but the Boom Beavers in the ascendancy. So kick-off to come, second half of this Women's Cup semi-final. The Boom Beavers have done so well to get back in the game. Another try, and they'll be ahead of Fine Rugby now. And they've claimed the kick-off as well. What a start for them. Fine Rugby now need to compose themselves and win this back. They can't concede 3 on the bounce. Be really difficult to regather themselves, but out wide is the pace merchant, Kasikova. Kasikova scores another. Kasikova, the Boom Beavers' secret weapon, unleashed in the early stages of the second half. She is very, very fast, EJ.
Do you know what? It doesn't matter what your skill set is, you just can't be pace. If you can get ball, she got out, she just managed to break through that tackle, she was through. No one's going to catch her from the 22 at all.
So in the early stage of the second half, Fine Rugby now are letting it slip. Now there's all to play for in this semi-final. But EJ, Fine Rugby now, you've been with them so long, you know they can still, from this position, make their way into the final.
Yeah, it's all about, as long as if they can get their hands on the ball and keep hold of the ball, then they're going to be fine. They just need to keep the pressure on the girls, on the Beavers, and just pressurise them into making that mistake. They're quick on the ball. Any mistake they'll capitalise on, and that's all they need. So just keep the pressure on.
And they've got a line out inside their own half, straight into touch from the kickoff. Oh, and it's been stolen by the Beavers. Devastating. That is difficult to take if you're in green and black, because from the line out it fell loose and the Boom Beavers were the quickest to react. And that try takes them ahead of Fine Rugby now. What a turnaround in the semi-final. Unbelievable stuff. As you're saying, EJ, they've really got to dig deep here.
Yeah, it's hard. there is not a lot of time left. You can't just run down the clock and bide your time like you can in 15. So you really need to get up there. It will be a tit for tat game this. So if FRN can come back, they're going to have to still keep the pressure on in defence, especially to maintain the lead. If they can just get that try and get it back.
So the Beavers go in front, and it's going to be Emily Anstead to chip it down range. What a kick that is, but what a take in response. What a break for the Fine Rugby now. They may go all the way, and it may be a score for Holly Ross. Indeed, she dots down under real pressure. What a take off the kickoff. Got on the outside of the Boom Beavers and scored at the first time of asking. That's more like it, EJ.
Absolutely, to run the ball out of your half like that, straight down the side and get a try. This is really good. This is a really good boost for FRN. Let's hope they can now do it again and maintain that lead.
They still trail by 2 points with the conversion still to come, but it would have to be an absolute blinder from way out on that touch line. Oh, she's got under it, just wide of that left hand upright. So Fine Rugby now trail by 2 points in the semi-final. This could be a real turnaround if Fine Rugby now can grab another.
Interesting to see where they put the ball with this kick as well. There is a gap out the back, whether they keep it short and just try and kill the pace of the Beavers or put it out the back and chase it. They've gone far.
They've put it into no man's land. It's rolling towards the dead ball. Will it go all the way? So unfortunate. Such a good kick, EJ, but fine margins in sevens.
Absolutely. They saw the space, they found it, but you know, the rugby ball can make you look like the rugby ball can make you look like a very silly person sometimes.
Well, they've just overcooked it. So this is a huge opportunity for the Boom Beavers. Kick-off to come, or free kick, sorry, for the Boom Beavers. There's a lot of space out the back, as EJ has said. Ooh, it's a strong carry into contact there. Big tackle from Wendy Shepherd, but it's a penalty for the Boom Beavers. Quick tap and off they go. Amelie Anstead driving through defenders. Oh, good pickup as well. It's a 2-point game. Here go the Boom Beavers, looking to find their pace merchant Kasikova on the right wing, but it's good defence for now. Big handoffs coming in. Penalty! Oh, just a knock on. That hand was up for quite a while for the referee in favour of Fine Rugby now. Instead, just a slight knock on in the tackle, but it's good defence regardless, EJ.
Yeah, it is good defence. You know, with sevens, you've either got to take out the player or stop that ball moving. It's one or the other. It's very difficult to do both at the same time, but they managed it there, so that's good.
Scrum for the Boom Beavers. One more try would seal this semi-final. They only lead by 2 points. The game is in the balance, but the ball is in the hand of Chloe Broom, the Beavers captain. Broom gets it away. Great hands. Down the short side they come. Kasikova's on the outside. Fends off the first. Kasikova will seal the semi-final. Into the corner she goes, and it's over. Kasikova with 2 in the second half has turned the game around for the Boom Beavers, and they will be through to face the Hammerheads or the Panthers later on this evening. What a game, EJ, but I think that the pace of Kasikova has just separated the sides.
Yeah, so she was just waiting on that short side, received the ball, really strong fend at that pace as well. You just can't beat it. You cannot beat strength and pace, and her boots are on fire. They really are.
Kasikova wants to watch in that final, regardless of who they play. But I'm not sure there's enough time left in this contest for Fine Rugby now to score the 2 tries they need.
This is an announcement for all remaining teams in the competition. The tournament organisers would like to remind you
Anstead.
as to the rules. If you wish to bring any more people into your team from outside,
Oh, it's just been nudged into that corner, and it's bounced up for Sophia McDonald. The Boom Beavers have it back. Is there time for one more? Broom, Anstead, Wants it on the wraparound. Instead, it's Kasikova again. This time, wrapped up by Merrin Jones. Anstead, Broom, stepping inside and out, but driven back by Fine Rugby now. There's a wide pass, and there's a handoff, and now, hey, it might be a way down the outside. She's got support, still driving, the Boom Beavers, held up on that 10-metre. Dug out, Broom at 10 again. Kasikova waits for it out wide. Here she is, Kasikova. Will she back herself? Little step on the inside. Kasikova has a hat-trick in the semi-final. And it's lights out for Fine Rugby now. But Boom Beavers are through to the final. What a performance by Kasikova. An absolute star is born here at the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series at Manor. Sevens. Kasikova has the run of Nutter Lane here at Eton Manor Rugby Club. The final points converted by Anstead. But EJ, a great performance from Fine Rugby now, especially in that first half. But when it came down to one player, Kasikova, who just turned the game on its head.
Yeah, again, Beavers showing some real rugby knowledge there. You know, they actually slowed the game down there towards the end. They just got FRN to bite in, and then they just took it out wide. Kasikova, she just had the whole side of the pitch here, and she's gone. You know, she just breaks those tackles. She's strong. If she can get past that gain line, she's gone. You got to be quick to catch her.
Thank you, EJ, for joining us for the game, and enjoy the rest of this great event that you're a big part of. Fine Rugby now out the competition, but Lit Sevens still will flow on through the Super 7 series. We are straight on to another semi-final. The Mavericks are up against Hammerhead in the men's open plate. That's the next game live in just a few moments' time here at the Manor Sevens. It's another semi-final here at the Manor Sevens. It's the men's open plate semi. Hammerheads and Mavericks just slipped through the cracks in the group stages, but there's still silverware on the line. Mavericks came through in that quarterfinal live here on the main pitch. Hammerheads drew with Apaches earlier. That's a fine achievement on its own. And joining me for this game, it's Louis Martin and Archie English from the Hammerheads camp. And it's a perfect start, Louis, for your side from the kickoff.
Yeah, great. I didn't even watch it, but great inception there, I think, from Joel Grayson. So unreal. Off the restart, so yeah.
not as good as his brother, though, that's what I'd say. That's what I've heard.
Or his dad, or his other brother. It's a tough time in the Grayson family. But by the way, being the worst Grayson still gets you in the San Diego Legion training squad. So I think we're all just jealous. What a try to get things going. The Graysons know code, and the Hammerheads are in front against the Mavericks. Oh, it's a great boot. Oh, what a kick, Louis.
Yeah, great kick there. He's been doing it all day, so well done.
Excellent points on the board already for the Hammerheads. Well, you're expected to do well in this competition. It's fair to say you were just in a really tough group, Archie.
I think we had early set injuries, a couple from us. A few of us went down, but the boys are still playing pretty well. So we're using this as a warm-up for next weekend. Oxford, we're seeing the boys at. So.
Another leg of the Lit Super 7 series next weekend, and it's another turnover that's gone in the favour of the Hammerheads. The Mavericks just can't get any ball in hand at the moment, and it's going to be a line out, and it's going to be taken by young Arthur Chads. Oh, it's a quick take off the line out. Driving on there is Matty Walker. And all the way through they go. In the blink of an eye, they've got another. Well, as Ben Norval has just said, he's also injured for this one. They clearly don't need you, lads.
No, yeah, well, they've been doing really well, so.
Ryan Sweeting that time with the score. It's good to give others an opportunity in the squad, isn't it, gents?
That's what I've heard anyway.
I'm sure none of these performances will impact your selection later on. It's just about sharing the load, guys.
Pello hasn't actually moved from the kick-off spot yet. He's just stayed there the whole time.
As well, Archie done a really good warm-up this morning, getting injured, but yeah.
People have contributed more, people have contributed less. It's just the way that things go in the game of sevens. Everyone needs their support players around the team. The Moldovan under-18 international, unable to take part in the competition so far, Arch English, now alongside me. Another teasing kickoff, Sweeting underneath it, but that's a much better take. And now finally, the Mavericks will play with a bit of ball in hand in this semi-final. Hogg, all wrapped up for now. And then, what a shot that is on Chandler Sullivan. All the way back, they go! Grayson's got a double. He chips it through from the loose ball and latches onto it. And this is an exhibition of sevens here by the Hammerheads. All over the Mavericks. What a performance by the Mavericks so far. You're going to be through to a final at this rate, Louis.
Yeah, definitely. I think Joel, he's been playing really well today, isn't he? So
yeah, Newcastle, you watching?
Yeah, Newcastle Falcons, son Joel as well.
Can never have too many Graysons in a Premiership squad. That kicks off target, but that's a third try for the Hammerheads in almost as many minutes. This is a really tough day out for the Mavericks so far. They've been stretched throughout the competition. They've made a little change off the kickoff, as you've spotted there, Archie. And it's hung up high. It's another incredible kickoff, and it's gone forward off of a Maverick. And it's into the hands of Anthony Fitch. Chads over the top. Little hitch kick back on the inside. Lovely step, but there's a high press from the Mavericks. There's a long ball from Pello Clearchanye. Great press from the Mavericks, but they might be short-handed elsewhere. It's another important tackle, that time from Nilesh Raghavan. Grayson on for a hat-trick already in this semi-final. Soft hands, now they're away down the left-hand side, and they'll surely saunter in for a score. Dan Boa.
The Buffalo Boa in the corner. Oh, he's been loving it all day.
Well, I've got to ask the question, gents. With form like this, how on earth did you miss out on the cup competition?
I know it took us a while to wake up, really, but we've woken now, haven't we?
Yeah, we are. Beers, that's what helped. Beers.
Just one or two to keep you refreshed. That's
for us being injured. For the injuries, yes.
Whatever will they do without Martin English and Norval? Score loads of points in the first half, apparently. What a performance by the Hammerheads. I just hope they don't burn out before this big final, which, after an unbelievable kick by Anthony Fitch, they may well be on their way to competing in. This has been complete domination in the first half, and another try would probably seal it already inside 7 minutes. Nice little moment there from Anthony Fitch, pointing to you lads in the commentary box as he hooks it high again. And you're asking a lot of Ragavan there under lots of pressure. This time he taps it back. And Greg Hogg gets a hold of it. Finally, some opportunity perhaps for the Mavericks, although they conceded from a position like this just a few moments ago. Ragavan goes himself, brought down, penalty against the Hammerheads. Finally, some respite for the Mavericks. Here's Hogg. Hogg goes himself, wrapped up by Chads. Turnover by Chads. Huge moment for the number 13, part of the Lions 7 setup. And he's done really well there, and he's tapped it under the nose of the referee. Here goes Chads to the open side. Fitch winds one up, but then steps inside himself. Lifts it out the back. Here goes Tut. Tut with a show and go, brushing them off. Sam Tut over to score another for the Hammerheads. And this semi-final is over before it really started.
Yeah, it's looking pretty easy now for the boys, but I reckon we'll start resting some players and then get ready for the final.
Of course, that men's social final will unfortunately not be live streamed here on Pitch 1. The men's social final will be live. Old Downbadians taking on Nomads 7s, and then the Boom Beavers take on the Hammerheads women's in the women's final before at 6:30 the men's final will take place. Finally, the half-time whistle has gone, but the damage is already done. What a performance by the Hammerheads. They have blown away the Mavericks. Archie, they couldn't do much more in that half.
Honestly, every time the Hammerheads boys got the ball, they scored, capitalised on most opportunities they had, to be honest. But yeah, all high fives all round. It's the Hammerheads thing. High fives every time. Keeps the attitude high, smiles on faces, good ethos. Everyone's just happy in the squad as well, which is, so you can see already they're pretty happy about that. Need to carry on into the second half.
A rip-roaring 7 minutes that sees the Mavericks far behind. It's not a mountain, it's Everest that they've got to climb in just 7 minutes to make it into the men's open plate final. The Hammerheads are on their way with 7 minutes to go. Kickoff. Good take by the Hammerheads. Well, we're starting this second half like we ended the first. Sweeting on for his second score. He's got the wheels to beat Chandler Sullivan on the outside. Ryan Sweeting on the double. Hammerheads have another. This is turning into a cricket score, Archie.
Sullivan's a good, Chandler Sullivan's actually quite fast. We saw him, get a few tackles, or late tackles coming in, chasing across. I'm surprised Ryan got away with that, but he's got wheels himself, to be fair.
He's been a class player today, Ollie Chandler Sullivan, but this is the end of the road in his competition. Dominating performance. And how much more is there to come from this Hammerhead side? Kick-off to come from the Hammerheads, who are in charge Grayson on the chase. But up goes DeBoer. Excellent take. And flicked away by Ashton Webb. But it's loose. And Taylor's under pressure. And it's been stolen by Anthony Fitch, who rolls away. Martin, you can't believe it.
Yeah, this is actually really surprising, but fair play to the lads. They're doing really well, so really happy for them.
This kind of performance is pretty promising ahead of the next 3 legs of the competition.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy as well. To be fair, going into this, after our Apache game, I think we were quite annoyed in the Shogun game at the start of the day. We left a lot out there, so I think we're playing for a point to prove now that we're not we're not a middle league side anymore. So.
As close to a group of death as you can have in the men's open competition. Well, the other men's open plate semi-final is Bernie's Ballers against the Stallions, the Nigerian Exiles. And, well, I was going to back the Stallions in that game, but I underestimated the Ballers last time out, and they beat the Sons of Spartacus. So, regardless, I think that Hammerheads will be the favourites in that plate final. Nice work on the turn, and away comes Matty Walker. Walker finds an offload. It's just been nudged through. Away goes Junior Delai. And Delai's rolled over. And will it be given? Oh, it's not been given as a try. So we're going to come back for a 22 dropout, Junior Delai. So close to getting on the scoreboard there. Dropout to come from the Mavericks, and the last few moments where they've waited to kick this is the longest they've had the ball for the whole second half, which is difficult to take in a semi-final. What a shot off the kickoff! Driven back, but how well has it been worn by the Hammerheads? Filch, all the way wide. Here's De Boer, it's backwards off his head. Good chase from the Mavericks, but De Boer still going all the way through. Dan Barr, options inside and out. Wide pass, Grayson on for a hat-trick. It's a Grayson hat-trick in the semi-final. The man who got us underway may well have sealed things here in the men's open plate semi-final. Maybe, as Louis Martin says, always the pessimist, Louis. I think you may be into the final, and I think you may be favourites. I would say stranger things have happened, but they haven't. This would be absolutely unreal if the Mavericks turn around. I don't think it's physically possible with the time remaining. It's been an unbelievable performance, and it's another conversion. Well, I'm not sure this has much to do with the Mavericks' performance. This is all the Hammerheads, who are a elite Sevens team. They shouldn't be down here in the plate. It's just the luck of the draw. They had Apache and Shogun alongside them in that competition. Sweeting on the charge, with Dan Burr as well in the chase. This should fall for Chandler Sullivan. And Sullivan, off he goes, but he's been wrapped up. And the little somersault as well to get back to his feet from Pello Clathanier. I think we might see a yellow card. And indeed it is a yellow card for Clathanier. I'm not sure why, possibly a high tackle as he came back to make the shot. Regardless, a opportunity for the Mavericks to take something from this semi. Here's Chandler Sullivan. Here's Sam Bork. Bork puts the hammer down and then links it over the top. Little Goosey on that left-hand side. Big clear out from the Mavericks. They've won themselves a penalty. It won't mean much in the grand scheme of things, but they'd love to get a try in this semi-final. Great work over the gain line. A powerful clear out. Here goes Mudgeway. Well, they're fishing for it on the deck, but it's another penalty. No release is the call. Quick tap from Purvey. Blackmore. Larson. Blackmore again. Larson over in support. Here's Bork, who rides the tackle well. Under pressure from the Hammerheads. Walker with the shot. Here goes Blackmore again. Penalty for the Mavericks. One too many in this area, perhaps, with the Hammerheads already down to 6. Mavericks looking to have the last laugh in this semi-final. Chandler's last try wins Archie indeed. Chandler Sullivan back to the short side. Lifted over the top. Ball on the inside for Mavericks to drive closer to the line. Blackmore just short. Or indeed the try has been given. Blackmore crashes over. And as you said, Archie, no more than a consolation.
Exactly that. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the Buffalo Boa as he takes a sip from his water. What a handsome man he is.
Well, the final beckons for Hammerheads. It's a shame that we won't be able to see them again in action, but we will next week at the Oxford Sevens. You'll be going into that after this performance with plenty of confidence. Excellent conversion out wide from the talented Chandler Sullivan. But we look ahead for next week then, with a final coming. We won't see it, but Hammerheads, after this performance, will go into that Oxford tournament with plenty of confidence, Louis.
Yeah, we'll keep our heads held high after this, I think, and we'll go definitely into next week with some confidence and hopefully win the cup, so looking good.
Well, we've got cup semi-finals on the way here on pitch 1, and then the women's cup final, and then the men's cup final as well, before the live stream cuts off here. Here's the Luke Uru. Uru, great acceleration. Delhi this time. Delhi swings off 1 and 2, and finally the pass goes loose, but great work from Junior Delhi. Oh, they've got it back again. Dan Boer. Thunderous clear out, and here is Uru. Takes the direct route. Finds an offload to Sweeting. Sweeting with the hitch kick. Some tired bodies out there, and Sweeting's going to have a hat-trick too. Ryan Sweeting, 3 now in the semi-final. Hat-trick for Grayson, hat-trick for Sweeting. A complete performance by the Hammerheads.
You've got to think about player welfare, I reckon, calling the game off.
I think just keeping sure the Hammerheads don't tire themselves out, Louis. Ahead of this big final against the Stallions, or the Ballers, the social side of the Beavers, who were pumped into this later competition. That'll be it. The Hammerheads have demolished the Mavericks in the most complete and commanding performance of the day so far. Archie through to a final, didn't have the best day this morning, but a final, bit of silverware on the line later.
Let's hope so. I think all the boys have smiles on faces. That's the end of the game. We're trying to chase the ladies. They win too much, so we've got to keep up with them.
Absolutely, the Hammerheads women's, the reigning champions, and through to the semi-final of the Cup, which we will see later on. Up next, more knockout rugby live here in the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. We've made it to our first final of the day here at the Manor Sevens. Old Downbadians are back in action, taking on the Nomads. The Nomads are in their black and red trim, taking on the Downbadians in the all-black trim. I'm delighted to be joined again by Cy, the founder. Cy made it to a final in the first competition on UK soil.
I told you, man, I always had faith. God's always in control. And yeah, man, a couple hurdles to get here, but this will be the last one, and hopefully we're going to go to glory.
The Nomads are a strong opposition, but they're camped at the moment inside their own 22. Looking to break down this short side. Plenty of pressure being piled on there by Pena. Opening up the park there is Elliot Long. Oh, it's just been put down. And this, oh, the referee's wave play on. It went backwards, flicked out the back door. And now they might have a break on here. What a turnaround this is. The Nomads are through. The Nomads are away. And the Nomads are going to open up the scoring in the social final. What a turnaround. Thought they'd spilled it inside their own 22. Instead, they went coast to coast. Sometimes the luck just has to go your way, side.
Yeah, it has to. I don't know if this competition is sponsored by Specsavers, but that was crazy because I'm pretty sure it wasn't even a knock-on. It was a double dribble. So we'll see where we go from here, though.
We didn't have the right angle from here. The match officials are much closer, side, to the action. But no, the kick is still yet to come. Tom Ward, the opening try scorer. Well, we haven't seen the Nomads yet today. Seen plenty of the Downbadians. They've had a tough road to this final. Finished second in the group, but still made it through their semi, their quarter, and then through their semi away on pitch 3. The Nomads, on the other hand, bit of an unknown quantity, but in front to get us started. Jed Hamilton in pursuit, taken by Finn Sutherland, who beats the first man and looks to get on the outside of Jalen Ryan Coker as well. There's plenty in black and red to wrap them up, and they've turned it over as well. Strong start by the Nomads side, but well, there's still plenty to go in this final.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, we're here for the vibes, man, and it's sunshine. We just can't wait to crack open those Maggies. So we'll see how it goes from here.
I hope that Eton Manor have stocked up on Magnums with the success of this old Downbadian side, as you say, Si. It's going to be a scrum to be fed by the Nomads. Elliot Long. On to hooker is Jasper Gee. It's another young side you're up against here in this final side. You were saying last season you lost to, as you called them, a couple of sixth formers, and this is another pretty well-drilled schoolboy side. Have to see if the Nomads can crack on here in this final. It's Jordan looking to get on the outside. He's rolled there on the floor, so he's going to lose possession. Turnover and a tap off the deck from Terry Grant. He's going to have to come back and give it another crack. Still, penalty. And a changing of the tide, maybe, for old Downbadians. Taking their time with things here. Good to see Olabuye back on the field after going off injured earlier. Oh, you may have a new number 6 side. But alas, it's a line out inside the Nomads half. First bit of possession. There's nothing but knockout rugby, of course, all this afternoon. But up next, it's a couple of finals, which we're really excited about here on pitch 1. The women's final, Boom Beavers against the Hammerheads. That's going to be a cracker. And then the men's final, at 6:30, final game of the day. And it's a bit loose at the line out. Referee's whistle's gone, and it's going to be a scrum. Not straight is the call. So a scrum for the Nomads. But they're in a better position, the old Downbadians, on the field. Just one try in it in this first half. Tom Ward's long-range effort, the difference between the sides, as the scrum is fed by Elliot Long. Kakaludis. Hard line. And through the gap goes Gabriel Jordan, but that's a big tackle. An important one too. Long. All the way wide for the Nomads. who sniff a gap out wide. Round the corner goes Jalen Ryan Coker. Ball back on the inside. Intercepted by Old Downbadians. Back in the hands of Teray Grant. And now the Old Downbadians will try and create something from inside their own half. Lovely footwork. And they're almost up to the 10-metre. Lifted over the top, but a good read by the Nomads. Shot comes in from Zane Kakaloudis. But still, the Old Downbadians are driving on up towards halfway. They've got a player down, but still looking to spread the ball here. Chipped in behind, and the race is on. Pena is after it, and it's rolling towards the try line. Jasper Gee with work to do. Pena's wrapped him up. This could be a big moment for the Old Downbadians. Pena still holding on to his man. They've still got possession, the Nomads, but they're deep inside their own half. But there's another break on here. Away they go. The Nomads are going to go coast to coast. It's Elliot Long who can take his sweet time with it. The freedom of the Eton Manor turf for Elliot Long to score a second. Well, what a period of play, Si. It went on and on and on. They worked their way, the Old Downbadians, from deep inside their half all the way to the 5. But then the space opened up, and that's just how quickly Sevens can change.
Yeah, man, sometimes you have to leave the rugby before the rugby leaves you, but hopefully the boys will turn it around. And as I said, it's going to be a very interesting court session because, as we know, in African politics, it's not a democracy. So some of these boys might be in for the time of their lives.
Mick Spence can take that message however he likes it from Si, the founder of Old Downbadians. For now, though, at the break in the social final, good vibes all around, but especially in the camp of the Nomads, because they're up by 2 unanswered tries with 7 minutes still to play here at the Manor Sevens in the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series.
Another one there.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right.
Right, I need to put these in the bin. Oh, this is so difficult to fit.
Thank you. Is there an empty one down there? Is that
Oh,
one
yeah,
there?
I'll get it.
I'll refresh it.
Thank you.
Nomads lead by 2 tries in the social final, the first final of the day here at the Eton Manor Sevens, the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. They'll kick off and hammer it down range. The long boot of Lewis Bunton will roll into touch, but straight out is the call, so it's going to be a tap on halfway for Old Downbadians. Si, the founder of Old Downbadians, alongside me. Big opportunity now for Old Downbadians to make an impact in this final.
Yeah, as I said, we're going to leave her with something. We really want to leave her with something. So hopefully we can score 1 or 2 tries, and if that puts us back in the game, that's great. But as I said, it's our first final. Last year we got to the quarters. This year we got to the semis. This year we got to the finals even. So we hopefully want to push on. And this is our pre-season. We're fat boys, so we play tennis. So this is really our pre-season.
Absolutely, and they've still got plenty to offer. With a couple of changes at the break, here's Sarpe Soko. Picks out an offload. Well, is that a turnover on halfway? Indeed it is. Stolen by Kyrone Bennett. And Bennett with the tap penalty. Off he goes. Down that left wing. Looking to get on the outside. Bennett takes off the handbrake. What a tackle! Unbelievable to dislodge possession and knock it on. Si, that's a remarkable tackle right in the corner.
Absolutely, you just got to look at the strength. And these are, I told you before, this is hard food. You know, this is plantain and this is jollof rice, this is fufu, this is serious food. So back my boys in those sort of positions.
What a tackle in the corner to deny Tyrone Bennett freshly onto the field, almost scoring in the final. Instead, it's a scrum. Old Downbadians out of the frying pan into the fire with possession inside their 22. But this is the position that Nomads have scored both their tries from in that first half. And the scrum wheels, free kick goes the way of Old Downbadians. Early shove, quick tap, has them backpedaling. Finally, the tackle made. But it might open up here. Chawachanda. Socko goes wide. There's the handoff. Hint of a high tackle. And indeed it is from Bennett. Got to keep impartial here on the touchline. Okay, a proper high tackle then. Well, I think there's going to be a bit of time off here because in the act of making the tackle, Tyrone Bennett's gone down a little hard. So penalty is the call. Soko, Zimbabwean and international at 7s and 15s, stands over it. In fact, he's left it for Terre Grant. Certainly still in this final. One try would really change the game. Just counting up the numbers as the change is made. Onto the field comes Jed Hamilton for the Nomads. But Swape Soko stands over the ball. And that blue scrum out of his. Soko will take him on. Hard line by Chawachanda, but met in full force by Jed Hamilton. But Chanda still going. What a run by Chawachanda. And looking to free the hands. Instead on the turn, he's still going. Up beyond the 10 metre. We'll come back for a penalty. It's another high tackle. I think we might see a card here. The referee's fingers went up for number 3, Jalen Ryan Coker. That's a final warning at least. Chawachanda there with great spirit to drive forward. Soko on the retreat, waiting for numbers and then going himself, so close to breaking the line. But wrapped up by Bunton. The ball's been dislodged, regathered by Chawachanda, who's dumped unceremoniously by Jalen Ryan Coker. Now it might open up. Spence still going out the back door. There's a Nomad hand in there. It's going to be another penalty, and this time surely a yellow card. And this is the old Downbadians' way back into the final. It's an accumulation of penalties that has led to the yellow card. Still time, just 2 tries in it. And that is a yellow card. I believe it's for the new man, Jed Hamilton, been forced to leave the field. Now a chance for old Downbadians. Side, they've got to use this advantage, and quickly.
100%, man. Time's not on our side. We've got to get our get back. This is reparations right here. And I'm seeing the boys are looking very hungry for this payback, so let's go.
Well, yellow card just for accumulation, which is always a hard one to take. There's a hard line from Grant. Quick pickup as well from Soko. Soko, Chanda, miss pass, well taken out wide. Here's Soko. Now it might open up for old Downbadians with a man advantage. Soko, desperate to find the offload. Instead, takes it to ground. Chanda goes for the gap. Big handoff. Chawachanda scores under the sticks. And is this the fight back for the old Downbadians in the social final? 2 tries behind, make that 1. Is there time? The referee says so, and how much is there? Nomads, with the 2 tries in the first half, have finally been broken. Chawachanda with a big don't argue, goes over. This is the fight back you're after, Si.
100%. I told you, that's called Bonya, and these boys have got strength in abundance. So, yeah, man. They do, basically, this is aura farming. They do it for the highlight rules now. So, yeah, I told you, everyone's going to leave for something, and we'll see what happens.
Nick Spence with the kickoff. Options left and right. Finn Sutherland down this left wing. Couple of changes as well. Here goes the chase. Taken cleanly by Jordan. And Nomads just looking for a way out here. Being driven back further behind their line. Here goes first half try scorer. Tom Ward into contact. Spits out unkindly for Ryan Coker. Acceleration from Jordan. Looking to get away. Finds an offload. And now they're one-on-one. Here goes Coker again. Ryan Coker finds an offload into the path of the captain, Luke Bosch. Here's Bosch, almost away. Bosch, it takes two to bring him down. And then Ward looking to go quickly through the centre. There's an offload to ground. Knock on. One last chance for the old Downbadians in this social final. So, one last chance for old Downbadians. Scrum to be fed by Spence. Side, this is it. This is the moment.
This is it, man. I'm not one that's usually lost for words, but we'll see what. Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment in time.
Penalty! Perfect outcome. Quick tap from Spence. Here goes Pena. What can they create in the dying embers of the final? Pena on the wraparound. Just Jordan to beat. Pena goes direct and lays it back. Jordan quickly over the ball. Turned away at the door. Spence, high line from the Nomads. So old Downbadians forced back against the grain. Straight off their feet there. The Nomads desperate to steal it on the deck. Couple of tired bodies out there for both sides. There's a big handoff on the outside and a break. Takes three Nomads to make the tackle effectively. Penalty, not rolling away. Here they go, the old Downbadians bumping through the tackles. Abdul Musa. Spence dislodged in the tackle, but always backwards. And I think it's going to be another penalty, or just a knock on. I think knocked on in the tackle is the call. And there's still time for another scrum. Well, this really is it. We thought that the time might be up here in the final, but old Downbadians, down by a try, a converted one would win them the game. Spence to feed the scrum. Can they beat this spirited Nomad side? Spence, it's loose. Here's Socko. Sutherland, big carry. Over the ball go the Nomads. Just about flicked away by Musa. Socko again. And here's Pena, back against the grain. Lifted up into the path of Socko, but put down. It's over. Oh, Downbadians fall at the final hurdle. Nomads survive a second half onslaught and will take the social title here at the Manor Sevens. But what a final it was. What a second half from old Downbadians. I think it's going to be a strong night for the side.
100%, man. As I said, the boys were knocking on the devil's door and he was too scared to answer. But as I said, you know, we've done what we've done and we've come as far as we've come. And we're just going to enjoy this with a couple of Maggie, Samurai nephew. And yeah, we'll see where we end up tonight. So yeah.
To your right side, it's been a real pleasure to have you with us. And we're straight on to the next game. It's the women's final. We can't wait for anyone here at the Manor Sevens. It's Hammerhead, the defending champions, taking on the Boom Beavers. That's live next here on pitch 1 at the Manor Sevens, the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Here we go then. The penultimate game of the penultimate game of the Manor Sevens, the women's final. Hammerheads, the defending champs, have made it to the final, and they take on the Boom Beavers. Well, it's fair to say this is going to be a cracking final. The British Army women can perhaps feel aggrieved to miss out, beaten in the quarter-final stage by Hammerheads. What a tie that is to come up so early in the day. But the Boom Beavers, well, we saw them take Find Rugby now apart in the second half. For now, though, it's Hammerheads, whose men's side are through to the social final over on pitch 2. Looking to break through early here. Into contact goes Amelia Tutt, whose brother Sam is playing for the men's side, the Welsh international of Saracens. More direct running from the Hammerheads. That's a strong carry. That time from Jenny Herring of the Bristol Bears. It's a star-studded Hammerhead side. And now it might open up for them out wide. Izzy Hannay. Hannay still going. What a run this is. Izzy Hannay will scythe through to score. And the favourites for this year's tournament again are in front early in the final. Just as one would expect. So in the women's plate final, it's victory for the host, Eton Mess. Still awaiting the results from the other men's semi-final, of course, to find out who's through to that final game of the day. So here's a kick to come from Hammerheads. Cleanly taken. Over the ball go Hammerheads straight away, but it's a penalty. Well, now it might open up. And indeed, it almost does for the Boom Beavers. Ansted makes great yards. That's a difficult pass to take from the high press, but really well worn by the captain, Chloe Broom. And then lofted back over the top. Ansted stepping on the inside. Ansted's in behind. This could be the equaliser. Hunted down by Williams. But Ansted lays it back. Beavers deep in enemy territory here. Daly shrugs off one and finds an offload. Is this the equaliser? Back against the grain they go. Crashing over to score. The Boom Beavers have it. It was Lucy Hayes who made that initial run. And then it's one of Millie Colbeck or Beck Stevens, the two unnamed numbered players, who score in the final. What a comeback after going behind early. No, surely not over the extras from here.
21.5 miles.
Honestly, it feels like I've just played about 7 games myself.
21.5? Yeah. Says I've done 12,000 steps, I don't know that.
Yeah, 35.
So,
35,000.
it's chip down range by Amelie Ansted.
I am ready to not move.
Yeah.
Look at the change of direction and the acceleration. So close to breaking the lines. Amelia Tutt.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are we doing any more games after this one?
Ideally not.
And look how cleanly they move it right to left as well, the Hammerheads. Fending off left, right and centre, dislodged by the Beavers. A huge tackle comes in. It's a mighty turnover in a seriously important part of the field. Top work from Hennessy, or even from Jazz Brankin, I must say, and Sophie McDonald. Indeed, Blue Ball Nichols it was. These similar coloured kits. We'll mix them up for the moment. Of course, it's the Boom Beavers in the purple and pink up against the purple and pink and white of the Hammerheads. Scrum to be fed by the Boom Beavers. Huge opportunity for them against this talented Hammerhead side. They don't cough it up often as Ansted plays it on at first receiver. And it's Kasikova on the outside again. Can you believe it? Who else? Kasikova, the outstanding player on field today, has raced away down the outside and scored. What a moment for Kasikova, a hat-trick in the semi-final, and the score to put the Boom Beavers in front. What a turnaround for the Boom Beavers. 2 tries on the bounce, has them in front. What a kickoff that is from Ansted. Oh, just a few inches short. That is so unfortunate, but it's a lifeline for the Hammerheads, who are under pressure, and that's pretty rare for a side of this quality. Off goes Jenny Herring. And little hitch kick, and driving on goes Tilly Westwood. Westwood almost through. Excellent work in defence from the Beavers. Here come Hammerheads again. Lovely weight on the pass. Salter wrapped up by a number of purple players. Finally it's away. Hennessy gets rid of it. Williams steps off the right. Back on the inside, met well on the gain line, stripped in the tackle, and here come Boom Beavers on the counter. The heavy favourites are up against it here. Ansted on the outside, perfectly timed pass, 2-on-1, away goes Kasikova again. Kasikova has a double in the women's final. Try machine, Kasikova. Remarkable performance. Half time, Boom Beavers have turned it around. 2 tries from Kasikova. Rip-roaring pace is the difference. The Hammerheads need to regather themselves. The defending champions are under pressure in the first final of the Lit Super 7 series. The social final's done and dusted, but this is the big time. And at the moment, it's Boom Beavers in front.
Right, and we are back underway. Kick goes straight out of play. And Thank you for my little cameo. We'll pass back to the normal commentator.
Well, I was just... So I was just chatting to Elaine Page, the tournament organiser, about player of the tournament nominations, which are coming very shortly. For now, though, it's the Boom Beavers, who are up by 3 tries to 1 in this women's final. Oh, they've made it to the outside again, and guess who? They're away down the left-hand side through Kasikova. Could she have a hat-trick? Williams is herring after her. She'll be forced into the corner, but she'll just about get it down. Hat-trick in the semi, hat-trick in the final. Kasikova is unstoppable. Boom Beavers are further out in front. What a performance so far for the Boom Beavers, and a perfect start to the second half as well. We've got the men's final up next, of course, and could be a Boom Beavers double. Could you believe it? They're in the men's final, taking on Shogun Akita, after the other Shogun side were knocked out at the quarter-final stage. For now, though, it's Amelie Anstead who puts it deep. That's a teasing ball under the pressure of the final, and it has been spilt, and away go the Boom Beavers again, driving on through Bluebell Nichols. Anstead, player outsider in McDonald, who's quickly there in support. What a turnover! Big moment for Hammerheads. They needed that, and they've got to create something quickly. Oh, great pass through the contact, beautifully weighted from Jenny Herring. Up to the 10 they go. Here come the Hammerheads, looking to create. Dummy switch, well tracked at the moment by the Boom Beavers. McDonald makes the tackle, but there's a woman over in Alicia Williams. Williams is away! And Williams gets Hammerheads back on the board in the second half, and back in the game in the Women's Cup final.
The other final's over there now. The other final? Yeah. But then there's another final on here. You just said the other final. Oh.
What a time to score, a crucial one. The next try had to be theirs. Still in the game, the Hammerheads. The game of sevens can change so quickly. We've already had one game go to extra time. Could we have another? A couple more tries and we're in that territory. Here's the kickoff for the Hammerheads. Hung high, beautifully weighted from Westwood. Into touch. But it's Hammerhead possession and they take it quickly. They duck under the first tackle and now they might be through here. Boom Beavers need to wake up here. It's gone loose, finally knocked on, and everyone can settle down. Well, that was almost another break for the Hammerheads. Scrum for the Hammerheads. Another try, and things are going to get really tasty in this massive final, the first of 4. The defending champions are behind, and that's a huge counter scrum that really makes a mess of things. Collected in the end, and driven back into contact by Hammerheads. Over the ball go the Boom Beavers. What a steal! Protestations from the Hammerheads, but they'll go unheeded by the referee. That is a crucial turnover and alleviates a world of pressure for the Boom Beavers. Line out, and a big one as well for the Boom Beavers, who have turned the tide of this final with that huge turnover, just as the Hammerheads were knocking on the door. Good line out, cleanly collected. McDonald, great acceleration through the first tackle. Has a player over. Great hands. Could it be a fourth try in the final for Kasikova? What a tackle from Amelia Tutt. But they're still in possession, the Boom Beavers. Ansted over in support. Down the short side. Catching them all unawares. Sophie McDonald. Has she sealed it for the Boom Beavers? It's on. The Boom Beavers double is on. They've beaten the favourites, the defending champions, with moments left in this final. And their men's side are up next against Shogun Akita. What an afternoon it could be for the Boom Beavers. Even their social side, which were bumped into the men's open, made weights in the plate for substitution for the Boom Beavers, but I'm not sure they'll be too worried. How long is there to go? Is there time for the Hammerheads? What a kick-off, and it's forced a knock-on. Amelie Anstead of Loughborough University has had a hell of a final as well. Silence falls over the Manor Sevens. The tension is palpable. Anstead pulls it in behind. Oh, there's the handoff from Nichols. Penalty for Hammerheads. Is this the moment for their final to come to light? Great line speed. Oh, it's just beyond Jenny Herring, who's back to collect. It's into touch. And that's it. It's all over. The Boom Beavers have done it. The first of two Boom Beavers sides into the final this afternoon. And they are victorious in the beautiful evening sunshine here at the Manor Sevens. They've taken their first step to victory at the Lit Super 7 Series. The Hammerheads, the hardest opposition one could possibly face in this women's category, have been defeated. What a performance by the Boom Beavers, but there is no time to dwell on any past victories, because it's the very final game of the Eton Manor Sevens. The first leg of the Lit Super Sevens is almost over. It's the men's final. Shogun Akita take on the Boom Beavers yet again. Welcome back to this Next Gen 15 stream. We have a very tense affair here. The Beavers taking on the Hammerheads in an absolute stale Stormwar game. Both teams coming out and playing their hearts out in this final.
Both teams obviously massive names on the Sevens circuit. Just waiting on the kickoff now.
Where did the Hackney boys go? They went to, I think, to Braid Elton.
Blub, blub. So we've reached the top, the very top of the Manor Sevens. The Boom Beavers already have a title under their belt so far in this series. The women's side beat the Hammerheads in emphatic fashion, and this is not the final we've expected. The British Army, the defending champions, beaten at the quarter-final stage. The Chinese national team, who have torn up the competition, beaten as well in the semi-final by this Boom Beavers team. Can they go one better and take down Shogun Akita under the watchful eye of Paul Barber, the founder of this sporting institution that is Shogun? There's a Boom Bears double on offer, but can they take it? It will be Shogun Akita who kick us off. The Beavers, Sam, are one step away from a historic win. Can they do it? Sam Bork.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, first of all, what a fantastic day this has been. Sun's been shining all day. I've definitely got a bit burnt. I've got a bit of a bit of a drumstick tan on my arms, and yeah, no, it's been fantastic. But both these sides well deserved to be in the final, and we'll have a really good game on our hands here. Both sides looking just as the sun kind of descends on us, Wilf, and we get to commentate this fantastic game. I've already played a lot of rugby today. I've already had the pleasure, but now we get to commentate this absolute marvel of a game in the final.
All those left in attendance here at Eton Manor RFC are wrapped around the sideline, awaiting the biggest game of the tournament so far. Shogun Akita will kick us off. Finn Usher with ball in hand against the Boom Beavers, who have upset the odds. Simon Cole's side are through to a final in the first leg of the Lit Super 7 series. We are underway, and it's hung high into the beautiful skyline here on Nutter Lane. Knocked on is the call, and Shogun have the first opportunity of this momentous final. The first ever men's open final of the Lit Super 7 series, Sam. It's a momentous occasion.
Yeah, really looking forward to playing some more of these, obviously with November and maybe some more with Mavericks as well. Just want to highlight a few of the boys from both sides. Obviously, played with Harry Chubb at university. He's been fantastic today, I've heard. Also, Finn Usher has been really great, I've heard as well. But, oh, here we go. Shogun are going in.
Shogun driving beyond the line. Is that a penalty try? Indeed it is. My word. What a start to the final. A penalty try has been awarded to the Shoguns for a high tackle. The last man has been high tackled, and it's to the bin for Sam Baker. What a start. 7 points on the board without lifting a finger, and now Shogun face just 6 men in purple. It's another kick-off from Usher as they look to win it back. This time it's cleanly taken under decibels of pressure. The noise on the field, the communication from both sides is loud and ferocious as the Beavers have to try and recover. Driven on by Seb Rees. But they're in the wrong end of the field here, a long way from home. Can they open things up?
No.
That's a high tackle of their own from Usher, but referee waves play on. The sideline lights up. The champions of the women's competition are out there supporting their male counterparts. It's another big wrap tackle. It's another great line from the Beavers. Over the ball they go. I think they're off their feet there. Indeed they are. Oh no, it's a penalty for Shogun. They're on the wrong side of the referee's whistle here, Sam.
Yeah, commentator's curse comes in for you there. And we see Shogun go down this right-hand side. Who is that in that far corner? Is it number 2?
Well, that's the thing with these beautiful Shogun kits. We cannot identify the numbers from this far away. But Sam, it's the biggest game of the day. It's the final of the elite men's competition. And those are two of the most nonchalant tries I've ever seen.
Yeah, indeed. And both of those tries, just Boom Beavers just falling asleep there. Firstly, that turnover was fantastic. Great body position over the ball. Commentator's curse coming in for Wilf Kemsley. And what a try. I think in the corner, I think it was number 2, Harry Chubb, who from the SAS Academy graduated from Brunel and moved over to South Africa, and now is playing top-class rugby here with Shogun.
Finn Usher with his 3rd kickoff. They've been dangerous so far. This time it's a free kick and a bit of respite for the Beavers. Back 10 they go. And they've got to get moving here, the Beavers. They've got to inject some pace into this final because they're under so much pressure. They return to a full complement of 7. On the switch, here goes Reese. And then he finds an offload to Alex Morgan, who's scored a few tries so far today. Zhang under a bit of pressure. To the wide channels they go. It's the big man, O'Meara, breaking through. Over the ball go Shogun. Still in is the call, penalty offside. Quick tap from Baker. Morgan. And they go to the width. Almost breaking through. It's a desperate offload from Reese. And now they're backpedaling. Here goes Baker. Morgan. Leo Zhang, it's behind him. Here goes Kieran O'Meara. Puts it on the inside. Interception! Here we go! Racing down the left wing, Xander Walls. He's going to score another. Oh my word, Shogun go 3 tries ahead in the final. This is a disaster for the Beavers.
Yeah, just complete collapse from the boys in purple. And they have let their kind of rivals in this British circuit come through and score 3 unanswered tries, all stemming off Beavers' mistakes. And again, that was just lofted up so nicely for Xander Walls of the Scottish Premiership to stride in underneath the post. And I think that was a full complement of 7 as well. So lots of points on the board for Shogun so far.
Shogun Nikita are in charge. 3 tries already. And as changes are made for the Beavers, they've got to change something. It's another desperate kickoff. Who wants it? It's gone loose, but it falls the way of the Boom Beavers. Their next try has to be theirs. Penalty! Shogun Nikita turn it over, and off we go. Little show and go. They're through. This time it's Malachi Leiloma who scores the 4th. Good heavens, Sam, what's going on?
I mean, could we expect anything else from a Shogun side? Not really, Will. I watched this Shogun side win at the London International Sevens down at Wasps last year. I mean, it's not a dissimilar showing. I cannot lie. Just absolute excellence all around the park. The turnovers have just been fantastic. Great body possession over the ball. And they kind of do this thing, Will, where one man gets tackled and then a man is just lurking, just waiting to see if that slide comes off for him. And then he's straight over the ball with a fantastic body position. And it's so effective.
It's effective in the final so far. They are pummeling the Beavers. It's another amazing kickoff, this time claimed by the captain, James Boardman of the Boom Beavers.
No, I didn't say that.
Here they go. Caught at the breakdown after sniping through. Boardman goes to deck. They've got to open it up here. Dropping the shoulder, lifting the hand, and now there might be a chance for O'Meara. O'Meara almost away, finds an offload. Reese puts it back inside, intercepted again. Flicked off the deck, and now Shogun Nikita are on the counter. Big miss pass. Looking to take on the Beavers out wide. There's the big bump, and an offload. And now there's holes opening up in the midfield. Flicked off the deck again by Akita. excellent Sevens, and then chipped in behind, and the race is on. Harry Price is in pursuit. It's regathered by the Boom Beavers, but you've got to let him up. Oh, indeed, instead it's the roll that's led to the penalty. Is this another score? Is it another try for Xander Walls? It's a second of the final for Xander Walls. What a tournament he's had. Shogun Akita are blowing the Beavers away.
Yeah, I mean, there is no stopping this Shogun Akita side. They will go from strength to strength, and that's a fantastic kick through, Wilf. I really don't think you can underestimate the kicking game here. And it just isolates Nathan Bonsu down in the middle of the pitch. And he's, again, swarmed by men in red and white. And I don't see a way back into this game for the Boom Beavers, Wilf.
The Beavers' dam has well and truly burst, and a Shogun Sumani has washed away their cup ambitions. Will there be a miracle at the Manor Sevens, or is it too much for this Boom Beavers side to counter? What a performance. The extras added as well from way out on the left-hand side. The men's final may be over already, with 7 minutes still to play. We'll be back for the final in just a few moments' time.
Keep the hat on.
Bear with it off. Bear with it off.
The hat's not doing hair any justice.
It's not doing you any justice.
Oh shit. I can't even catch it. Where's everyone else? Who's there?
Jacob, Jordan.
Wait, so who's here? Yeah, pass. Why? Yeah, mine. How? Yeah, you do nothing. Yeah, I was doing something. How can I join this? I felt ill earlier, I still kind of feel ill as well. Oh! You won't know. Don't worry. Wait, pass that one. I want to.
Second half underway. The Boom Beavers are under so much pressure. It's a mountain to climb. It's a Sevens Everest. And it's been claimed by Harry Price, who's offloading from the base of the scrum for the Shogun Akita. It's another scrum of a breakdown. Penalty goes against the Beavers, piling on the pressure, Sam, as they needed to do. But they've given Akita an easy exit.
Yeah, an easy out for Shogun Akita here, and another great kick as well. And there's just no stopping this.
This could be a hat-trick in the final if it's regathered. Oh, how kindly does it bounce? Xander Walls again. It's remarkable. It's domination. It is a mockery of the lit Super 7 series. Shogun Akita, who knocked out the defending champions, the British Army, already today. Beavers, saw off the best team in the competition, the Chinese national team, to get here, but this was just one step too far for them, Sam.
Yeah, I have to say the legs are looking a bit weary, and seeing these faces of the Boom Beavers side, it's just looking defeated. There's not much left to offer here, as a long day of sevens comes to a massive summit. And as we see, a slightly wayward kick there from the Shogun Akita, but in any case, it is just pure domination as you see Daniel Yabia come onto the pitch for Boom Beavers, another Brunel graduate. And there's just nothing that these Boom Beavers can do to stop this Shogun side. But now they have an opportunity to put some pride back on that Beaver on the front of their chest.
Oh, it's a hard line of running up to the 10-metre. Scrambling at the breakdown, but it does come the way of the Boom Beavers. What a ball that is over the top. What can they create with a bit of space out wide? Right in front of that large purple wall of supporters. Quick ball for the Boom Beavers. Over the ball goes Shogun. Turned away this time. Finch taking them all on. Brought down by Leiloma. Another nice pick and go. Finch still going. What a drive that is. Reese. Is he over? There's one back. It's a long road, but it's one well travelled. The comeback here at the Manor Sevens. We've seen some close ones already. But this might be a beyond them, the Beavers. But that's a try that they'll take home with them.
Yeah, as I said, putting some pride back on the badge is always nice. Just a slight wayward kick there, but yeah, Seb Reese. We call him Sever Reese instead. But great try there from Seb Reese. And fantastic. Just bit of pride back on the jersey for this Beavers side. But Shogun again, just still bossing it. We saw even within that try, there was just so much pressure from the Shogun Akita. And the Beavers really had to dig in deep to be able to do something. Here's Yabia.
Oh, Seb Reese just won the ball back there with a big drive. Now Yabia making good yards. Finch. Reese. Through the hands they go. Good support from the Beavers this time. Finch again. Goes himself. Lifts it over the top. Yabia misses out the switch. Dancing feet from the winger. And then what a line! Outstanding line of running. Straight through the centre. Well, is it on, Sam? How many more tries till we dare to dream?
Well, Wilf, I'm going to do a shameless plug right now. And I am going to the FA Cup final to support the mighty Crystal Palace next week. And you talk about the magic of the cup, magic of sevens. It all correlates within itself. And we never know. There is still 4 or so minutes here in the second half for the Boom Beavers to come back.
Well, the Man City of domestic sevens, Shogun Akita, will be making sure that there's no comeback of any sort, and that tap on the halfway line might just give them the opportunity to kill this game. They've certainly rotated since their dominant first half performance, but it's quality all over the pitch, and here's David Shenas. Shenas goes himself. Shenas through the hole. And Shenas is going to score. He's a schoolboy prodigy, Shenas. He's been unbelievable on the Sevens circuit at the under-18 level. And he's got a try in the final for Shogun Akita.
Yeah, as you say, Will, Shenas's been very impressive on our watch for next gen and for at schoolboy level. And now proving that he can do it at the elite level in the men's game.
I think I recall that he's also a scratch golfer from my notes at Roslyn Park.
Well, that's even more impressive, Will. Am I meant to feel awful now? What's going on?
No, he just scored so many tries, and that was the only note next to his name. But Shenas, the Shogun, part of their in-house academy, has stepped up in the final. Well, that may put an end to any dreams of a comeback for the Boom Beavers, but they've still got pride to play for. Kick-off. It's another blinder of a kick-off. But they're offside, and, well, Usher can feel a little bit disappointed there in his on-rushing support players, because that's another beautiful kick-off. But here they come. Yabia. It's a good take by the try scorer, and he's bumping off players left, right, and centre on the turn. What a carry. Shogun scrambling. Yabia in support. Zheng whips it away. There's the big old miss pass. What a grab! Away they go down the left through Seb Reese. Driven into touch. Shogun get across, and the Akita deny the Boom Beavers another.
this close to saying Boom Bears again. But the Boom Beavers are absolutely just trying their best here to get some more pride on the badge. I think the substitution of Yabia has been absolutely fantastic for the Beavers. He's really marshalling the troops now, and led to 2 tries, but Shogun and Akita go long.
Overthrown, and Leiloma comes away with it. He's off to the races again. He's got Morgan in pursuit, but no one will catch him. Second try of the final for Malachi Leiloma.
Yeah, Joe. Isla was not here.
Tit for tat now in this second half. If only the first half was like this, Sam. Instead, it was a demolition job. And that just takes a bit of sting out of the skill on show in this final.
Yeah, definitely. As we hear the final whistle there, Shogun, no celebration there, as they know there is still more work to be done, Wilf, in this Lit 7 series. That's one down. How many more can they win?
The Boom Beavers have been denied an outstanding double in the first leg of the Lit Super Sevens. Instead, it's Shogun with yet another victory. More silverware for the Shogun Akita. They have taken down the Boom Beavers in emphatic fashion. It was never in doubt after the few tries went over, but what a demolition job by this bright, young, talented side. A final for the Boom Beavers, a victory for their women's side. It's not a bad first step in the 4-legged Lit Super 7 series. But here at the Manor Sevens, victory for Shogun Akita. The dynasty rolls on, and they continue to be the most vicious, viral and victorious Sevens side in the domestic season. But can they keep this run going as we head into Oxford next week? What a performance, and what a day of Sevens. From 9 AM to 7, we've brought you all the best action live here at the Manor Sevens. Next Gen 15 will be back next week at the Oxford Sevens, where the second leg of the Lit Super 7 season continues. But here at Manor Sevens, we'll leave you with a victorious Shogun Akita as the rest of us head to the DJ tent. The action will continue here at Manor Sevens. If you haven't made it down to the Manor Sevens today, then do consider next weekend over in Oxford. It's been a party atmosphere, it's been good vibes all round, and it's been a quality of Sevens that you will not find anywhere else in the country. Shogun Akita are the winners. Sam Bork, thank you for joining me, and well played today as well. Good to have you on the live stream for the first time since your Shiplake days.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic, Will. Nice to have a good personal friend commentating over me. And, yeah, it's been a great day. Really, really fantastic. Nice to get on the live stream. Nice to play some Elite Sevens for the first time in Yonks. And, yeah, we'll catch you all at Oxford Sevens for another great day of rugby. Hopefully the weather holds up as it did today.
More Sevens next weekend on the 17th. Mark it in your calendar. Another 9 AM kickoff in the second leg of the Lit Super 7 series. But from all of us here at Next Gen 15, from myself, Wilfred Kemsley, have a beautiful evening and good night. We will see you next week for more action from the brand spanking new Lit Super 7 series, second leg in Oxford.